Hello, I hope you're all doing well today. As you join us, as I actually do need to immediately go answer the door because someone's just rung the doorbell. I'll be back in just 1 minute, folks. I baited no one. Just turns out, folks, that I had things I had to do briefly in the background. Yeah, so we do have TT versus BLG today. This is actually going to determine who is first in this group. It's kind of insane that TT have found their way here. TT already beat LNG and EDG. They lost the game to both of them, whereas BLG clean sweeped them. But this is a big change. It's a big change. TT 1xN has been absolutely on fire. This team looks really good out of nowhere. And yeah, there'll be some stuff on in the background. Once again, thank you for Onivia for hosting the stream as well. And for those of you who follow along with us, I hope you have a good time today. I haven't cast BLG in a little while. Of course, I've been watching back some of the VODs, but I wasn't around for the last series. I'm really looking forward to see if this is just going to be BLG proving why they are the most dominant team in the recent era of LPL. I'm going to go get that thing from the door because the doorbell did just ring earlier, so I'll be back in 1 second. I'm sure you'll all be very happy to know that the groceries road. Can TT take the map? Look, I think TT are a really good team. As you can see here, the groups. I need to turn the slideshow thing off for now. That's fine. I'll turn that on back when we're in game. TT down in Group C, currently 2-0 alongside BLG. God, what a world that we live in. TT, I have loved this team for a while, but they have not been a great team often. But I've really liked what this team's managed to put together. Actual streamer remembers to have camo for the groups, I know, right? My rule of thumb is, if there's something you need to see on screen, my face probably shouldn't be there. If it's just on the desk, though, I come back like this. Hey, how's it going? Is it based on reliability or greed? Look, BLG are incredibly good. I like TT. I like what 1xN and Feather have been doing. However, folks, they're up against BLG. BLG are the most dominant team compared to the era I have ever seen. Every era of LPL has two teams vying for the top. Think way back to IG, RNG, before that, RNG and EDG. After that, FPX obviously came into the equation as well, vying with some other top teams like Top Esports and IG. And then Top Esports and JDG happened. We have never seen a team be so dominant on their own as last year with BLG. It wasn't close. You know, Weibo, JDG, Top Esports, they couldn't hold a candle to them in the most important moments. And that's why, as much as I like TT, and I really wish them the best going to playoffs, realistically, given how BLG have been playing, this is probably just a 3-0, folks. If TT take a game, I would consider that a huge victory. I think they can, but when you have players like Bin and Knight particularly, who can just win a game by themselves. Just by brute force laning, by mid-game understanding. The series are not fair when you're playing against Night and Bin. Now the question is, now the thing is, LNG and EDG didn't look great. I think BLG looked exemplary, and I don't think they were particularly pushed. I think TT will at least push them, and that's what I'm really hoping for. We can see that Knight has played only one champion in both series, completely unoverlapping champion pool either way. On, of course, has done. On and Wei have done one better than that. Wei and On, they're basically playing a fearless tournament right now. They haven't played the same champion at all in any of their games. So yeah, this is going to be a very exciting series for me to see whether TT can step above where I assume they are. TT have made playoffs before, not often, but they have, and that was often with UCal. UCal, of course, he's just been playing really well over in the LCK, for those of you that know him more well from over there. The story of disappointment is a story about top esports too. Yeah, top esports. 1xN Feather going to cook. I think they have to. I think if TT are to do anything today, really, I think what needs to happen is bot lane needs to be go absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for follow, Blackstraw. By the way, hang on, I need to go refresh my activity feed because that is not the right activity feed. I end up popping out all of the various chats. So folks, today, we've been streaming, of course, all of Split 1 of the LPL. But only the last week have we started restreaming our stream over to Onivia's highlights channel. And of course, a lot of you there are very engaged with esports, and that is really, really cool. But yes, we are currently streaming on Nymaera on Twitch. We're streaming on Nymaera on YouTube, and then also streaming on Onivia on YouTube as well. So there are a bunch of different audiences that we're tapping into. I do have all of the chats up and available, and hopefully I can pay attention to it. If you have questions, even in-game, because we're not trying to be as upside a broadcast as we could be, you know, we're here to have fun, and we're here to analyze the game and stuff, and also our chats allow us to do this right now. If you have questions about the game and about the history of the players or narratives or things that we're excited about, ask us, or just anything. Ask us how our day's going. You can ask us in the chat as well, and we will pay attention to that. 1xN Elk, that is absolutely the matchup to watch. 1xN is the engine house. He is the heart and soul of TT. I think since UCal left, he has been passed the torch by UCal, who dyed his hair blue for the team. He had so much love for this organization and this roster. I'm sad to see UCal go, but also I'm really happy that 1xN is here to make this team something special. How does the format in LPL work? Do they play each other twice in the groups? No, it is a single round robin best of 5 for this series. For this group stage. So each team has 4 teams in them. They will play the other 3 teams once. So that is 3 best of 5s each minimum. And then the top 2 teams go through into the playoff stage. The first placing team within each group goes through as into the upper bracket. They all get themselves, because it is a double elimination format, but they'll get themselves into the upper bracket. And if you go through a second, you go down to the lower bracket. So getting first, very important here actually. It gets you that Guardian Angel for the next round. 4 teams will have that, which is kind of important. Where'd I put my phone? Wait, did I bring my phone through? I think I should have done that. What is this? Oh, is this like manager? Yeah. This is kind of like their fantasy sports stuff. All good, Crumble Thief? Okay, folks, I gotta go find where I put my phone real quick, because I'm not sure where I put it. So I gotta go real quick, leave you with some very calm music in the background. How do these teams' playstyle, excluding skill checks, react to one another? BLG, well, they rely on a lot of skill checks, but they give themselves the best ability to use them. The way that BLG play the game is if someone is out of position on their team or the enemy team actually, they give themselves a lot of tools to instantly react. It's something which I call full contact team fighting. I should get my epic pen up real quick so I might be able to draw it. Put it this way, right? If I am jumped on by a support and the enemy team has a mid laner behind them, it's not the support that kills me, it's the mid laner. So my teammates behind me don't attack the support that's jumped onto me, they attack the mid laner over there who'll actually finish off the kill. And BLG do this exceptionally well. You'll see Bin and Knight both do this. Elk is caught out, Wei is caught out, Corki jumps forwards and starts hitting the Orianna on the other side. Na jumps at the Kai'Sa, and I'm actually gonna unmute for this interview because I like hearing these, and if anyone speaks Mandarin, you'll be able to get a bit out of this.
大家好，我是 TT 的 AD 选手一昌。
在开赛以来，可以说你的表现是非常优秀且稳定的，连续2次入选了常规赛阶段的第1、第2周的最佳阵容。所以你觉得跟之前的自己相比，可能今年主要成长的部分是哪些呢？
跟去年的自己相比，感觉今年就团战这些思路进步了很多吧。
更加的成熟了一些，是吗？那这次也是在第1赛段常规赛的最后一场比赛了，给所有的队友们加个油打个气吧。
就今天的对手很强，但就加油打好我们自己的就可以了。
好，加油
That's my worry as well, Destroy Care as well. I think that Bin will just dump on Hoya
同
sadly
样，
in
我
the
们也请
series.
到了 BLG 星际魅族的上单选手 Bin， 跟大家打个招呼吧。
I think I
大
said
家
that.
好，我是
already.
BLG 上单兵。
今天很多人都期待这场 C 组的头名之争嘛 ，BLG 持续强势，那 TT 在这个赛季也带来一些新的惊喜，所以你觉得他们的打法风格给你留下了怎样的印象，或者说你觉得可能跟以往相比有改变吗？
其实就是也没怎么研究他们的比赛吧，然后也没看他们的比赛，所以你这个问题问我的话，我应该回答不出来。
哦，但是今天其实很多人，尤其是侯雅选手，他非常期待跟你的一个交锋。他说他觉得你是最强的上单之一。那你觉得今天的上路会怎样展开呢？
我觉得我应该是一直优势的吧，除非就是我们换线可能出现了比较大的失误，但是我觉得我们也不会太会出现失误。
信心满满，让人更加期待今天这场比赛了。好，一会儿加油。
Okay, well, that was a little interview with a player from each team. Great to hear that stuff, and great to get some access to the players. By the way, if anyone does speak Mandarin, it'd be great to know what they know. Good to see you, by the way, off the grid. I notice your YouTube comments quite a lot on the videos, and it's cool to see us kind of building up a little bit of a regular viewership on YouTube as well. If you're watching on YouTube, hi, how's it going? And it's good to see you all. We'll look into our eyes, yeah. Dang. Okay, right. So, obviously we've talked about the AD carry matchup being really key in terms of those are that's we're going to be keeping an eye on 1xM, particularly for TT. There's a plugin that live translate videos. Let me see if I can find it. That'd be insane. I mean, would that work for live? Does that work for live videos? Huh. Because that would be incredible, actually. I think Sam's is coming back as well. Oh yeah, by the way, folks, of course, if you're on Onivia, you'll have seen more of Sam than me, actually, at this point. But unless you've been watching LEC highlights, because I've been there briefly. And LPL from last year. But Sam's coming back with coffee, and we will have ourselves a Brothers cast today. Everyone say yay! Just like we do yesterday as well. Hey Sam, how's it going? Good to see you. I was just talking through a little bit of the matchup and how... Well, look, I like TT. I like supporting this team. They're a team which I really enjoy. However, yes. BLG are going to do probably unspeakable things in solo lanes, really. Hey, Angie, good to see you as well. Okay, folks, I've got to post some stuff on my Discord. By the way, I'll show you the Sam, by the way. I've got a... Sam, look at this. We've got a cool little social slideshow thing on here. I should ask Chris to add yours onto there as well, actually.
That would be really lovely, thank you.
But I've got
Make
that.
sure you have one that's just yours.
Yeah, so I do that. I actually do have the same stuff. You know, Sam, you know the nameplate thing? I have that in your name as well now.
Oh, amazing.
I don't know how to get it on right now, but we should be able to get that. Anyway, just making things a little bit more fair for Sam, because while it is my channel, Sam is doing a lot of legwork here as well, as he has been doing recently.
It's nice to get a bit of where it's happened.
The funniest story possible would be... Oh yeah, by the way, in terms of the other playstyle, TT also like to play a very pile-on team style. They really like to play heavy dive with, you know, Kai'Sa plus like a Nocturne or a Vi, an Aurora for mid lane or a Kali, and they just all full send it. So I'm hoping this will be really bloody. I'm hoping that this will be... high action and both teams just slamming their faces against each other. I'd like that. It'd be good. Okay, I got to, well, the reason I was saying about, what was I gonna call it? Socials and stuff is I forgot to put, well, not forgot, I've just been snowed under with trying to set up the stream that I need to tell my Discord that I'm live. Cool. Well, we should be on to the arena soon, and then we'll get ourselves into the 1v1, and I love seeing 1v1s from BLG. You know, sometimes they throw On in there because On is actually quite a good solo player. He won the Solo King tournaments a few years ago. But, yeah, hey, the stream streak from Mecha, hey, I appreciate that. You have no idea. Let's make sure some of these cables are right. Oh.
Hello.
Howdy, Sam's wheeling in his big old chair.
That suitcase probably needs to move, making my life getting to the door.
It does. Well, Sam, I'll have you know, you moved it there.
It's your suitcase.
And you moved it there. I had it on the other side, out of the way.
It should be able to be it should be able to be your wardrobe.
That one doesn't go there, does
Yes,
it?
it does.
That
But they both came from your wardrobe.
The small one did. I can't remember if I had both up there. Maybe I did. I can't. Okay, you actually might be right there, but I know I can't have everything there. Obviously, hang on. What was this? Obviously, I'm not wishing it on you, but I could live with the behind the music episode, Alex and Sam brothers that turned esports enemies if it all falls apart. Oh my God, we'd basically be the Gallagher brothers, man.
It's just
What
was it?
What was it they said to? Because it was Noel Gallagher's band at first, Oasis, and then I think his mum said, "Oh, your brother Liam can play. He can play the tambourine and dance like a monkey."
It's so on brand.
He can do it. He's like he can do his little monkey dance he does, and then turns out Liam joined the band was actually really good for Oasis. Yeah, he's a bit of a prat.
They
but
both are.
They're not actually good people. I want
They
people
are
to
very
understand that.
entertaining, though.
But this is very obviously if you know Wonderwall, you know them.
Hang on,
but
where is it? I'm just gonna put Alex. I'm just gonna pull out
Right.
the important visual of what I feel like us going.
yeah, one sec.
Here we go.
One sec. Oh, have you got that? Did you got that?
Here we go.
Okay, I got this. So yeah, we
Yeah,
got
this
this
would
in
be
Disney.
us.
This would be us, folks. I need to find a way to, yeah.
There you go.
Oh my God, why am I showing this on stream? Why am I showing this on stream? You are my brother, Sabakin. You were meant to.
Halligan, you're my brother. It's supposed to be balanced.
I am born peace, justice. Once again,
Security to my new stream.
Wait, it's
Your
peace.
new
No,
stream.
it's not peace, justice. I know it's peace, justice. No, I've been
Security.
I brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new stream.
Your new stream.
Don't make me kill you. Anyway, folks, we're on to the arena as well, so we'll get some of these players walking up. I think I'm safe to have the stream audio live for when they walk out into the stream, so I am just going to put this there. And hopefully this will be okay. As TT have walked onto the stage there, be in Shanghai, the neutral venue for the LPL games. Welcome to the stage, Thunder Talk Gaming. Thunder has struck twice so far in the group stage, beating both EDG and LNG. I said it would be a close race for second place. Not everyone did, but I was the right one. And it was a great battle for that second place. TT have at least gotten there. And now they have themselves a chance to go first. Now, I don't think I predicted that one, but I guess it is going into the last series of the group stage against BLG. 5-game world finalists, MSI finalists, double LPL champions from last year. There is not much else to say about BLG except the fact that they are ridiculously dominant within the LPL as it stands, and they haven't missed a beat, haven't dropped a single game so far in Split 1 of the LPL. Of course, it'll be another best of 5 Fearless today. We'll be gearing up for our 1v1 side select. Oh, thank you for introducing the teams there. The duocast is by JD. It is. Great to hear from our hosts and stuff as we turn off potentially copyright music and we go back into our own calmer music as well as we get ready for the 1v1. I haven't actually seen who's playing our 1v1 right now, and I'm sure we'll find out very shortly. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Shenyerd. And yeah, as always, folks, mentioned this a couple of times through the stream. It's very cool for us to... I need to run some ads right now, actually, I think. Wait, no, do I? No, we're okay. We're okay for now. We're okay for now. After the 1v1 ends, we tend to run some adverts just because it doesn't get us through the entire game otherwise, which is a real pain. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Bin the Wise? I thought not. It's not a story that LCK players would tell you. I used to do a pretty decent Palpatine impression. Wipe them out. All of them. No spin from the host today. You know, there was a while where the hosts were doing all these different poses and stuff as they went live, live onto the, you know, they did their kind of final speech and stuff. It got a little bit competitive though. It got a little bit competitive though, because it was like, oh, who can get the best pose as everything gets through. Anyway, folks, we're gonna get into our draft for our 1v1 today. Hi, Sam, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Sam Tony, of course, here for the duocast, and we actually haven't seen we haven't got the nameplates for who's on the 1v1. Wait, is this just blind pick? Have they just blind picking Lee Sin versus Jace? Have they agreed to something? There are no bans here.
I mean, unless those are the two bans, but that's very funny.
Typically, I would normally see it's no. Okay, I think effectively there's been a bug with the champion slate, which makes some sense. I was thinking, have they just agreed to something? Why would they do Jace versus Lee Sin otherwise?
So, at this point, I mean, Lee Sin versus Jace would be entertaining. I feel like
Hoya Bin. Thank you, Deez.
Hoya Bin. Oh, so it's the top laners. Okay, good fun.
I do think it should be a 3-0. However, if any team is going to push BLG in this group, obviously it would be TT as the 2-0 team. I would like to see TT take a game. I feel that's unlikely. Think they're going to, and I think if it's going to happen, I think it has to happen in game 1 while you have all of your champions available to you. You need to sucker punch BLG.
Yeah.
Because I think BLG will only get stronger as the series goes on because their champion pools are massive.
I think there is also something to be said for the fact that BLG are coming in as heirs apparent, not just to the LPL, but potentially the world as well. They are one of the very best looking teams out there. They've kept all the same members. They look really, really strong. They look very, very competitive. They are playing very well. Realistically, it's other teams' jobs to step up to the plate and prove that they can take on BLG, because BLG right now are looking at the best from LCK, are looking from the best of the rest of the world and saying, I can take them.
Well, the thing is, BLG haven't played any games against top teams yet.
True.
And that's really what I'm waiting for. You know, I want to see them versus, you know, Weibo, JDG, anyone's Legend, and of course NIP as well. These real top teams, and we'll see how it goes to that. We get ourselves actually into our 1v1 straight off the bat, and what that means is I need to silence this music I've got in the background and go have ourselves a think about our live game sound. Udyr versus Corki. Not the matchup I would have said would be the most, you know, crazy 1v1, but hey, I'm here for it.
Hoya playing the Udyr, not really a surprise, it is one of his champions. Been on the Corki though. Where's my Camille? Where's my Jax? Where's my 1v1 options?
Well, okay, the thing is, Corki is actually an incredible 1v1 option because of the Conqueror early. You put on the, not the flame spitter, but basically the next best thing. You shred the resist, you keep walking at them, and they just can't deal with the Conqueror stacking.
Alex, but that's implying that Rage top laners might be valid. We can't have that.
True. Yeah, see, okay, folks. Once we get through to the next patch on LPL, it's currently live on, it'll be going live on LEC and on a bunch of other regions. I think LCK also had this too. You'll have Electrocute Quinn potentially coming up.
Oh, yes.
Electrocute Quinn is actually not a fair lane champion. Fun fact about Quinn, I reached my peak rank. A lot of people think it's on Ahri. No, it was on Quinn. I was
mid.
You Quinn mid and top lane. Well, it was mainly top lane actually. I'm actually a higher peak top lane rank.
That's hilarious.
That's hilarious. Kind of embarrassing for me. But yeah, that champion is super broken with electrocute right now. Anyway, that's a separate point. Runes are really good for laning phase, obviously, and Corki does unspeakable things. However, Udyr can play for shield backs and then just playing for the long game, and you just try and protect your turret, which we'll see. I think Bin might go for a turret victory if Hoya tries to play it too slow.
Yeah, and of course you've got Wingborn Storm, and one of the reasons why Udyr, we are seeing a bit of him, is he's better in a lane swap than a lot of champions because he can just the wave and get a lot of AoE damage down onto minions, which can help clear even in tricky scenarios.
But the problem here is Udyr goes for the shield max, and yes, you do have the ult for doubling up an ability and then using the Wingborn Storm to get even more wave clicks. Effectively, gives you the double duration of it. Just one of them is not centered around you. That if you max that, you might just kill you.
Yeah.
So that kind of sucks. Did you see that? He's put some points. He actually hasn't put any points into wave play at all right now. It is just in Tiger stance. It's not Tiger stance. Oh, it's whatever the bear stance. No, the claw. Look, I can't remember his abilities. It's the attack you auto attack one and the shield one he's got points into right now.
I remember Wingborn Storm.
Yeah.
Remember Iron Stampede.
Iron Mantle. I think it's a Blazing Stampede.
Blazing Stampede, Iron Mantle. That would make some sense. That would make some sense. I combine two abilities.
Yeah.
So I was struggling.
But look at this, Bin. The problem is because Hoya has not gone wave flip, Bin has already taken half the HP of the tower. Remember, folks, the win condition for a 1v1, and for those of you who are less familiar with the LPL, this 1v1 decides side select for game 1 is you kill the tower, you kill the enemy twice, or when the fiery ring that comes in to end the game, much like, your Fortnites and your Battle Royales, you kill them once during the ring out. Bin has already taken 2/3 of the turret HP. Hoya has Ghost and he has Barrier, so he can't even all-in Bin. This is a huge mistake from Hoya. Like, he's gone for defensive summoners, and I just don't think he can deal with it.
No, it's rough, and there's another shield with that Iron Mantle. It's Wilding Claw is the attack speed Tiger stance option by the bite. But yeah, I think this is rough. Ironically, Bin's also gone for the tier just to keep spamming through abilities. Hoya going to try and play for the healer, but let's give him an attack damage buff as well, but the turnaround is just there.
And he's taken the last plate. There is one last remaining. Remember, it's a little bit uneven if you played Earth. This is the system they brought in there when the plates aren't just the same
length,
same demarcations. That's a good word. I
demarcation.
Like demarcation. It's a good word. It turns out that when you're naturally English speaking, especially
you have some fun words.
Yeah, especially when you've got an English lit student for a brother.
Very true. I have a lot of weird words that are just like normal to me, and I use
it's like
it's
bring your brother to work day. Let's go.
Oh my days.
Bring your brother to work day. As Bin goes in.
Hoya gonna get ignited. I think he's just dead here. He's burned out. Hoya gets an Iron Mantle. Last auto. No, the barrier. Well timed by Hoya. The rocket won't quite land.
Because I don't have the sound effects, so Sam's got the headphones on. I was like, oh, that's his barrier. No, that was actually the thing which he'd maxed to stay alive. Now the problem is he has to recall.
Is his turret just dead?
Well, this isn't crashing cleanly. He needs the full wave to go in, and now he can start hitting the turret. So what he needs to happen is he would need to hit the tower obviously for a long time, but he wants to get the recall now, get himself a huge back because he doesn't want Hoya to just run at him. And
with the Ghost,
with Ghost there, with him having no mana, so he chooses to go back, spend his 4,700 gold to get a full. This is one of my favorite terms in League of Legends, by the way. You've heard of the one shot. Now get ready for the one shot. He's just bought an item full out with no components from it. Well, actually, he did have some, but yeah.
One shot till Hoya drops is the plan. Got some boots as well. He is very, very scary now. And yes, you picked up a Spirit Visage for Hoya to try and keep the healing up. Well, deal with some of the mixed damage from the Corki.
So what it does is it increases Udyr's shield defense. Yeah. That's the reason why you get it. Everything else is just a bonus. The sad thing about Corki is that he has so much mixed damage.
It doesn't matter that much.
It doesn't actually matter that much, sadly. In fact, he's mainly physical damage now. So it's just
it's switched off from being ironically mostly magic.
But you can see that with the Spirit Visage, the shield, which was already very impressive and now maxed out, gets even more powerful. The problem is you're against a level up full. Corki he's just gonna kill the tower. He's just going to kill the tower. Bin just plays minion farming. He's loaded up Farmville and he's beating his opponent.
It's a simple life, but someone has to do it. Just walks into it. Hoya's like, what on earth was this? That did not go right.
Oh, right. So we'll throw on some adverts now just so we don't get any while we're in game. And we'll get ourselves quickly into Draft 4. Our first game of the series. So we do have to silence this just for the whatchamacallit things, for copyright problems, basically. Oh, was the music playing all the way through this time?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's good.
Or at least I was hearing the in-game sound, so...
In terms of LoL World's history, Has EU ever won? If you count Season 1 Worlds, yes, they have. Fnatic won the Season 1 World Championship, but that was before Korea or China were invited to the event. So a lot of people, and it was basically held within Freak's basement.
That's the joke, yeah.
Funnily enough, folks, if you BLG have chosen blue side, there is no surprise there. But I do a lot of short videos. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll be able to find them on my YouTube shorts, and if not, you can go find them on TikTok. And one of the video series, the first one I did really in this recent era of content creation, I did some stuff on Faker beforehand, was the best teams to not win Worlds, and I started with Season 1, because I go through every season and pick a team which I think is the best one that people have forgotten about. And in Season 1, against all authority, the team that didn't win Worlds were a team that had Soaz and Yellowstar on them back in Season 1, playing in Freak's basement.
Before they were on Fnatic, of course, which is a little ironic considering who they lost to.
Yeah. That's the short stint of ADC Bin over, back to being a top player now. I think Bin can do whatever the hell he wants at this point. You know, if he wants to lock in a Corki top lane, who am I to say no to him?
I'm going to make a statement now.
Yeah.
I think after the last 2 years, Bin has cemented himself as the greatest top laner the LPL has had over the Shy. Just in terms of the longevity and level of skill he showed over the time, rather than it just being the Shy who had like a stint of like a year and a half of being the best and then kind of became very inconsistent.
I think 2018 to 2020, the Shy was clearly the best top lane within the region, although, yeah, he was clearly back then. Although Flandre was still contesting with him.
Yep.
Either way, folks, it is time for our first draft of the day. BLG won the 1v1 and have chosen blue side for game 1. As Bin, as we were just saying in chat, he had a stint as an AD carry, picked Corki, destroyed the turret, and now BLG get themselves blue side. Standard bans, very much so across the place. We've now got stuff like Vi and Aurora and Rumble open though, so some powerful things are going to get through, of course.
That will be the plan. It does feel like, of course, we're not on 15.S1.3, as the nomenclature goes, which would give a little bit of license to leave the Skarner open. We have started to see that just a touch with the new patch, because some nerfs have come on through. Still very strong, but we're not there yet, so Skarner remains permabanned. But Aurora's up, Rumble is up, but so is the Galio, and so, as it often is in the LPL, Cassante first picking simulator. You won the 1v1, we get blue side, you get Cassante.
But now you haven't picked the Rumble, you haven't picked the Galio, and the Cassante is a fine matchup for it. Hoya does play the champion an awful lot. I think this is quite an easy Rumble angle on maybe pick 3. You're probably not going to pick the Rumble. You're not going to pick another top laner for BLG. I think you could have left this until 3 if you wanted to do something else. However, you can also just effectively hide another pick by saying, well, you know we're going to pick Rumble. We'll just lock that in now, save ourselves a bit of time to then get ourselves a counter pick on 3 potentially.
You see there's a bit of discussion happening, so they're letting the timer go down to give themselves a bit more time to chat exactly what they want. They do get a hold of that Rumble. Hoya, as you said, put a lot of time into the champion, so certainly no stranger to it. Page 1 now waiting to pick for his team as well. Could look for a jungler here. Often is the one that you go on the R2.
Vi or Sejuani would be good. You want hard CC, really. Because the Rumble, fantastic, has great lane matchups. You want something to just pin them in there as well. You could have also gone for a hard CC support like Leona right now if you particularly felt like it. Obviously, they choose not to. BLG, do they go for something more backline DPS? They need to get some magic damage from somewhere. I was wondering whether they could go towards something, you know, a bit more bruisery as a jungle, or whether
don't play with my heart. Wait.
Sam is an Evelyn mate.
Don't play with my heart.
I've actually, that's the first Evelyn hover I've seen at LPL the entire season. So I was like, oh, okay, that actually might be something crazy. Zyra locked in though, really good into the Sejuani, not so great into the Rumble, so they do need to keep themselves safe from the CC combo.
Yeah, if you get hit by the Glacial Prison, you will die to the Equalizer as the Zyra. You're fine as long as you keep your plants between you and the enemy. It's a general rule with Zyra. If anyone has an ability to get to you beyond your plants, it is a bit of a sad time. They don't pick the Yone though, and it is a very good pairing with Sejuani. The OMG 23 specialty.
It absolutely is. This is the trio you go like, right, that's OMG on the Rift. The problem now is Yone, yes, very good if you get to the combo. Yes, Sejuani, very good if you get to the combo. Your first clear and your first 5 minutes of the game are going to be hell versus Corki Zyra. Sejuani cannot face up against the Zyra. She clears much quicker, and if you don't immediately burst her out, she just makes your life hell. You don't have enough damage to deal with her. Similarly, Yone can't play levels 1 to 3 versus Corki. If you take a bad level 1 trade, the game almost ends at that point, I think, with the quality of BLG. You need to be very, very careful about how you approach this. So TT, they want to have a strong bot lane that hopefully can unlock Feather onto the map to start joining things. They could also look for a strong level 1 bot lane and lane swap and then disrupt the Zyra. Those are the 2 options I see for them.
We'll keep our eyes on it, because it feels like BLG have got themselves a very good team fighting comp, and honestly, not that TT's comp is bad, it just comes with a couple risks to it. If you get to a point where the Sejuani gets to play with the melee options, it feels really good. If you get to level 6, it feels really good. It's just those first couple levels can get a bit dicey. If there's any team in the league that can punish levels 1 to 3, BLG probably are it. They are by far our most consistently high level team from what we have seen so far, and why we're having those conversations about why we want to see them against other top teams, because they are the ones that are coming in looking really hot.
There's a question in chat about why is LCK playing Mel and LPL isn't. So because the other groups finished their games on the second patch of the season, this group will do so as well. Effectively saying, look, all the teams will play the same games on the same number of games on the same patch, basically.
Which is
so finishing off our group stage on was it 15.s1.2.
Yep, that's the one.
That's the one. And then for playoffs, we'll go on to point 3 after that point. So Rakan MF removed from 1xN and Feather does make some sense. You could go for a Kai'Sa lane because it fits the composition. You can full dive. I think they need a very strong lane though, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them lock in. You could lock Rel here and hide your AD carry.
Kate.
But I think you need a winning lane to be a pressure valve for the rest of the map. Topside is going to lose early because of the mid jungle. Top lane, of course, can push for the Rumble. They need something which will unlock Feather through a strong laning phase from 1xN.
Ashe, and now you can consider a Braum, and it might obligate On to pick it up himself to deny that S-tier duo. And when you've already got the Sejuani and the Ashe, you don't necessarily need hard CC, or necessarily easy access engage rather from Feather. Not that Braum doesn't bring a lot of CC, it's just a little more defensive than say a Rel would be. The BLG saying, fine, we see the Ashe, we see the possibility of the Braum, and we don't care that much. Rel is locked in. They want to lock with it. It could strictly be Corki towards that bot lane, but the Kai'Sa would also
happen is BLG can look for a lane swap if they want as well. So it's a little bit, that would mean that their AD carry pick's a bit agnostic. They can kind of do whatever as long as they get themselves the lane swap. They'll just have to have a good enough level 1 to make sure they escape the early levels of the game.
Few AD carry options being considered. We've seen the Kai'Sa, the Smolder is locked in. Or is it going to be the Smolder bot, the Smolder mid? Tends to be Smolder mid these days. Don't see too much of the Smolder bot lane.
So that's another thing which I was about to say. The Corki could actually be flexed down to that bot lane.
Yep, it's good with them.
And the thing is, the Smolder actually occupies a similar niche to the Corki, where actually level 1 to 3, Yone still really struggles against AD carries.
See a lot of it,
he needs to get his E and his W to trade effectively, where he can kind of have that shield and gap close. Otherwise, the auto attack difference is just too heavy at the other levels. Ashe Braum completed on the other side. That will still be a strong lane for TT to play around. So they're mid jungle, losing early. Their side lanes though, pretty good, so that'll give them some early game options. If they get to their combo, the first target is going to feel very, very bad from BLG. They are going to get exploded very quickly, whereas with BLG, if they manage to get an early enough advantage and get people like the K'Sante and the Smolder into free farming lanes and just get some pressure on the map, I trust BLG to just run away with the map advantage.
We saw this Smolder Yone matchup only a couple days ago, actually. It was the OMG versus Ultra Prime series, if I remember correctly. That was a little bit of a fiesta at times, but there was a point where Smolder got like a 1v4 set of kills into Atacon withdrawals and eventually died to a Nidalee trap that was invisible next to the tower and burned out to the Leandries, having done all the hard work. Still won the game, but it was a lot of pressure on that Smolder.
Okay, getting soon into our first game of the day, and of course, folks, we are streaming on Nymaera on Twitch and YouTube, and also Onivia on YouTube as well. So if you want to join in the conversation, please chat. We are actually paying attention to chat because we like having you guys around. We like to have you interact with us as well. This is a battle for first place in the group. And TT, I think a lot of people didn't expect them to be here, but they do have a chance to do something very unexpected.
That they do, and Thunder Talk Gaming have been so close to walking the walk alongside Thunder talking the talk. They have been pretty exciting for a year or two, just not quite delivering. So far, they've been doing pretty well in the early stages of the LPL. Going up against a mighty opponent here, though, in BLG of all teams. If you're ever going to prove you are really top tier, this would be the way to do it. I just don't know how easy Is it ever easy against BLG? That would be. Onto the Rift we go. Let's let the crowd take it away. Invade comes through from Thunder Talk Gaming. Looking to get some wards down here. Might be them looking for the lanes up themselves as Knight. Interesting. Got himself a sweeper. Was towards his bot lane. I wonder whether they were going to throw Knight immediately into one of those side lanes. Has sometimes been a thing we've seen with the bot lanes going mid very, very early.
I was just playing around in OBS, Sam.
I saw.
So
very nice.
I couldn't do that all the time. Turns out I had to just eyeball it, and I was thinking, hey folks, I need to put this thing on so you actually know who's speaking.
It's Nymaera and me. Initialise.
It's us. It's the
brothers.
brothers.
We all sounded like we're geezers from London.
Sounds
London,
you've got no now Sam, that sounds like Disco Elysium. So we do have Kobo logo. Folks, if you haven't played Disco Elysium, do it. It's a great game. Either way. That tends to be my passing phrase now.
Did me in.
Sam, you are referencing a game. I'm going to be aware that most of these people listening
BLG could
have
do us
not
in this
played.
game yet.
Sam,
If you've not
again,
played it, why have you not?
Sam, you are continuing to reference a game which people have not played. Fantastic. You should go and play it. But,
however,
yeah, the early lane from BLG and the lane swap has gone off well for them. Sharing top laner XP in mid lane. This does shield the Yone a little bit from the smolder early lane, but Cassante getting some early levels up means that he can very quickly go down to that bot side. Now, Cassante hitting level 2 through level 3 makes him very, very hard to dive, so you can at least start going to that more dangerous lane on the other side of the map.
also saves you from the levels 1 and 2 of the Braum Ashe lane, which is pretty diabolically nasty, because Ashe lands are slow, Corki then gets to hit a Q, you get run down, there's not a lot you get to say about it. Even if Corki and Rel are pretty good in their own right, it's just you're a melee support into Braum, it can be pretty miserable in general. You
can see that as soon as level 2s hit, Yone does have some trading options. That first E gets some value. Level 3 obviously gets even better from that point. The fact that the lane swap has hidden the Yone's early levels is pretty good for TT, but you can see that Bin immediately getting himself onto plate gold. BLG started last year being pretty bad at lane swaps on the whole, especially when it came to, or rather, it wasn't world-beating at lane swaps, and that's what they were looking to be, world-beating. They lost MSI last year because they weren't as good at lane swaps. However, they got to Game 5 of World's Finals, and were maybe even the best team in the world for brief bits of time throughout the World Championship as well, because their lane swaps leveled up so much. And Bin became such a good player at getting resources out of them, even on weak side. I mean, people think of Bin as a carry player. He is. He is the best carry player within the top lane LPL pool. He's also the best weak side player as well.
He's just the most complete top laner, is the blunt answer. He's a long, long way away from a player who had 369 demeaning him bluntly for saying you can't play tanks, and that is a problem because you are very telegraphed. You're very obvious what's going to happen. Way potential gank. That plant spawn on Vision should give Setup some knowledge if he's paying attention. Grasping the slow. While. The deadly spines land, gets a shield with the cleave, flash forward for the auto, but has got the E going back. I think he's just dead the moment he returns. Deadly spines mistimed, and Setup gets to walk away.
His Doran shield keeps him safe, and now Knight could be in a bit of trouble as the next Q comes up. Knight just not able to get the Q after the auto attack. Setup gets out alive.
Both flashes burned. The gank looked good, but doesn't quite secure the kill nonetheless.
Okay, so what's happening otherwise here? Hoya, I don't think you can really dive him at this point. So he'll be safe. Rumble, he's not obviously a tank, but he is actually quite hard to dive as well, so he's managed to keep himself in meta through that. One of the few real carry top laners left. Bin, level 4, 2 biscuits, door and shield. He's completely fine on that dive as well, which means that even though we have a split map, things don't change that much. Way, by going for that mid lane play, did slow down his second round of camps a little bit. It's really annoying for them that they didn't get that kill in mid lane. Because the Yone, you want to punish him early. Now he's gotten to level 5, he'll get to level 6. He's got himself an attack speed component inventory already in the recurve. Bo is much happier in laning phase.
Way looking for a counter invade. Both junglers were on Vision at various points there on the same side of the map, ironically, just on different quadrants. Way, though, then goes for an invade themselves. You can see whether there was a Gromp up. It's not. Sejuani goes back to her Raptor respawn. Can pick up a bit more CS as they go. Looking for a dive now on Hoya. Wrap around behind, can look to crash down on the level 5 Rumble, who's burning as best they can, but it's not really doing all that much damage. An easy kill donated over to Elk.
clean dive. One of the best things about BLG was how they went about dives last year. That's Braum passive onto the Cassante after the W's gone down, but not sure he particularly wanted that. If he could have got a Q3 bop into tail, looks a lot better there. But smite away from Beichuan. Wei might be in a bit of trouble now. Has to flash out because of the teleport.
Yeah, that's the additional thing. Didn't get the camp either, which is a bit frustrating for the Zyra. But of course, with no flash and setup with lane pressure, you can go hunting for that deadly Rose.
They can't. Is anyone coming to help? No, he's just going to try and find a way to recall, potentially. Comet just went down. He might be able to get an execute if he goes under turret. He needs to not be on this one, though. Feather will end up getting a
Oh, no!
Auto-attack.
No! Feather flash for that as well.
Feather flashes, does not get the Q or the auto-attack execute for Wei, who makes it out with a zero-sum game.
There you go. Well, and so you know what? Earned an extra summoner. You're okay with that. Fast recall. All works out just fine.
Goes back, gets a faded Ashes. Ashes completely okay now. Does mean he's off the board, though, for the grub spawn. What's getting taken? So, anything else to really keep an eye on? TT, though, roaming around with the Sejuani Braum, very happy with playing around them as a duo. Do need to be a little bit careful with the Rel, though.
Do, as they are fighting over that vision that we talked about. Crash down from on. And the wards that BLG just fought for, swiftly removed in turn. 1XN caught under this tower, though, means that Corki first to roam. Elk here, remember, could get first bloods. Grub nabbed. There goes the Glacial Prisoner into the Equalizer. Huge damage to the Fate Seal back. Is beautiful from Thunder Talk. As BLG looking a little worse for where Knight is taken. Flash from the Rumble on in. And if that was a chess game, you lost 3 of your pieces.
Oh, it's really just about that huge combo, isn't it? We warned BLG about it. If you don't get enough out of the early game, TT will have the ability to crush down on champions like that Zyra. TT managed to force Wei to execute. They managed to force him away from the grubs. They get themselves potentially all 3 grubs here. We'll see what happens when the resets come through. Sejuani not the fastest taker of them. And a couple of things go really badly wrong here. I think On needed to get onto Setab a little earlier because he managed to get his ult off. You see that On just ends up piling himself into the wombo combo afterwards. I think On potentially plays that a little bit poorly to try and break up that combo, especially when BLG need to avoid it so heavily.
Trying to steal it does secure all 3 grabs. I appreciate the fact that, remember, despite the nerfs, Rel was a jungler for a while because your Q did a lot of execute damage on camps. Doesn't happen there. And I'll give it a good shout out there to Beichuan as well. Got the level 6 off the Scuttle Crab Smite secure to then pin Wei with the ult. Really nice play around the experience leads there.
So, we did say if TT were going to take a game off of BLG, and yes, they're both 2-0, but BLG are still very, very heavy favourites, it would happen in game 1, where TT had their full combo available. Oh, no level 6 for On. He's going to get Braum passive back. Doesn't quite get himself the stun onto 1XM.
Worth noting, the trade, though, is a couple waves to Bin, who is actually, despite the fact that Hoya comes out of that play 2-1-1, behind a couple hundred gold, just off the fact that plates and waves mean a lot.
That's going to be something that TT will they'll have to keep an eye on that the entire game, because it doesn't matter. Hang on, I just see there's an Ash Arrow up, and I saw that as Braum passive down.
I know.
There was a real chance to force something there. Okay, back to the point I was making before that. Yes, one of the things for TT really need to keep an eye on is the fact that even though they are technically winning the macro state of the game and they've got an XYZ, they've got a lot of individuals they have to keep an eye on, like Bin making plays like this.
Flash path make it into an all-out. The Equalizer is just to the wave. Knows he's dead to rights. The combo is good. The lane gank is fantastic. Even with that control wall behind in the lane, it doesn't stop the play. Bin finds his moment.
Good play, though, from Hoya to at least say, all right, I'm going to kill as much of the wave as possible with my ultimate. It's not about champion damage. Stop them from forcing onto the tower and using the demolish of the Cassante to get him that individual gold.
No flash, remember, on Wei. Where is the arrow coming? Comes on down. Wei now in danger. I think that's just a dead Zyra. Good pick off.
The Zeke's convergence, the aftershock, the Ash Arrow, Sejuani becomes an assassin with a bit of help. And Wei has been brutally forced on by TT in this early game. It's been a good start. This is exactly what they want to be doing, stopping BLG from getting just free clearing Zyra, free side lanes on the Cassante. And now they're going to get themselves towards an objective as well. TT, this has been a great early game. And this is why they're 2-0 in the first place. They have found their feet very well in this first split.
And I think we've done a lot of time praising people like 1XN and Feather coming from the LDL and being excited for those rookies. And again, part of that is me. I've been a big 1XN fan for a long time and doing that. But I feel like people like Beichuan have sometimes flown under the radar, partly because Thunder Talk haven't always been that great a team, but right now in this split, Bejuan is playing a really mean split of League of Legends. He is playing a great Sejuani game right now, has gotten the early lead, gotten the Zeeks. They've seen their top laner die here, and this is a really good read from Bejuan. Reads where the Zyra is going to be, punishes hard.
Yeah, and Hoya already knows that, you know, Cassante is not going to get max value out of the turret either. They're managing to check off a lot of things on the tick box here. They're saying that, okay, well, Cassante's not going to get the best individual value. We have the Asher. The Smolder is not ready to fight yet. Wei being so far behind as well is a huge problem now, because normally you do expect the Zyra to be completely fine versus the Sejuani. As you can see, though, Bejuan very, very happy, though, to just take these plays. He has been leading the game incredibly well.
Thunder Talk find themselves up only a couple hundred gold. Not huge. Part of that, again, is the fact that, even again, you know, despite how well these plays look for TT, it's still BLG who are still laning very well, who still managed to find places where they've got advantages, pushing towards this Cassante, who's got a Kanik Rooken very, very early on, means the Rumble has just got to leave this lane behind.
He's doing what he can here, but the problem is you're going to be asked to make this decision quite a lot, because BLG are very good at just making sure they have someone in position to get value somewhere on the map. Even if something goes a little bit wrong on one side, you'll have Knight or Bin in a side lane getting something right on the other side, which forces you to make some hard decisions. TT, they have Grub spawning soon. You can see, though, that Elk is now getting some good gold from that bot lane turret. BLG, they are very good at cross-mapping. TT, credit to them. They're not immediately going towards those Grubs on spawn. They'd rather get themselves the turret plate gold while they can. They know the Grubs are kind of guaranteed for them. Strong early game. They are going to give up the first turrets. That will be feats of strength over to, well, one of the feats of strength over towards BLG. However, with the Grubs taken from TT on the other side, if they get all three of them, they will be able to secure the overall feats of strength.
Exactly that. They managed to pick up a dragon and the first set of Grubs. Second set coming along pretty well here as into the tower goes setup. So sort of combine into and under into some weird word, but that doesn't really matter. I feel like my sentiments came across a nice arrow from 1xN. Forces on into a slightly tricky position, but they mount up and get away with a bit of Ferromancy.
Not really sure that's the play you want to make without the Equalizer. If you have an Equalizer, I think you can do that. So that's an Ash arrow kind of free. Feats of strength now completed by TT by taking those Grubs. Let's have a take stock of our items very briefly as we get some resets coming through. First item coming through for the Corki, very, very important. You do have, of course, first items coming through for the top side there as well. However, I look at all these first items, and I think they outvalue at this mark. If we get to 2 items, I think BLG start to pull ahead in terms of their combat effectiveness. For now, though, I think TT have the power spike, and they can, if they want to force it.
Trying to get onto this tier 1 top side, but TT not giving up for free. Hoya has roamed as well with the wave shoved up bot side. Has got this opportunity to turn up, and this could be a massive equalizer moment. BLG, you have overplayed your hand here. Teleports come on in, but a flash forward in the barbecue will leave On way out to dry. On spotted by the Hawk shot. Knight coming on over, but is on vision as well. I don't know whether the Achu slow will be enough as Feather speeds himself up, looking for a Q. Cannot get on top of the Iron Horse.
2 points. BLG, you don't have the power spike. Why are you choosing to put yourself in danger there? 2, they only lose 1 kill, so I guess we can take it back.
Woo! Knight has the flash, he's just dead anyway.
Oh, gets the assist coming through from Feather. It was just praising BLG, saying, oh, well, they're playing into the extra power spike, but at least they only got away with 1 kill, and Cassante's getting value on the other side of the map. But yeah, TT forcing the play and setup, going forwards with the Blade of the Ring King spike on the Yone, while the Smolder didn't have anything to their name either. Some big, arrogant plays coming from BLG, overestimating themselves potentially. Now Bin's getting TP'd on. He was the one that had a lot of value against him, and now suddenly he's been stunned up.
Trying to go all out, gets Ash over the wall, but 1xN cleanses, keeps running. There's a heal behind, Feather's coming on over, and I just don't think you can keep running. Hoya's here as well, puts on the afterburners, and a scrap shield and a flame spitter brings down that Cassante. 4, 2, and 1 now. This Rumble might not be picking up all the farm, but despite being weak side, has picked up a lot of kills.
Oh man, TT, they are going from strength to strength. This Sejuani, Braum, and the Ashe giving them so many different playmaking opportunities. Pretty much everyone on TT has some form of a go button or some way to follow up from range. BLG have disrespected that quite a lot. Now On, he's in a point now where he's going to get burned down if he starts looking for wards like this.
Tricky, and again, Rel is not unlike something like the Nautilus in the sense that you are tanky when you go in, when you get Aftershock, when you get your stats from your Magnet Storm. You do not get to be tanky if you're just walking in like this.
Yep.
Dead to rights, 1xN going to be donated the kill, possibly actually that Rumble, it's not. Beichuan lands a Glacial President into the Equalizer. This combo is filthy. The Stranglethorn to be nothing, and Wei dies for a 5th time this game.
How good are TT following up on these plays? BLG, they are being really arrogant. They're being disrespectful. But TT, through the Sejuani, the Braum, there's the Rumble, they always have something else to throw on top of the bonfire. And BLG are not respecting that nearly enough. We're now at a point where, you know, you look at the gold advantage at the top of the screen, getting towards a healthy 4,000 gold and upwards of that. BLG, we said they will maybe get themselves back into a power spike of 2 items. I don't think it's going to be two items now. It might be, it's going to be 2 to 2.5 at this gold advantage at this point. Going back to the solo kill where Blade of the Ruin King, fun and interactive item. On is trying to call TT's bluff here and say, well, they're going to reset. I can get a free ward clear down. Obviously, that's not the case, and On has been known to do this from time to time, where he can just lose his mind a little bit looking for the comeback play and instead just forces them deeper down into the hole. Question for BLG now, who carries them out of this state? We know they have a bunch of star players. Who is the person they will rely on to bring them back into the game? They want to slow things down, get gold, get a power spike. Who does that now?
And how is it that it's this year that ThunderTalk looked this good? When they've lost Yukal, when they've brought in players like Setab, who were bluntly kind of just there on DRX for a bit, back and forth between there and LCK challenges, when you look at players like Hoya and Beichuan, who were journeymen, really. Were they really top tier? The question you might ask. They've got 1xN, yeah, he's an exciting talent, but alongside Feather, another new player. And they come into this split, and they come into this game, and they are sucker punching BLG. They have called the bluffs, they have punished really hard, they've come in with the draft, they know how to play, and even when players like Hoya have been attacked, have had a lot of pressure in the lanes, still come out and been useful, despite being weak side, and this is really exciting stuff. Credit to Yukal, of course. I'm sure TT miss him, he's doing a great job over in Korea, but it's nice to see his old team is still screaming towards a good match here in Game 1.
Just gonna say as well, you know, when Shun last year had that one awful brand game where he got shut out of the game, he was replaced by Wei. Wei is currently 0-5.
Yep.
He at least has the bonus of not having anyone behind him right now in the roster. Look, okay, we're getting a little bit crazy about this one. However, BLG, at 2-0, they were known last split to potentially take the foot off the pedal just a little bit. TT, though, they'll take that opportunity.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what they'll do. You know, as much as say, oh, BLG, they'll turn up in playoffs or whatever. Well, they're not currently here on the Rift very much, are they? 2 dragons, 6 scrubs. TT have everything they want right now, and the only thing which BLG have really managed to do is get some gold onto Bin. Bin has been getting stuff in the side lane, but that's not going to be enough to win them a team fight just yet, as good as they are at team fighting.
They've lost a lot of turrets, and it gets a lot harder to keep your AD carries and your Zyra safe if you don't have turrets. Glacial Prison lands, the crash down from On keeps them alive. Stranglethorns is good. On to 3, Bin now looking up. Beichuan going now, Arctic Assault away. The Equalizer is solid, though. BLG just don't have enough damage to kill anyone off.
But I don't think this is a problem, because what did we say? BLG very good at cross-mapping. They do enough to force TT off the map. This could be the moment which BLG were waiting for. It doesn't necessarily look like it right now, but look at the macro. They use a lot of their big team fight ultimates here to force a recall from Hoya, to force a recall coming in from Feather as well. He's just gone back to base. BLG managed to open up just a little bit, and you can see that gold lead we were talking about earlier, it silently shrunk significantly from that one play, despite no kills going over.
Good shove from that. I'll say Setab on the mini-map used the Unbound Soul and the 6 scrubs as a Yone to get about half that tier 2 turret, which will die to another little push like that, even with the Cassandra, and very difficult to stop a Yone who gets access to a turret.
Yeah, but I think bot lane in a turret is one of the... Yeah, it can be a little bit hard to get towards that one sometimes. On going on a bit of a warding mission again. Do they know that Way's over the wall? Not sure they do. Beichuan very strong. It could be an Ash arrow coming in as well, but they have enough vision to at least see the flight path of the arrow. Warmog
second here, alongside this. Zeeks wants to be on the map as much as they can. No unending despair. Nothing like that has gone towards raw ult burst and a bit of HP to stay out and be available as possible.
I really like watching TT. I've liked watching them for a while, but it's nice to see them pull out a game like this. Can they close, can they accelerate this lead and get towards a really threatening game state, though? They're at 2 items now, but of course the 2 items from BLG coming in across the board too. Haven't quite finished that Muramana onto the Corki, but Smolder with Shojin Muramana feeling very happy about their power spike, despite getting, you know, killed and blasted a little bit earlier.
Gonna pull away. There's TT. Still at a solid gold lead, still with a big objective lead. They've got 2 dragons, 6 scrubs. and the ability to pull BLG towards an Atakan.
And the problem here is it's a top side, blue side Atakan. You can't go through this wall, rather. That's the wrong thing which I was trying to click on. But you can't go through there. You have to go up the river instead. And now they might have to go for a Zyra flash steal.
Looking for an angle. His setup doesn't get the best option. The equalizer also not super great, but it does prevent easy access through that choke point. Smolder calls it in Mother. But Feather blocks it with a door and says you can't join this particular
No soliciting here. Feather is down very low HP. TT might have just... Hang on. They might have just leashed it.
They need to go play this one. A big turnaround, though. Murders them. Weighs out. There is no smite. And they get another Q3. The Mortal Steel will bring down another Knight meets Hoya. And the Rumble brings down the man on the horse. Dragon dies despite the name. And now we're off towards TT picking up the Atakan. It looked ugly for a second. But Setup hits them all with an ultimate.
Well, for BLG, it's looked ugly the entire game. TT, they call BLG's bluff and say, all right, you're looking for your turnaround fight. Come fight Atakan. They can't clutch it out, BLG, in a rare instance of them flubbing a team fight. And now they are significantly far behind. They've done such a good job of clawing their way back into the game. Atakan will be claimed by TT. They have themselves the GA now. BLG will have to reset and get themselves onto the map, potentially to fight for a dragon. I don't even know if they can do that, though. You see, it's very difficult to enter the Atakan through this area of the map. You can't walk through this wall. You have to flash over it. It's a big problem for them. Setup starts charging up his Q on one side, giving a flanking threat. And while Bin is trying to block that off, they just lose their minds a little bit. On is typically public enemy number one when it comes to a failing game state. He's not great at playing the game from behind. He gets caught out, and not having that flash Magnet Storm is a huge problem.
And it feels that way as well. It's just really struggled to play this Zyra game. Don't get me wrong, TT have gunned for the Zyra. It is not easy when you get hit by any CC as a Zyra this game, but still 0-6-2, had flash, didn't get to use it. That hurts around Atakan. That felt like a moment where BLG had a moment where TT had kind of just perhaps overplayed there, and they couldn't capitalize.
Icewinds in chat. Is this OG Nymaera or is this his evil twin? It's both of us actually.
Yes.
We used to be, yeah. Anyway, now we have 6 grubs on TT.
It's the same person.
Yeah, we're actually the same person speaking. It's ventriloquism now.
Yeah, it's really cool. Mild amount of schizophrenia.
You're witnessing a mental breakdown happening on air, folks.
Oh,
TT.
because we're watching BLG lose in ignominious fashion, breaking my LPL brain.
No, BLG! Surely not like this! Look, I mean, that fight around Atakan, that's the fight which they always clutch out. When you watch a BLG game when they're behind, and they do get fall behind in games, they don't always take regular season as seriously as they could do. They always somehow find a win like that to keep their hopes alive, though, in these kind of series. TT have done so well. I think, for me, Beitron has been leading the charge in such a great way.
So good.
Look, you go back 2 years ago, I would be calling Beitron to maybe getting replaced. He was not playing well. Now he's having such a great game here after having a great game on the... hang on a second.
Knight as well forces the flash, the equalizer after onto waves down to 10% HP. The withdrawals come on through. That's actually pretty good value as 1xN tries straight on back. Fate sealed over the wall, trying to go into the Elk, and they can't quite get either AD carry. Lots of flashes burned. Elk, Knight, and Way all down theirs, but 2 withdrawals pop for the attempt.
Yeah, so that's going to be some gold back. Reminder that, of course, you do get a good amount more gold on the Atakan withdrawals than you do after that first patch. But, you know, reminder that TT haven't quite finished the job yet, but they've done so well at forcing issue. Once again, Beitron, the hero of that play, getting the ult over the wall onto Knight, forcing 3 flashes. I think you'll call that worth for TT. That's 3 flashes onto the 3 people that can't escape and engage. If you engage onto this person, they die. If you engage onto this person, they die. If you engage onto this person, they're also likely going to die, folks. It's not an easy situation for BLG.
Out of this one. And then you look at the builds, you've got triple items just completed for setup, 2.5 done for 1xN. Hoya has gone for the Shadow Flame second with the upgraded pen boots. Those are 3 very, very squishy people with no magic resist. We saw what a Shadow Flame could do to low HP bars just the other day when Lee built it on Kai'Sa. And I'm looking at double AD carries and an anemic Zyra who was 2 levels behind a Sejuani.
Yes,
it's miserable.
If people missed the Shadow Flame Kai'Sa build from Leave yesterday, it's very funny because you know how Shadow Flame gives you crit on magic damage below a certain amount of HP? That does work on Kai'Sa passive. Anyway, it was really, really nasty. Maybe don't watch that one for your mental health. Anyway, Baron spawning now. It is the it's the all-seeing Baron. I forget about the names. And there's territorial hunt. I think hunting's the base one. Territorial is the one with this wall in front of it, and then you got the all-seeing, which is the wider opening as well. You're like, BLG don't have those flashes to contest this with. They don't have vision control either. They have a Scuttle Crab, which helps just a little bit, but it's going to be quite difficult for them to really retake the pit.
You're going to have to try. Remember, no flashes on key members. Knight over the wall. Glacier Prison is wide, but the equalizer is beautiful. Beige1 goes flashing on him with an Arctic Assault, and Wei is immediately cut short. Set up into the backline with the Soul and Bind will go right back. Elk and Knight still alive, though. Hoya, though, an absolute terror. Does so much damage with just an E or two.
Yeah, you see that choke point so deadly against the heavy CC and the equalizer. It's one of the reasons why Rumble is so meta. BLG, they do, however, keep almost everyone alive. They do have Knight at full HP. They don't have a smite, but can they fight? I think actually with that E landing onto Elk, maybe they can't now.
It's just so dangerous. Feather stepping forward does not have the Glacial Prison, but can do a lot of work. They'll TP back on him, but they have no smite. They have to get the fight. Hoya gonna get picked up by Bin potentially here, but they'll still lose Baron. Goes down, setup threatens the backline. Knight has at least got stacks at this point, but On is turned off. Bin in a 1v3 is just not winning this one anymore. The resists go down as he goes all out. Hoya survives, and they lose 2 more.
How often is it you see BLG miscalculate so many of the big fights? Yeah, an early game goes wrong now and then, but it really feels like the big fights are where they come back into it. BLG have lost the plot this game, and TT, real credit to them. They come in as underdogs, but they've come in all cylinders blazing. Well, that's how you... That's all guns blazing.
Yeah. All cylinders firing would be your other one, which I suppose guns can do as well. I can appreciate the mixed metaphor, and suddenly Beige1's value out of that, Warmonk's becoming increasingly apparent. Got caught just a little bit at the end there. It stays well out of execution threshold, and we go back towards this Baron fight, because remember, Wei was dead.
He was dead, and you can see that, you know, Elk, if he has more HP, can maybe play around jumping forwards with the Valkyrie. He can't because he was hit by a stray Rumble E on the way into this fight as well. Bin, given a lot of gold on the Cassante, and we know exactly what he can do with the Cassante. Just can't quite finish off the kill, and you can't do it alone is the bigger thing.
This would be Infernal Soul as well for Thunder Talk. At this point, it is pretty much a foregone conclusion that Thunder Talk are going to win this game. And I'm not going to beat around the bush too much, guys. This was very decisive. It wasn't close. It wasn't a clutch from TT. It was an early game that they played well. And this Sejuani, this Yone are both critically far ahead. The Rumble has come back into the game, despite being horrifically weak side, and everything else is going exactly as planned. Yeah, you've got damage beginning to come on through for BLG, but how easy is it going to be to continue to get it down when the rest of the team is very, very scary?
They just don't have the damage for that, mate.
No, I mean, 3 items on Knight.
You do not have the facilities for that, big man. See that there's a lot of luxury gold coming in for TT as well. They have, oh my god, another fantastic ult.
Elk going to be forced out of this play. The Stranglethorns is good, but it doesn't really do much but buy a bit of time. Setup coming on over. And this Yone 2 levels up, nearly an execute on Feather, flashes away. And Knight with 3 items could still be dangerous.
Yeah, he absolutely can, but he just doesn't have the platform to play around. I mean, you have one front line in the Cassante, the Rel does not count.
No! Setab is about to fall out, has to flash away. The Immortal Shield Bow will keep him away from execute threshold, but that's another flash off Wei and off Knight again.
Really trying to force this plant to be put down to sapling status. 0 and 7 for Wei. He has been uprooted this game. TT have been so good at tracking him, responding to him, and the rest of BLG have really struggled to make it. There's a flank TP. They're going for it. This is their one play. Flank TP from the Smolder.
And there is no Yone here. He's looking for the inhibitor. Knight has to flap away. Beige1 will likely die, splitting up the rest of the team as Knight. Blast Current's out, looking for a 2, gets a slow on 2, but they only get 1. They don't quite lose the inhibitor itself, but Setab still gets the turret.
Oh, it's a bit of a pressure release, but that's all they get for that TP. It's something. It's their 3rd kill of the game. They haven't had a second kill. They haven't had a kill since, what, 8 minutes into the game? I can't even remember the timestamp. It's been a long time. TT have completely shut them out of this game. And they've done it in a really coherent fashion. It's not just been, oh, just one big individual play. It's been big team plays around the big objectives. They haven't slowed down, and that's a good sign for TT. A lot of people are coming here. Look, I'm not going to lie, folks. Most of you here are probably to watch BLG, and that is completely fine. They're a world finalist. Now you are here to watch TT and see how they can close this game. This team, they have been middling in LPL standards for a very long time, but they have had wonderful moments spread throughout that. We've seen particularly 1xN be the banner bearer for this team, along with UCal, who's now over in the LCK, and he's had a great split over there in the LCK Cup. I'm really excited, though, to see that Beige1, who has not necessarily been the first person I look towards on this team, having such a great game, leading from the front with Sejuani. Got an Elder Dragon in 3 minutes. BLG are still holding on. They still need to close this off. Let's see if they can find another fight throughout the choke point.
Arrow lands on to On. He's likely in danger. Way running away, gets his Stranglethorns down, but I don't know whether that will keep him alive. Going to get some more damage again onto this Rel, who does not survive any longer. Setab follows up. Support, jungle down.
Fantastic force again. Yeah, Beitron misses the ult, but everyone's on the same page. As we said, coherency has been the name of the game for TT, and BLG are not playing to the same rhythm. Wei has been completely off tempo. 0 and 8 now on Zyra.
Not quite my tempo, and BLG are getting whiplash. Setab came in to replace Yukal, a frankly middling player in the LCK. Not right here, not today. Matching toe-to-toe with Knight, this Yone has forced flash after flash, been such a scary diving threat. Nexus turret number 1 falls, permafrost goes down onto Bin, who is in his namesake. On goes in with a Magnet Storm, but it's in a teacup. It means nothing at this point of the game, and the little dragon that cannot. Gets a decent little super scorcher breath, but Setab again steps forward, feels empowered to do it. The equalizer onto Elk, the Valkyrie outpace one. Forces another little Valkyrie away just into execute threshold. They'll get one.
Can they finish it?
Is obscured, is going to go down. Surely Elk and Knight have to hold the line. TT split to make it too hard to stop them. And Thunder Talk, walk the walk.
Oh, the Thunder has left. BLG thunderstruck. They were dominated from the early game. The lane swap worked out so well for TT, it felt like, and Yone escaped the smolder. They took all the early plays that they needed to, and BLG find themselves in a 0-1 situation. They have lost their first game of this LPL split, and that is not something which I expected to be saying after game 1 with TT.
They were so close to being good last year, were TT, and we came into the year quite excited for them. People like 1XM, people like Yukal were going, hang on, this team could quietly be really good. To the LPL knowers, the people who know these players, who watch the region, and maybe aren't just coming in as people who watch Worlds or the playoffs and aren't quite as keyed into the league. And it's hard to be keyed into the LPL. There's just so many damn teams, so many damn games, that it's very hard to track the exact levels.
This is one of the reasons why we cast so much LPL. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We are brothers. We have cast, I don't know, 300 games here. Look, a lot of LPL games here from last year when the LPL broadcast wasn't broadcasting half the league. Now the LPL broadcast isn't broadcasting the whole of the league, so we're left with no official broadcast, so we thought we'd bring it to you both on our own channels and on Onivia's highlight channels as well. One of the things that we have done is track teams like TT, as you're saying, because it's hard to track everyone, but who cares about a 10th place, a 10th place just in playoffs team? Well, we did, because we actually saw moments like this, moments from Beitron where he managed to find his feet, moments from 1XN where he could really start comboing up the team and be the heart and soul of this. Hoya when he had that occasional Rumble game, which really took over. This team has had bright moments, and it turns out those bright moments are big enough to take a game off of BLG.
Exactly that, and I think it is so good to see that the pieces that have been so close to clicking, the walk that had been so close to being walked, finally seems like it's starting to happen a bit here. Again, it's still early days. It's only one game against BLG. It's only 2 series deep before this, but this is what I was hoping for Thunder Talk last year, and I think there's something kind of remarkable that you lose such a huge piece in someone like Yukal, who was expected to be the great mid laner for this team, is replaced by Setab, and Setab, frankly, had a killer game alongside Beitron, who another player who has been a bit of a journeyman, a role player rather than a front runner, and both of them stepped up big time today.
Yeah. There's a lot to be said from that. Look, we've known that BLG can sometimes fall asleep at the wheel in early games. We knew that from last split, even though they were incredibly dominant. And yeah, I will get hydrated as well. Thank you so much.
I'm going to do just that myself.
I have something here for that.
You're welcome for the coffee, by the way.
I appreciate it a lot. It's a very nice coffee. That is a lot of damage from equalizers. 1XN obviously walks... I mean, like, being an AD carry does help. I mean, it's good damage from the Ashe too, but those equalize... I don't think there was a bad equalizer that game.
They were all really smart. Yeah.
Hoya, I'm trying to think. I think it's still Beitron who's my MVP. That guy, so impactful at shutting down Wei. Wei didn't get to play the game. But it doesn't work unless you have a team that is full sending it with you.
And, like, credit to 1XN as well. I kind of didn't feel like the Ashe was the star of this game, but was just quietly free hitting for the majority of it. And again, a lot of that is hitting things like the Cassante just with the Ashe as they're running at you in the backline. That always inflates your damage numbers. HP stackers being hit by an AD carry will do that. but we'll have a look at the highlights now because it was a pretty exciting damn game from
It was.
TT.
This
great combos.
Fantastic first ult of the game. Realistically, you know, Beitron and Feather massively outvalued jungle support. And a bunch of how you play the games is through jungle support. I think that Knight and Bin did decent in the spots that they had, actually, to get the value out of the fights and the map state that they could. But realistically, how much can you get out of the map when your jungler doesn't exist, when your support doesn't exist? These kind of plays here, when you're against a one-item power spike, which you're clearly outvalued by, is not acceptable for BLG. Now, I get that it's group stage, I get that it's a best of 5, and they'll probably ramp up through the series, but, you know, you want to make a habit of the stuff that you do. Fantastic solo kill from Setup as well, knowing that even if there's a flash away, he'll be in position to follow up with the extra couple of autos. On had a bit of a stinker. We know that On can occasionally have that. It's kind of like in the Mickey X vein of thought where you try and force a ward or a ward clear when you think that the reset's 3, even if you don't have full information. TT called his bluff the entire game, man. And I'm actually left wondering as well whether that Corki should have just been kept mid and they should have put a different AD carry into bot lane. I really wonder whether that should have been different there to allow Elkin easier time, because the Corki didn't look great for him. Corki's a very valuable pick too. I've seen it destroy so many lanes. Another big point too, 1xN was dove on by Cassante multiple times, didn't die a single time. 1xN, you know, you're against Bin's Cassante, an LPL Cassante. Cassante has such a huge win rate in the LPL, to the point where the community says, if you lose with first pick Cassante, you're a bad team. If you lose with Atakan, you're a bad team. If you lose with both, we have no hope for you, basically. They didn't get the Atakan in this game, so they escaped that reality at least. But, you know, 1xN, fantastic kiting from him too. No one on TT had a bad game. They all played very, very well, and that's great to see.
And when you are getting the Rumble, you have to deliver. Hoya, another one of those top laners that has been a bit of a gatekeeper. Against the middle of the pack, against the lower tier top laners, was solid. Played well, would often beat them in that matchup. But against your Bins, your 369s, your Breeds and Flandres, those kind of genuinely top tier, world-beating household names for LoL esports fans. Where was Hoya against those guys? And the answer was often
where was Hoya when the Westfold fell?
Yeah, like dead back in the grey screen was the answer a lot last year. This time around, is given the Rumble. Yes, it's a champion that he's very well known for, but he does deliver. And bluntly, despite the fact that he was put under a lot of pressure early, still finds ways to get involved with the game, gets good equalizers, gets a massive, massive amount of damage down. You can't ask for much more there.
Well, folks, we're going to go take ourselves a drink break. We're going to put some adverts on as well.
Do you want to go grab some water first?
No, I'm good for now. I'm fine. I can wait.
Get myself a glass of
you
water.
do that. You got to rest that voice, buddy.
I do.
I can tell there's a bit of a rough edge to it. I'm just like,
It's been a bit dry this morning.
it is, but also you push your voice very hard. You push your voice very hard. It's a good tone, Sam, but I also don't want you to lose your voice. I do need you to be casting here, Sam. Who's our MVP? I think it's Beitron. Yeah, there we go. Beitron. Oh, such a good game from him. I like seeing players outperform my expectations for them. Beitron had some great AP jungle games last year. I think it was a good Zyra. I think it was a good Karthus. But realistically, he was one of the weak links of the team still. It's always good to see players outperform my expectations for them. I like to see that because, you know, I don't like seeing teams which and teams and players which struggle and don't achieve what I believe they can. TT are a team which I've believed in for a while, and they've never really managed to quite get towards the heady heights of, you know, higher placings in playoffs and stuff. If this is the year for them, I'm here for it. And I hope you guys are too. Thundertalk are one of the most exciting teams that aren't a top team. Now, they will sometimes int the hell out of a game too. Do I expect them to win this series beyond this point? No. No, I don't. But it's great to see them here all the same. Oh, Conrad over in Onivia's chat. Well, no, thank you for turning up. Of course, Onivia reached out to us to collaborate on this project. We'll see whether we keep doing this long term. We have a couple more days of regular season of LPL, then there's a bit of a break, and then we'll be back for playoffs, and we'll see whether we can get sponsors for that stream. By the way, if you're listening in and you are somehow tied to sponsors which would like to get involved with a live co-stream broadcast of the LPL, let us know, because we're here to keep casting some League of Legends. Just Leah, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. And Kaizenor as well. Appreciate you all. I've noticed a couple of people dropping in as follows. Yeah, we do pay attention to chat, so I'll just keep this off so you can see the votes. Top lane had a couple of votes too, that makes sense. But yeah, jungle was MVP for me. Was the music in the downtime after the game inspired? The music is just the Riot Creator Free playlist because we had some issues with copyright from using the clean feed because they have some copyright music. Licensing laws are different in China, so it's not an issue for them doing it locally, but because this is now an international co-stream where we're doing it, we have to abide by international licensing laws as well, which is a bit annoying. Doesn't BLG always drop game 1 historically? Yes, they do, but this split, they've gone 3-0 against both the teams that they're against, so yeah. I thought this was already sponsored by Mecha Fanboy. Yes, it is, but you know, we want to take the burden off of one very, very supportive individual, and Mecha is but one man and not a company. Exactly. Okay, BLG chose red side this time. So they choose red side after choosing blue for game 1. They won the side select for game 1. Choosing red side. That's very different now. Well, that changes things, doesn't it? I guess maybe they don't have to be afraid as much as like a first pick Rumble or a first pick Cassante. I don't have swag for them to shill. Yeah, if you had like a gaming chair brand or like peripherals, we could shout them out all the time, you know. Important note is I can't use the LPL QQ official website because their live streams do not work because the VPN. Yeah. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay here then, comrade. Thank you, Etheris, as well, for the follow. If you are enjoying what we're doing here, drop some likes, drop some follows on the videos, and if you have a Twitch Prime or something like that, it means an awful lot to us too. Always rooting for TT, but that wasn't BLG. They were asleep all. Yeah, I agree, Andrew. BLG do lose game 1 of a series quite a lot. That is a known fact. Right, I need to run some adverts at some point for our Twitch stream. I think Onivia tends to run the adverts at the end of the game, so you guys are probably okay for now. Yeah, I'm gonna go take myself a quick break, rest my voice a little bit. I'm gonna turn the cameras off, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes, folks. So. Initialise popped off in NLC yesterday. Of course Initialise popped off in NLC yesterday. Initialise pops up every time he puts a goddamn microphone in front of his face. It's great. It's great to have his brother and a caster.
Oh, that's very lovely.
Ike Vile was saying that you popped off in NLC. I agree.
Thank you. We had some, yeah, it was really fun casting with Solari last night. It was a good time. We got 2 really fun series. One which was Lost Return doing the business, which is kind of cool in its own way. We saw a 240 CS Ezreal at 19 minutes.
Okay, and that's your series score, by the way.
Fabulous.
I like to have that on there. I don't know where to put my camera. I feel like I should put it elsewhere.
Maybe top left corner.
Maybe
might that.
Maybe anyway, I'm gonna go get myself a coffee real quick.
The kettle just boiled as well. If you want to do tea.
Nah, I like coffee.
That's fine.
I feel like a coffee, so
then do that.
Yeah.
I've got a tea brewing. I'm just gonna put some.
Oh, I should get a coffee. You know, I've actually got a coffee.
Go get the coffee. That's super fine. I'll hold on to chat for now. Yeah. Don't forget to show love to the StarCraft 2 streams. Are there StarCraft 2 streams happening? Fun. I used to really enjoy watching StarCraft. It's a really entertaining game to watch. There's just some wonderful characters playing that game. Do not consent to being held, says Trinity. Sorry about that. Not really. Hey Al, did we run ads? Did we run ads, chat? It looks like we did. Ooh, how exciting. Have we got a little bit of an interview? Let me just quickly do a bit of flicking around to make sure we can listen to this. Always lovely, especially when we are getting interviews from Thunder Talk. Some of these players who I think are not quite as well known yet. I think a lot of them will be. I really, really do. I think they're really awesome. Let me go to this one.
선수라고 생각하고 있고, 그냥 저도 잘 싸워서 이겨야 될 것 같아요.
I'll move that over there. So I need to unmute in a second or two. We're going to have to. There we go. Got to mute again before the copyright strikes. Cursed copyright music. Champ Select music is copyright. That's ridiculous. It's very annoying. Ads running as we speak. I couldn't see. I'm sorry. I had to look over at a small screen miles away from me. Involves far too much work. Far too much work. We can bring the camera back. Hello, guys. How are we all doing? Having fun out there, folks? It's because Alex did it from his dashboard, which is very reasonable. It's a completely normal way to do it, but it just meant I had to kind of glance over this tiny little button on the dashboard to see there was like a little bar going across it saying there were ads happening. So I was like, oh, are ads running? Because if not, I need to go do them. So I thought I'd yell at Alex, because sometimes that's also something I do as his older brother. He needs yelling at, just occasionally, you know? Got to keep him in this place. But still, fun to talk. Looking really, really good there. And I think it was from players that you wouldn't expect to be the ones that deliver. Setup was an LCK Challengers prodigy on that DRX Challengers roster in 23 that was monstrous. They were the ones that won ASCI that year as well, the kind of challenger level international tournament that all the LDL teams turn up to, that the LCK Challenger Leagues turn up to. They beat Max 3-2 in the finals. I cast that with Alex. Setup was really good in that. I know there was a lot of hype for him coming up to LCK, but it was with Pleta, of course, in the support role. And unfortunately, that DRX roster was not it. A lot of rookies were thrown in the deep end, and there is a deep end, and there's the LCK as a bunch of rookies, and it was a tough time to be a new mid laner like Setup, right? You're going up against your Fakers and BDDs and Chovies and all these other insane players with a load of rookies around you. Not easy to improve and figure out what needs fixing first, and you can kind of get a little exposed, and he did. And exactly, a lot of it wasn't on him. A lot of it was just the scenario wasn't very fun. However, now we are looking at a pretty different state of affairs here. We are looking at a team that is really coming together, that's got a little bit more experience to them, and has got a little bit more je ne sais quoi. There is that bit more coherence, that bit more confidence, and bluntly, a little bit more ability to deliver from multiple different roles. It doesn't always have to be 1xN space gliding over a mid-game close team fight. It doesn't always have to be a really clutch team fight engage from Feather or whatever. Some of these other players, I need this to move. That can be moved. Do a lot of work here. Just chatting about Setup and obviously the fact he came up from that DRX Challengers team that was really, really exciting, and that we cast them winning ASCI a few years ago with that ridiculous late game teleport to end the game, if you remember, when they were all fighting around Elder and teleported to end the game and denied the max.
Yeah. Oh man. The thing is, I feel like I'm going insane sometimes when I'm casting LPL, and it's a great feeling to have sometimes, folks, as we get into draft where you know so many random things that have so many joyous moments about a team which no one's ever heard of.
LPL teams represent.
LGL, our Japanese teams in 2020, teams like Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk, which are a bunch of the... Wait, look, Ultra Prime had great social media. By the way, I've heard they've let go of their social media manager. That is a horrible mistake. You best bring that Ultra Prime social media manager back, or I'm out for you.
I'm just saying, socials teams out there, you're looking at one of the very best in the business. Go hire the person.
Oh,
good
man.
look.
You have no idea how much that gets under my skin. I love interacting with our social managers. As we get through into our second draft, of course, BLG chose blue side for game 1 after winning the 1v1. And now Sam's rolling about his chair.
There's a slight incline at this part of the thing, so I keep sliding off to the right. It's really annoying.
Yeah, but BLG, after losing game 1, chose red side. So they, at draft 1, they said, we want blue. Now they've said they want red. Almost every team in the world is picking blue side right now, and that has been an LPL trend as well. Very few teams pick red side. Banning out that Poppy, the Nocturne, and the Vi, I mean, those ones are all quite composition defining. The thing is, with stuff like Cassandra and Rumble out, I mean, Jace is the dominant laner. He even beats most of them in lane either as well. But BLG, you don't have the ambassador to counter this with. You need to find something to answer the Jace with. That's tough.
Varus a consideration here for BLG, saying, look, if we're going to have this Jace be a problem on one side of the map, at least we can find arguably the most consistently dominant laner left available in the Varus up as another option. Flexible in terms of how you build, but depending on draft. And so honestly, similarly with the Jace, is a flex between roles strictly. You can build in Bruiser, you can build in Tank, you can build in raw damage. They'll lock in the Shin's Alpha way as well.
You know,
there's more agency.
There is a comment in chat, and this is a really interesting conversation to have. Seems like red side is stronger in LPL right now. 70% win rate or thereabouts right now. The thing is, most of these groups are top teams versus bottom teams, and losers get side select. So if you lose a game, you choose red side, or you choose blue side, but red side wins because the stronger team is there. Typically, that is the way that it's worked out. So that stat, I think, is lying by omission a little bit. As we get through into our second round of things, as Beichuan locks in the Nidalee alongside the Leona, heavy CC to lock up the double poke.
Who was MVP last game?
It was, of course, Beichuan.
It was Beichuan, and I say
he had a really good game.
He is really feeling it today, and if you're wanting to try and earn a Nidalee pass, Maybe on a day like today, it might be a good option. Double poke now with the Jace as well, so even if you do get to a stage where it's a bit more even in the mid-game, still compositionally makes some sense.
It does so. Rakan locked in for On. That's been historically his best champion, I think. That and Renata tend to be the two which I think of the most for him. Varus, Rakan, very kind of take on all comers bot lane, does a lot of different stuff. You can go towards the poke, the Varus, you can go towards the On hit, and the Rakan just kind of does whatever the hell he wants, really.
I know it's a bit of a throwback, but I remember when we were looking at that beginning stage of 2023 when we're getting a lot of Enchanter supports, On's Lulu, his flashes on Lulu were pretty insane as well for polymorphs and heals and wild growths. I like seeing him on that one too as a bit of a throwback there to a different era of the LPL. Still, bans coming on through. Ezreal, I think, makes very much sense for BLG as a ban because it would be a third poke option and the range begins to get very, very oppressive at that point. Ziggs, similarly, a poke option. Great combo with Leona are both of them as well. So, double duty there in terms of compositional solid picks. The Aurora, very, very potent right now. Is a flex. Could go top, could go mid. Do not want to deal with that champion that is exceptionally strong. Quite hard to manage as well. The Victor as a last ban, big team fight anti-dive champion can be a very scary late game option, even if it is not as popular here in the LPL as it would be, say, in the LEC.
Yeah, it does feel like TT really going for that outrange. Xin Zhao the good thing about the Xin Zhao is it gives way, who has typically been better on this style of pick. He's one of the better Vi players in the world, one of the better Xin Zhao players in the world. Early presence in a way that the Zyra failed to have last game. A Knight picks Akali. Wow. Now that changes the conversation a little bit because TT are playing for outrange, but a little bit, right? They've got the Nidalee and they have the Jace. Even if it goes towards a Bruiser, you're still playing for outrange. Akali closes that distance. If you let Knight into a fight at full HP, if you go too far beyond your vision line, you get to flank, he can end the game. Now, one extent needs something that can self-peel at this point. So I think either having enough range or enough self-peel changes the equation a lot.
Jin's a choice.
Goes for the Jin, good laning phase, also great ability to follow up with poke. You land a little bit of damage, he lands that W, and then suddenly the poke isn't targeted. It is not a free, like a skill shot anymore. It's a targeted thing, so they're rooted in front of you.
Well, the theme is pretty clear from TT. BLG, though, I think I've got a few answers there. The Xin Zhao, the Akali, if you time your engage right, if you find good flanks, you can force some panic summoners out, and the Rakan and Akali can follow up a long, long way. Ornn is an option here as well.
Oh,
very good disengage.
And now that means that the Jace is going mid lane into the Akali. Setup has taken the skill matchup, melee versus melee, well, I guess it's half range. And the last pick is Bin's Nah. So, I think BLG have just said, all right, skill issue last game. Let's get ourselves a couple of outplayed champions. The Nah will want to side lane versus the Ornn and just take over the side lane. The Akali wants to take over a side lane potentially too, and both of them want to flank into team fights. BLG are not playing front to back. They are playing all angle attack all the time. TT needs to be very careful about vision control. Needs to be very careful about allowing Bin and Knight angles into fights.
If TT can keep BLG at range, if they can ensure that the Leona and the Ornn manage those attempted dives, Thunder Talk will be incredibly oppressive. The Jace, the Jin, the Nidalee even in this composition, just throwing out skill shot after skill shot will get miserable, and no one realistically can tank up that damage either. The tanks aren't all that tanky for the side of BLG. However, BLG have got a lot of tools, a lot of flank tools and ability to make some very, very scary angles that can break that distance, can break those nice, neat battle lines that Thundertalk want to play around.
We will get ourselves into game now, and we'll throw ourselves on a little bit of a soundtrack as well.
For the record, I did double check. You can just click mute and unmute once you've chosen your volume. It'll go back to the same volume.
I tried that one time, but it didn't work, Sam. So I get scared of it
that's
now.
super fair. That's super fair. It's normally okay, I think. It's just when you've refreshed the page, it can be a bit funny.
Okay, good to know. Because I tried it once today. I kind of blew my eardrums out.
Yeah, that's
pretty bad. I don't want to do that to many people
fine.
watching this chat. And of course, thank you if you are watching us as well. It is great to see these moments like this and to cover a little bit of the history of the LPL. We hope you're enjoying a fine day of League of Legends. BLG are world finalists, TT, a team you've maybe never heard of if you don't watch the LPL that much, as we get onto the Rift and listen to the Gyos.
BLG getting some big cheers. Thundertalk also getting a fair amount of support here. Some players fans understandably quite excited after a really convincing game one. That wasn't a scramble. That was just good play.
People like an underdog story if it actually starts working out, especially when BLG was so dominant last year. They beat out teams like Weibo, some famous players. You know, they beat out Scouts LNG and so many of these big teams. The thing about being on top of the hill so dominantly, people want you to fall. That has always been a case. People cheer against G2.
Heavy is the crown.
They cheer against a FlyQuest or a Cloud9, whoever's been on top for so long. People do that. It is a well-known phenomenon, and I get it. I get it. Beichuan does need to be a little bit careful here. Walking up, and they are not forcing the lane swap. They're forcing standard lanes now. There was a decent amount of damage back from the Comet, but Beichuan at least scouts out that duo lane. Has a bit of help to take that first blue buff. Wei starting on his own Raptors. Good level 1 though for TT. They get some poke onto On and Elk, which will help for the level 1. Beitron's into the enemy jungle already. And BLG have not had the best early game plans in these first 2 games.
No, they have not. Nice engage from Feather. Keeps the side of Elkanon away from the wave a little.
And the big thing there is Feather goes in. Hang on, Wei goes off his Raptors, goes straight into the enemy jungle, forces the flash. Wei managed to get something back. That's important. We were saying already, BLG's early game plans weren't looking that great. That helps a lot. Wei needs to have a better game. It was honestly a bit of an embarrassment to him that last game. 0 and 8.
Don't get me wrong, it was not an easy game to play Zyra from behind. The levels, just bluntly, the lack of flash all the time was really hard to play around when everyone was gunning for your head.
Yeah.
But you have to be better than that. And that just wasn't the case.
Some talk and chat about where is this venue being played, where do the LPL games take place. So there is a neutral venue in Shanghai which is being played here. That'll be played for most of the games. However, there are 4... Hang on, that's a 1. That's a 2v2. That's a lot of damage.
Flourish. Elk has to cleanse. And another great engage from Feather. Flash on forward. Forces Elk out. Both summoners down.
If that had hit, if that Shielded Abre hits, Elk goes down. Very good 2v2. Here in Shanghai, the neutral venue, as I was about to say. There are other teams who have their own arenas. NIP, WE, JDG, and LNG, who all have their arenas elsewhere. This 2v2 has been so nasty. So much damage. But they play in their home arenas, everything else in the neutral venue. 1xN and Feather using the little bit of poke that Beitron helped them get at level 1 to just steamroll over the first few levels.
This is into a Varus, notoriously good at the laning. Flash heal now off On as well. Elk is struggling. On is struggling. Feather timing his Aftershock and Eclipse cooldowns to get so much value on the engage.
And you know, last game was about Beitron and it was about the top side of the map. This game so far has been about this bot lane. 1xN and Feather, who have been the stars of the show for TT across this split. So far. It has been great to see, you know, 1xN and Feather both come up from LDL in the last few years and make a ruckus of things. Feather had a split on Rare Atom, come over to TT, has been a revelation. I love his Blitzcrank, I love his Rakan, I love his ability to find those creative plays in 2v2s and in team fights. There's Alistar, another notable thing too. 1xN, I love everything about this guy. I think this guy, alongside Leave, are battling for next great AD carry within the LPL. Against BLG, this is a time to show you can do that against top tier opponents, right? It's all well and good me saying that when they're stomping LNG, EDG, and last split a couple of teams which are struggling too. You gotta do it now against Elk, On, and BLG world finalists from last year.
1xN alongside Milky Way was my top prospect for LPL back in 2023. 1xN was called up, deservedly so. Milky Way was called up last year, and remember how FPX looked in spring? Yeah, shit hot is the answer. I can do that. It's our own stream.
Yes, it's our own stream. We can do what we want. Yeah.
And part of the reason why I was so excited about 1xN was he was on a team that wasn't that great. And he shone regardless. He was a carry when the team desperately needed one. And from game states that were awful, from game states that were good, he looked good in both scenarios. And you look at other teams in the LDL where the teams are working out really well. They come into the LPL and they're just so used to winning every lane, having junglers that can play off all those winning lanes. They don't know how to play against opposition that might actually be able to match or exceed them. How do you play from a game state that isn't as favorable? 1xN already had been tested by that down at LDL. He comes up, has a lot to him, and he can really, really pop off. The man glides like very few others.
Mecha mentions Bulakaka in chat. Oh, but what about Bulakaka? Look, he's great. He's also currently playing in the PCS right now. He is? Which is the stage below the LCP.
He's Talon's Academy team. I'm glad he got out.
But there's a lot of history to this, folks, and we like talking about it, and hopefully you get to cling on to a couple of these storylines too. We switched around the map. Of course, Grub's spawning soon. We typically see some bot lane rotations for that. Feather and 1xN still getting some good damage down, but Poke Varus It's still someone that you can't write off in laning phase. Beitron hit first. If this hits, that could have been a deadly combo.
Quite. The thing is, you do have a fair amount of setup for the Jace and Nidalee to make their skill shots a lot easier between the Leona and the Ornn as the game goes on. However, all that pressure there will give the green light to start at the Dragon, but 1xN and the rest of TT head over to the Grubs, and we'll trade those objectives pretty happily.
So, we haven't talked about mid lane yet because that's been very neutral. This is going to be a bruiser Jace. I think tank Jace is slowly dying, but anything with HP items or HP on the component is fine. It's the same theory as the tank, it's just the bruiser then allows you to make use of Jace's kind of damage a little bit more, especially now the tank items aren't doing that as much for you. So BLG needs to be a little bit careful of that one. Really want to see how Knight and Bing get involved in the game. When the going gets tough, and look, folks, last year, BLG lost a lot of game ones. I just didn't expect them to do that right now in their current form. They need to have someone here to potentially defend the dive, though. They're clearing out the wave so it doesn't hit the turret so easily. That should be fine. Oh, maybe it's not fine.
They go in with the Eclipse. Zenith Blades in on jumping away. Last order would do it to 1-for-1. Elk now going to keep playing this. Way coming on up is over by the red buff pit right now. Beitron needs to run around. Way. Beitron does have flash. Flash is far enough to get out of range if the wind becomes lightning.
Clutch flash away from Beitron, and that W hits. He is a dead Cougar. 1-for-1. Kill goes over to the Nidalee. On the other side, it goes over to the Varus. I think both teams not unhappy with that. Knight goes in with the ult.
Final angle setup, gets a big chunk to the skies, he goes, flashes away, doesn't quite get the execution, flash on out, a last auto would do it, the burns in, needs to go in range, and makes it a 1-for-1.
Close run stuff. Knight gets a solo kill, Beitron returns a kill back, and now is a 2-kill Nidalee, and it's something which TT's MVP from game 1 will be very happy about. I think Knight might have been able to get away cleanly. I think he missed a Q in melee range somewhere, and that can be a little bit hard to hit some of those melee range Qs on the Akali in the heat of the moment. TT, still though, not clean plays, but a lot of emphasis now on the Nidalee to start snowballing away from this game. This is the dive in the top side. We can see, okay, holding the wave outside turret, but then the engage comes through. Nidalee, Leona, that combo has been so nasty from jungle support for such a long time. Beitron lucky to get away here. Luckily didn't take aggro as the Leona ended up dying. This is a fantastic flash. It does not get closer than that.
Wei really thought he had that. Channel the W, the wind becomes lightning. You can flash mid-animation to make it very hard to dodge. Beitron swift enough with that trigger finger to get out to safety. Again, cost that extra summoner, but this Nidalee going to be ahead of the curve, and that is great news if you're in the Nidalee. Solar Flare lands, and that is a very, very unhappy Elk. Flashes away, Chains of Corruption comes on down, but the curtains are called, and Varus has a horrible time. Now oncoming from a flank angle, might be able to get 2 here bluntly, as the quickness comes on down. Feather being forced to run away, and will likely traded. Does become that 1-for-1.
So, really good pick off onto Elk at the start of it, but it didn't quite happen cleanly enough to escape turret shots, which opens up the return. BLG firing back so much better in this game than they did in the first. Reminder, it took them 28 minutes to get to 3 kills in the last game. They've done that in 9 minutes this time. Having BLG shut out like that in a game 1, it's very unlike them. Even though they lose game 1s quite a lot, in that fashion, it's not what I'd come to expect from them. Of course it's not. TT, though, lots of power in this early game being used effectively. They need to now transition this out of early game. It's harder to play around it, I think, than the Sejuani Braum, which is much higher margin of error. You can make more mistakes and it works out better for you. BLG, the thing which I'm worried now for TT from the side of BLG is that they have so much individual agency for Knight and Bin to completely run over the game from the 1 item mark, which they couldn't do in that last game. They needed 2-3 items, which never really came around for them. This game, going to be much easier. Bin getting towards Mega, has flash.
Gonna get knocked up, charge is flashed away from, the spear goes by, they'll be happy enough picking up the summoner there.
I think they will be. I think that's the right call. LPL, if I were to make it a very broad stroke kind of thing, LPL is the region of summoner economy. I think it explains so much about the game. If you view the LPL through the lens of, we fight to remove your flash, we fight to remove your ultimates, then the region makes a lot more sense. Right there, trading an ult for a flash so Bin can't go for the more aggressive sideline plays. It does make a lot of sense.
Grub spawning in about 5 seconds. Beitron on the bot side of the map, clearing up towards that. It is BLG who have got more wards, more pressure currently around that side of the map, and TT might just say, look, we'll just give that setup. We're happy enough having gotten an early set. We'd rather play elsewhere. They are, however, coming now towards the mid lane, as there was a route on Elk. And he did lose the flash in that last play, so that's a pretty key part of that summoner economy we're talking about.
Oh, that's a big engage.
Shades of Corruption comes on down. I think that's just a very dead Jin. Nice combo from BLG.
There they are. Knight has the R2. Feather has a flash, and he won't even use it. That was a fantastic timing, because guess where TT thought BLG were? They thought they were on Grubs, just up there, as it just hands the hammer away. So TT lose the mind game. BLG say, okay, you think we're on Grubs, we're gonna go mid instead, take a kill, and then go back to the Grubs anyway. Really well played from BLG, playing with the assumed timings on the map.
So ult burned though, and there's only one Grub taken. I feel like TT theoretically he could come in contest. Beitron is there, has got a smite available, can start to play this one out. Going to not get all three. In goes that Nidalee. Shock blast after. Hop away, but Wei gets a knock up with a 3-talent strike, interrupting the pounce. 1xN has returned though, looking for the deadly flourish. Solar Flare gets a slow. They can keep going. Holding BLG in the play. Curtains are called. Wei in danger. Has no crescent guard. Will surely burn out here. Doesn't get another. Jace picks it up, and TT end up going 2 for 2 over the extended trade.
Yeah, because BLG attacked mid lane when TT thought they were on Grubs. That meant that they hadn't done Grubs yet. TT know this, and they say, well, if you go back to it, we can fight you now. I'm really happy that TT see the opportunity, and they don't back off. They don't get scared from it. Knight gets level 10, might be able to stop the recall, doesn't quite. Didn't have the ultimate to really follow up on a kill there. Anyway, this is why I like TT, folks. They don't just put up and shut. They don't just step back when they see a threat to them. They do stand on business. BLG were expected to be on Grubs. TT didn't respect that, and they lose 2 kills in the mid lane. It does, however, take the Rakan ult, the Varus ult, and the Akali ult, which means they can take a fight afterwards. And they recoup some of their losses from that play. Still even enough in gold. Dragon is now up.
The other thing is Knight is now 3-1-1. He has got a Storm Surge, he's got Sword Pen Boots. Doing very, very well. Of course, setup 2-1-1. Gone for the Shoujin, not the Black Cleaver this game as well. We sometimes see that. Ironically, more of the LCK over the Black...
I mean, it makes sense in this game, right? Yeah. Because Shoujin gives you really good everything, but also you're on a majority magic damage team. BLG, are they looking for an approach here? No, I don't think so. BLG are looking to cross-map a lot. If you see them giving up an objective, unlike other teams which play Safari League of Legends, which just walk up to the objective and watch the wildlife die, they'd rather just have been in a side lane. On the other side, he's cashing in a cull. He wants to get plates in the last minute of this too. He's been doing well at that. He's almost 1,000 gold ahead in the individual matchup. Hoy has a Thornmail, sure, that's nice, but he's still losing out in the individual matchup, and Bin will only start to really hurt him more.
On goes on in. The Eclipse is on for Feather, but I think it's about a timeout. I think he's in danger here. The Primal Surge will not keep him alive, and BLG here in force. Turnaround setup is there, trying to get the kill, finally do so. And TT don't really get to respond here.
No, they don't. Knight gets the kill as well. That is a little bit scary, because the more this game becomes like this, where it's more about the quick picks, the stronger Akali gets. Has very good flat pen build with the Storm Surge and the boots. Has a Dark Seal now in inventory too.
Hang on, let me grab my nose.
Actually, it was way on the Shinzao that got the kill.
Oh, good. I did notice that. So the thing is, I said, oh, he's got a Dark Seal. He has 1 stack. He didn't get the kill. It's like, did you ever see that the kid's storybook, the picture book, where it's like, where's my hat? I can't find my hat. And
there's where's my cow from Terry Pratchett.
It is pretty much that. Well, Sam, look, a lot of kids' storybooks have the same kind of thing. And there's just this person's like, oh, I have not seen my hat. Have you seen my hat? And someone did a Professor Layton version of this. It was very funny. It's like, no, I've not seen your hat. Oh, it's shaped like this. What is a hat? And just people responding like that. Yeah. And then there's one person who's clearly just wearing the hat. And then later on, it's, oh, no, I have seen my hat. That's kind of how I responded to the Dark Seal thing.
Have you seen the...
It's a bit of an out there analogy.
Have you seen the very euphemistic children's story that's been going around recently?
Which one?
Well, it's about a woman who's baked a cookie and wants someone to eat her cookie, but no one will eat her cookie.
Oh!
It's very silly.
Again, more things which we can say on co-stream than on official broadcast.
I thought I could get away with this one here. It's great. It's very entertaining. And, you know, I'll tell you about it when you're older, chat.
If you're watching on Twitch as well, we actually do have an emote for actually as well, which is I'm glad we actually have a real use for that one now. Turns out we're both big damn nerds. It becomes quite a commonplace thing, and we just like proving each other wrong.
There is that.
The amount of times where one of us has said something, the other one just immediately reaches for Google.
Ooh, setup needs to be wary here. I think he's just dead. He's gonna get a bit of an acceleration. Turns into his armor form and just about okay.
No, Meganar. I think that's some good damage actually.
They keep gonna go forward. Flash under the turret, trying to buy some time. The Crescent Guard is there, but runs away. Bin not quick taking the aggro until later. Flashes away. Feather now over. BLG very deep. On gonna try and keep people away. Likely gonna be the 1-for-1. As Nidalee with the spear picks it up.
Yeah, so it's 2 for 1 overall.
Oh, they got way as well, yeah.
Yeah, 2 for 1 so far. The ult's going to be used to clear out the wave. And this is important because, again, BLG cross-map. They always want to trade something if they're losing somewhere. Of course you do. Every team wants to do that. BLG tends to be one of the best teams in the world doing it. Using stuff like the general to say, all right, just clear the wave. That's a problem. However, we talk about that cross-map. Look on the minimap. While all this is happening, yes, it's a 2v1 in the top side. When you look at BLG, you don't... You want to look at the play on screen because it's so cool and so high mechanics on play. You have to look at the minimap, and that's a good ult.
Nice counter to try and buy some time. 1xN knocked up, trying to run away, flash forward for the Q. Now teleports begin to fly. Elk in danger, flash for the pounce. Elk surely burned out. It'll be a trade. 1 for 1, on in danger. Akali also been rooted up.
Everyone's
Setup murders 3, and now they're going to keep on playing. He can keep going into 3v2. Bin looking for Mega. Flash on forward. Bay trying to hit. God, looking for more damage. Way goes on in. They might even give more. That's the quadra kill to the Jace.
Where did everyone come from? It is a 5v5 in the mid lane. Thunderdome come out of the heavens and into the mid lane, and BLG are left thunderstruck. So many people dead in the mid lane, and Setup is 7-2 on Jace.
Everyone said you don't take my AD carry for free. It is a knockdown, drag out brawl of a bar fight in mid lane.
And this is classic BLG at the start of it, where there's a play happening, but actually they're cross-mapping. They teleport in. This is the style of game which BLG have ruled the LPL with. But TT are ready to fight them back. Everyone turns up to the scene of the crime, and look how tanky, but how much damage you can bring to the fray as a Bruiser Jace stacks up the full Shojin. Ability damage is now at an extra 12% damage all in all. Yeah. The extra HP helping him play around as well. BLG were not ready for Setab and for Beitron to completely rock their shit.
I'm not gonna lie. Feather getting the shield break onto Knight as he was running away into the Zenith Blade. That Akali could not move, especially after Elk had fallen down. The damage had disappeared, and Sedzab certainly had not.
Shield break? Does Jace have a shield break?
Sorry, shield bash.
Shield bash, that's
Sorry,
the
is
one.
what I meant on Leona. Yes, the Q.
That's the one. Yeah, I thought you said Setup getting it. Anyway, either way.
Shield of Daybreak is
that's
the Q ability.
One. Yes, what it is. Yeah, okay, right. So, BLG... If they haven't had an alarm going off, they need one now. So that last play, they could have left well alone after the cross-map come through. Akali's still got a mid lane turret, bot lane turret rather. However, by giving over 4 kills to a Jace, is now 1.5k behind.
Oh,
Knight is in a really good spot. Can actually potentially even kill here if you jump back onto that. But with being on weak side, not necessarily the most happy situation there. BLG, as so often comes by to it, when the game falls apart, they rely on side lane pressure. They rely on side lane advantages, and Bin is on Nah, who's gotten that side lane kill. 4 grubs over to TT is not the full 6, but they have grouped up as a lot of people here with the Herald and bot side. Bin will continue to shred down that top lane turret, though. TT, they might get an inner turret, but I think Bin will just do the same here, too. Hoya might have to use his ults.
Look at that. Deadly Flourish lands, though, on the Shinzao, and BLG have to back away. Crescent Guard early as Beitron begins pouncing onto the Rakan, and Birds of a Feather need to run away together. Curtains are called. It's going to be Blind. Nice attempt there with the blue trinket to try and spot out the retreating Rakan.
Jeez.
Won't quite pick him off.
I love how TT are hands checking here. That has been the story of the series. TT are not just hands checking BLG, but they're doing it in a good macro sense too. They're not allowing BLG to cross map for free, which is what they've done against so many teams time after time. It's still a close game. BLG is still within touching distance of gold, and tonight might be able to find a play. Flash for the ult.
Gonna look for the play. Setup tries to trade. Nice to the skies. Damage is big, but the execute will still be massive. Looking to try and get ready. He lands. Surely dies.
The flash comes out from Knight, and just as we were saying TT, they've been kind of dancing step for BLG and actually been ahead of them in the dance. Knight finds a kill to get something onto Setup. I believe that has to be a shutdown, right? Didn't even see that.
Oh, yeah.
But that really, really helps them. TT need to be very aware they are against Bin's Knight's Akali. That is not something you get away with for free when you start splitting open the map. TT need to be very careful that they keep up the pace of the game while they're still on the map. When they're on resets, when they're backing like that, that's when BLG will be looking for their options.
Second dive is beginning to get completed. You're nearly at a third on this Jace. Atakan just spawned. Sat up though with a TP means he's not really that far away, especially as the respawn just comes on through. I'll tell you what, if that kill had happened 20 seconds later, I feel BLG could maybe have forced a bit more there. But on the other side, TT in a position now where BLG are going to be really threatened by all of the poke and the fact that multiple people are damaged.
And I want to highlight this again. 2,000 gold lead in the jungle way. came in to replace Shun, who was struggling before playoffs last year. Of course, then Wei was subbed out at the World Championship, but then stuff happened with managers and potential poaching allegations, which meant that Shun was eventually, dropped. He eventually dropped, basically, and he's obviously gone now over to JDG. But, BLG has always had questions about their jungle support, and, well, jungle and bot lane, we'll say, because their solo laners have been so damn good. Bin and Knight, generational players, some of the world's very best in their roles, and should be in the greatest of all time list at the very minimum. Wei, having a series like this against TT, a team which has come out of nowhere, really, well, come out of bits and pieces, and also starting to be flown, it's not really what BLG want from their jungler.
Solar Flare down. It's a big part of the pick tool, though. Feather. Yes, he's died a few times, but it feels like it's often been in service of TT making pretty solid, aggressive plays. We're at this point now where BLG are going to be obligated pretty heavily to hard force in these fights. And if you overdo it, and suddenly this Nidalee and Jace are split up enough that you can't get them all at once with a big combo from Rakan, and then the Call of the Forge God turns around and there's a curtain call and things get quite ugly, this could get difficult. Bertrand backs away, Feather's in danger, but gets enough for the heal. The Call of the Forge God buys time. Oh! Look at the range difference! Setup teleports in, the Shock Blast goes wide, but Knight is taken down. He's the king this game, and unfortunately this chess match is not looking BLG favor right now. They lose another piece.
A javelin and a deadly flourish lands onto the Akali, and all of the HP bar disappears. TT turn up with everyone on the same screen, and this is going to unlock an Atakan opportunity. Still 4 people alive for BLG, but without the Akali, it's looking rough.
Building up to Meganon. They don't take Atakan that fast. They've got a Jhin. Not exactly known for his ability to take down objectives.
Bin, Meganon has flash. Bin.
Look, gets rooted in place into the Solar Flare. Those are taken desperately low. Wei, Crescent Guard, buys time. Into the backline goes on, will go with the quickness. But Sadam goes into the skies. Trying to now claim this one. Atakan secured. Leona dies as a trade to Wei.
Nice.
They get double kills. Knight can TP, but there's withdrawal. Knock up onto Elk, who it is Elk hunting season. On tries their best to keep one alive. Shock Blast takes out the Rakan. Knight's teleported in, but it is just not there. The era has changed, and your Knight in shining armor is gunned down.
Oh, the metal started to tarnish BLG. They have been rocked by Thunder Talk. We thought, okay, if they're going to take a game, it'll be in game 1, and surely the series will get worse as it goes on. And yeah, it's not the shutout it was in game 1, but these combinations between the Jhin, the Nidalee, the Jace have been so disgusting. Partway through this fight, I want you to watch what happens to Knight's HP bar. This is fine. The CC comes through, then watch this. The CC, the Jhin W, the Nidalee Q as well. Knight is out of the fight. This Akali, which has ruled the LPL in eras past, has been completely shut down in this game. TT, serious credit to them. They have landed all of the combos they've needed to. That 1 kill advantage allows them to walk towards the Atakan. This is how you set up an Atakan. Double tanks in the tri-brush. Stop them from getting towards the objective, and even though the resist shred and the damage from Atakan is really nasty, you see how one extended further get blasted out here, they don't have the staying power. Wait, flashes forward for a steal, which doesn't come through, and then suddenly his team is completely blasted again. Another Jhin W. These long-range combinations destroying BLG in the group top fight.
Watch this Shock Blast in a second as well. Bin and Rakan hit by that. Lucky to survive, and Feather actually there got out of the engage and then went back towards Atakan and got shredded by the resistance, died to the autos from the buff.
How good is TT looking around these combinations? The combination game 1 where you had everyone on the same page playing around.
Yeah.
Rumble, Sejuani, Braum, Ashe, everyone flying in. Of course, the Yone too. Just mentioned the whole composition there at that point. But TT at this point, really the Jhin, Jace, Nidalee combo been so disgustingly strong. And BLG, they haven't been able to stand free. But
Corruption land. Oh, just a 3-man Call of the Forge God. Knock up just wide. Wei will throw down the Crescent Guard. In goes on trying to counter engage, but Knight only turning up now. And on again,
it's a 4v5. Bin's not here with no teleport. They all in and they lose a kill for it.
They lose a tier 2. Bin is going to try and trade out best he can. Is there a teleport to respond? Yes, there is. So Bin's not going to be able to get that. Does have the Mega Gnar coming, but I don't think the dive's going to come on through. Beichuan threatened, but the vision control just isn't there. And you're playing into no vision as a short-range squishy comp into triple fed poke. You cannot walk in without taking 30 tons of damage.
Similarly to game 1, what BLG wanted to do there is get a good enough combo not to get a kill. They wanted to just take HP bars off of TT so they couldn't answer Bin in the split push. Instead, they lose a kill. Bin doesn't get the turret anyway, and the cross map is shut down. BLG's standard style of play is falling a little bit flat here. And, I think BLG have been absolutely fantastic in their other series, but TT, they have leveled up so much coming into this split. hero of this game again, I think has to be, you know, Setup and Vatron. Game 1
Really
is
good
so
combo.
fantastic, but the combo again this time around, Nidalee is hard to play. Jace can be hard to play too. He's gone for the Muramana, not even the Thimble Wednesday. So much damage now though. And BLG, you can see right there, every time they walk up, really hard to walk up without your full HP bar.
And you are getting Ornn items coming on through now, so the scaling gets bigger. You've gotten feats of strength, you're getting the additional upgraded boots if you want it. In fact, I really like them on Setup, who only realistic threat in the side lanes is the Akali, and having that magic damage shield when Akali goes in, incredibly frustrating for him.
Yeah. And folks, I'm sure a lot of people will be tuning in who just want to see BLG play. I mentioned this in their previous game, right? BLG have looked great in this split so far. TT, have they come out of nowhere? Well, you know, last year they made it into playoffs the one time, but they didn't really manage to make it much further beyond that. We thought, well, with Setup coming in over UCal, surely they've downgraded. A lot of LCK players come over to LPL and they find themselves a new lease on life. And this has been something for Setup. He's played very well in the LPL. By and large, he had one really bad Azir game, but besides that, it's looked good. TT now forcing the map forward again, trying to again make sure that BLG can't calm down. They can't just play around side lanes.
Here we go again. The curtain's called. Edge of Night is not on for very much longer, but actually not bad from BLG. The HP bars sending up and it's still a 1-for-1. Akali gets the Nidalee, but everyone else having some suffering. But the thing is, you did kill the Smite on both sides.
This is a win for BLG because it means that TT can't force the Baron. This means that you now have a minute or so to reset the map. You'll have to recall, but it allows BLG to get something off the map. This is what you need to be quite careful of from TT. On the whole, they've gotten the better of these scenarios, particularly by shutting down On and Elk. Way as well, I guess you can throw into that line too. BLG, though, have a bit of a reprieve now, but they don't have to worry about a Baron start. Maybe they can head towards a Dragon setup instead. Of course, the next Dragon would be Soul Point. If TT had cleanly set up around that Baron, I think BLG would have been locked down and in a bad position to contest that.
We hold on, and at this point, this Jhin, which had gone for a utility build, the Static Shiv and the Rapid Fire, and understandable, you're there to set up everyone else for success in this game, especially when your Jason stuff has got fed. Completely understandable. Now has an Infinity Edge. The Rapid Fire's been upgraded.
Changes things a bit, doesn't it?
It does change things a bit. There's an unending despair and an upgraded Thornmail on your Ornn. Nidalee was already doing unspeakable things with just the Horizon Focus as a second item. Now with that Zhonya's in as well, is really scary.
Especially when you consider the feats of strength and the Ornn items both giving you an extra, you know, 1,000+ gold of stats to you even before the upgrades come through. Dragon up in 20 seconds. BLG, they're not in, it's not the worst case scenario for them because they didn't give up like a bad Baron setup before this. They managed to get a kill onto the jungler. Can they do it again? They haven't crossed map now. They have to do this against a range advantage. How do they engage from behind against such a fed poke combo? It is a difficult scenario.
They give over another Hex Dragon for 15% ability haste on a poke comp. And the Hex Soul on top of that for all of those slows, it is lights out.
See that the Power Varus is trying to return some fire. So hard though. BLG now have to mechanically outplay this. They've gotten onto the Dragon. TT probably didn't want that in the first place. Meganar's coming. Hoya does have that long range ult. Level 6. Here comes Wei.
I guess though the Hex Dragon slow onto BLG is so annoying. Crescent Guard comes up through the Soul Flare after us, and that means it's a dead Xin Zhao. On into the backline, gets a decent quickness, but the follow-up's just not quite there. They finally got the Jace, but the damage is done. Curtains are called. A Knight and Bin here to make something happen as Elk trying. He's gone. Jhin deletes him.
Elk just flashed forward into an Ornn knockup to lose them the Dragon fight. Satab goes down from the combo from BLG. They managed to get one there, but TT will claim the Hex Soul. Some lightning to go with the thunder as BLG are left electrified. Our dominant team in the LPL been slapped. They've been humbled. This is a regular season game. They have been known to throw a couple of them, but this is still a blemish on their record. They had not lost a game in either of their series in this split so far, and they might be on the precipice of going down to series point in a best of 5. Saying you can beat them in a best of 3, one thing. Beating them in a best of 5, that'll be another. Soul, Baron, TT have it all.
And this is a comp that is not easy to execute. Nidalee comps never are. It requires a high level of execution into BLG. And they're doing it. They are doing it with style.
And on the other side of that too, there is a high level of execution for this point in the game from BLG. W flash fails from Wei. Back off from TT. The CC is so nasty they can actually CC him through the entire duration of his ultimate, so he can't back off.
Wei fails this plane. Now I want you to watch what happens with Elk, because I think the solo laners do a good job from Knight and Bin to find something. He flashes into the knockup and dies. Elk completely sells out his team. What is Knight meant to do at this point? He gets some damage out of there. Elk has had a poor series. Wei has had a poor series. BLG watching so much of their team struggle in this series unexpectedly don't have a platform to play around.
And that's after Knight put 4.5k's worth of damage down. He was doubling everybody else's damage in the fight, whatever side you were on. Like, it was a good Akali fight.
Yeah.
It wasn't enough, though.
Reminder, folks, if TT win this, they go first in the group. They go to the upper bracket. BLG would go into the lower bracket as the lower seeds. And the whole tournament becomes just an absolute open season at that point. Things would go messy as heck. But TT, if they go to the upper bracket, they will have earned it.
And on the other, this won't be a T1 HLE scenario where there's some weirdness in seeding that led to that match.
It's like, oh, both teams played well, but one of them has to go. No, one of them would just fall at one of these hurdles. Jin'Alt comes through. BLG, they do not want to be stood there.
4 shots. Chunk onto Wei. Deadly flourish afterwards. Look in the picture-in-picture. There is Bin. Trying to get some value. Can't quite do it, though. And we'll look ourselves instead over to a siege onto another inhibitor turret. Bin nearly at Mega, but the slows when you've already got the range advantage. Chains of Corruption goes wide setup, is jumped on, will do a thundering blow away, does not care at all.
And Feather's going it again! Here comes the Ordalt, the combo comes through!
It's brutal, they keep Bin miles away from everyone else. On is again just poultry, it is winner winner chicken dinner for the poke comp. We'll change our modes of description. PUBG, it's a pub game, bluntly, because it feels like a pub stomp. Thunder Talk Gaming 2-0ing BLG. They are a game away from a clean sweep against what was supposed to be one of the best time teams in the world.
And in the battle of the blue teams, the little TT that could has put BLG to match point in a best of 5. How many teams have beaten BLG in a best of 5? In this era, let me give you a hint. Very, very few. It's been T1 and Genji, folks, basically. Hello, welcome back. That was a hell of a performance from TT, and particularly a hell of a performance when you consider how good BLG have typically been in those split map states when you have, you know, the chance for a side lane performance to win things through. That was just not on the cards here. TT didn't fall apart through side lanes. They found the picks and the right points. They played the objectives better, and BLG, they've not found a way to just slow things down and come back. I don't know whether this is just a... Look, this is sometimes BLG sleeping at the wheel. Sometimes. However, this is also TT never giving BLG the easy option back in with a cross map or a clutch fight. They just simply have outplayed them and punished the mistakes of BLG.
And the players I expected to be notably worse than their opposite numbers. I'm talking Hoya, I'm talking Beichuan, I'm talking Setab. Going up against some of the very best in the world, particularly in the solo lanes, and for Beichuan, who has been a handyman, right? A journeyman, someone who does the job, but not exactly what you expect to be your star carry player, has turned up and delivered in all 3 of those roles. A good Nidalee game from him after a good Sejuani game. 2 very different champions. Hoya going onto the tank duty. It's a good Ornn game. Setab goes toe-to-toe with an Akali in a Jace matchup, in the skill matchup, and despite that Akali starting 3-1, it's a good Jace game. It is trading for blow, and that Jace becomes, in the end, significantly more valuable. Yeah. The Akali couldn't get value.
JD Blue brings up a good point. BLG have not lost a best of 5 in the LPL since summer 23.
Oh my days.
They lost against LNG there when LNG went to finals over BLG to face off against JDG. That was, of course, before Knight joined the roster. BLG have not lost an LPL best of 5 while Knight has been on the roster. And the thing is,
wow.
Look, I don't think Knight has had a stellar series. I think he's actually had, if you look at the individual gold advantage there, you'd be like, oh, he had a shit game. I don't think that's true. I think Setup had a great game and he picked off, you know, that 4 kills in the mid lane.
Yeah.
I think the solo lanes from BLG, and I know that I'm often an apologist for them, but I still think the solo lane
pretty well.
I think that they played, given what that game could do. Wei has had a shocker on. I don't think he's been. I think Wei has been. I think he's been public enemy number 1.
Out to dry as a reason, right? Yeah.
I think Wei has been public enemy number 1, but I think that On has also struggled, and I don't think Elk's had a great series either. And this has always been our problem about BLG. Clearly, their solo laners are some of the very best in the world. I don't think always the other three have consistently been at that level. And
sometimes they have.
Sometimes they absolutely have, but consistently not always been the case. And it means that sometimes the rest of the team, well, the solo laners have to pick up the slack. They've not been able to. Typically they have, but Wei being shut out again, even on the early game powerhouse of the Shenzhou, that's kind of disgusting to see from this team. This is not what they expect.
I look back to the level 1, level 2 in bot lane where Feather broke the ankles of that bot lane. Waits for Eclipse to come up, waits for Aftershock to come up, immediately jumps in, forces every summoner from Elkanon in the early game. There is no way that Rakan and Varus are getting pressure. And then you get a Nidalee with pressure in lanes. Very, very scary. And even when, honestly, in the early game, kills were being traded pretty evenly, TT weren't afraid to come and play. They were willing to sit down at the table and call the bluff. And then we're getting this play on screen, and this was the one that really broke it. It was a close enough game until this point, and then Setab picks up an extended quadra kill, and this Jace is a nightmare from this point.
Yeah, after this point, the game becomes very, very difficult. Because I also think they didn't have to TP for this. They didn't have to. They had a Kali in a side lane. You can trade like 2 for 1 or 2 for 2 or something like that, call it a day. This just puts the game into a hole. Knight, really good pick off here. Yeah, knows the resets are coming through. Even against the super fed Jace, knows that they can have the combo coming through. This is good. And this is why I'm saying actually the solo lanes of BLG, I think actually had a pretty decent game. Bin here as well, kind of elo hell by the rest of his team. Of course, this is after Knight got caught off with that huge combo too.
Note from JD Blue, pointing out that basically Knight hasn't lost a best of 5 in the LPL since 2022.
Jesus Christ.
It has been 3 straight years. 3 straight years of Knight just winning in the LPL. He is that good. And currently, they are a game away from losing to Thunder Talk Gaming of all teams. Last year, a few of us, myself, Alex, I Will Dominate, had hope for this team. And they were not quite there. Not quite there, I think it's fair to say. Various members at various points didn't live up to the expectations we had of them. In the summer, it started to come back together a little bit, but it was a little too little. It was a little too late. And it is this year of all years that they finally look like what we thought they could be. And it's really exciting because it is 2 very different compositions they have played with 2 very different win conditions. And actually the players as well within it asked to play very different roles, particularly from Beitron, particularly from Hoya, and they deliver. And that is exciting news if you are an LPL fan. It's exciting news if you, like me, you're a bit of a Thunder Talk Gaming fan. I came in today expecting BLG to walk over this. Nice little play from 1xN for the W flash 4th shot. I see you there. But, of course, it's not over yet. BLG could, well, reverse sweep this. The Fearless Draft, champion pools get interesting at this point, and I suspect BLG have a little bit more in the tank on that front than TT do in the grand scheme of things. However, even if BLG go to win this series, Thunder Talk Gaming have done absolutely everything they need to convince me they will be having a very fun playoffs run. I am excited to watch this team further. They are genuinely really good, guys, and that's cool.
I cannot believe that TT might give Knight his first LPL best of 5 loss since 2022.
That's mental.
That's insane. And that's part of why I love these kind of best of 5s. And look, this hasn't been a bad this hasn't been a non-entertaining best of 5, but typically, you know, this was meant to be a race for 2nd place. BLG were sure to go first. TT, I thought, might end up 3rd. I thought that would be a respectable finish for them. Bloody hell, TT, I'm so sorry for underestimating you. I've always enjoyed TT. I didn't believe that they would manage to peak like this. Right, folks, we have to put ourselves to a bit of a break so we can, you know, get ourselves another drink, rest our voices a little bit. Folks, of course, we are Initialise and Nymaera. Nymaera, that's Initialise. I'm Alex, that's Sam. We're brothers. We are the only brothers that cast within League of Legends right now. And we cast the LPL because there's no official broadcast. The LPL official broadcast was my home for the last 2 years. Many of you will know me from my LPL coverage as their MVP. Setup on the J, so of course it is. We hope you're enjoying our coverage here. This year we will cover, I don't know, another 200, 300 games. A lot of games. Last year we covered 200 games, something like that. It is our pleasure to bring it to you if you're watching on Nymaera, on Twitch or YouTube, and of course Onivia over on YouTube too, who's been giving us the opportunity to stream towards one of the bigger YouTube LOL fan bases, and we really hope you're enjoying this live coverage of the LPL. TT might be the one team that has shown serious team fighting in LPL in a while. I think a lot of teams have team fought, but For me, it's actually the macro from TT, which is more exciting. They can bring these fights, but the fact that they've got a lot of these kind of off the training field combos, Sejuani, Braum, Ashe with the Yone over the top, everyone piles in. This team loves to pile onto a fight. The fact that they had the Nidalee, Jace, Jhin as well, insane combo play from them has been so exciting to see. And the fact that they're doing it without Yucal.
It's kind of mental, isn't it?
That's insane to me.
I've also now got confirmation of how we pronounce 1xN's name.
Yishin.
Yishin, yeah.
Yishin. Yeah.
Because it's after the initials of his name.
I know, I do know that one. However, 1xN, it's really hard to... Do we make the call? Was that from...
That is officially from Iris.
I should probably message him about that.
So Iris, LPL host, just dropped me a line to say this is how it's pronounced, which is really, really helpful. So shout out to the GOAT. Just helping us out there with the pronunciations. Which does make a big difference, because of course I've followed the guy for a long, long time, and it's one of those ones where, obviously when you have players like 369 stuff in the league, where you do sometimes pronounce character by character, letter by letter, sometimes it is just different pronunciations.
I love this team, man. TT, I've wanted them to do well for such a long time.
And of course, we do have a big Jace main in chat as well. Harold, one of the old school mods here in Nymaera's channel. Big Jace player. Very pleased with that Jace performance, I'm sure. How are you feeling about Bruiser Jace at the minute, Harold? I feel like it's a very different way to play the champion. A little bit like the old school Gore Drinker build.
I think it's quite similar to Tank. I actually think it's quite similar to Tank Jace in a lot of ways.
Really?
Yeah, it is, because effectively you're playing for extended trades, and the extra HP in your items allows you to go melee for a lot
I think I meant versus damage Jace specifically. You know, I mean, like old school Eclipse.
Oh no, but this is the thing, right? I think Tank Jace and Bruiser Jace play a much similar playstyle compared to full AD Jace.
Because I was thinking, the Bruiser Jace feels a lot like. You remember when Gore Drinker Jace was a thing and Zeus was playing it for a while?
But Tank Jace is similar to that too, because it is about the extended. It's about the extended trades.
I understand that Bruiser and Tank play similarly. I was saying versus the damage Jace, which is like Eclipse.
Well, a damage Jace is not necessarily Eclipse. It's more about the opportunity in the Ghost Blade, I would say.
Sure, I'm just saying versus that style of play. Not.
Well, no, but this is what I'm saying. I think the Bruiser and the Tank are very similar to each other.
I know. So. I'm saying damage versus Bruiser and Tank.
Oh, but we've had that conversation tons.
I was asking Harold how he feels about it.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was having this conversation.
But basically, I thought you were saying basically, oh, how is Bruiser different from...
And that wasn't what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
It was asking the Jace main how he felt about the difference in playstyle.
Yeah. Because actually, a lot of what I said about Jace is from Harold too.
That's fair. Well, I was asking him, because I've not had that conversation from him.
Well, you have by proxy through me talking about Jace. Enjoy the sibling bickering, everyone. It happens.
I don't know. Until the next patch, Hybrid Jace is the better build in my head. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, I need to get myself a coffee, folks. We have run adverts.
Oh, wonderful.
Here's when the denial pick bans would be valuable game 3 for 5. Ow.
Sorry, trying to get my chair a bit closer to the mic. And pull across a bit, because I'm miles away.
There we go. Okay.
Keep slowly rolling away across a game.
Yeah, that's not a typo, by the way, folks. That is 2-0 to TT over BLG.
Oh my days. Jesus. How are we doing then, folks? Very EP Friday, that's fair. Way is killing me, yeah, he's not having a great series. He's been struggling a little bit. I think he played better in game 2, but unfortunately, the Nidalee got ahead. And a Nidalee that's ahead, there's not a lot you get to do. And that's a bit scary, because often the fact you now have to respect Nidalee as an option for TT changes a lot of how you draft against them. Because there's a lot of teams that play Nidalee but don't really play Nidalee. They lose as Nidalee, and that kind of sucks. Ben's talking. Let's see if we can get a mute on that. There we go. I'll pause this briefly.
팀업 관련해서는 저희 나머지 팀원 4명이 이미 오래 맞춰왔어가지고
TT might be one of the team that has shown serious team fighting in LPL in a while. I feel like NIP have done a fairly okay job of it as well, but that's more in terms of really smart macro decisions about when to team fight and how to move around the map to get the kind of like advantageous fights.
좋다고 생각하고 그만큼 합도 잘 맞는다고 생각을 해서 좋은 성적이 나온 것 같아요.
Game 1 was abysmal. Yeah, that was not good. That was not good. I think game 1 was really bad. I think game 2 was there was more to it than Wei playing just badly, at least in my mind. I think part of it was just a good setup for Nidalee, and Beichuan delivered off it, and it's very hard individually then to manage a Nidalee. And actually there were some moments where you nearly punished, right? Remember that dive topside where a clutch flash kept Beichuan from being hit by the wind becomes lightning? If that lands, the Nidalee dies. And we're back. So I need to turn off the music. Or turn off the stream for a second, put back on the music. And say hello to our faces again.
Hello. Nice to see you.
How's life, folks? Good to see you all. And I think it's a bit wild because, obviously BLG, you know, this is not like an unproven team. When people were really hyped for this team, it was for good reason. They played 2 very good series before this. It is a team, as we've said, that has not lost a best of 5 in years. Knight has not lost a best of 5 in even longer in the LPL. And of course, that's all LPL specific. They have lost best of 5s internationally. But this is very, very surprising. And obviously, if BLG end up in the lower bracket, there's a load of teams in the lower bracket going, oh, good God, no. If we end up with top esports versus BLG in the first round, I think we might scream. Very, very weird. Very, very tricky now for BLG. Because, of course, even if they start winning some games, it's Fearless, so drafts get weirder and weirder, picks get weirder and weirder, and we end up in a scenario where even though it's getting later, Thundertalk could still throw a curve. Well, of course, I feel that BLG have got the deeper champion pools, and so theoretically should be in a good spot. It just isn't a guarantee. One of the joys of those later game Fearless scenarios. And we are looking at a potential clean sweep. Clean sweep for Thundertalk Gaming into BLG. You heard that right. 1 game away from a 3-0. 2 different drafts, 2 convincing wins, and BLG have lost the hands check. How often has that happened? I mean, I don't even know. Bin has played okay, played fine. But the lights come on, my camera goes off. We prepare ourselves for drafting what could be our final game of the day, and that's a wild statement, isn't it? I need to go over to that one. BLG blue side, Thundertalk on the red. And the bans come on through. Now I've got an additional 20 bans behind, courtesy of Fearless. Skarner, still never been given over. Don't want to give the Callista, interestingly, either. Poppy, LeBlanc, and Renekton, all very specific picks. Hoya plays the Renekton and the Poppy very well. LeBlanc is a setup pick. All very, very dangerous, so you don't want to give that over. What's the last ban now going to be? Here's the question. Looks like it'll be the Ambessa. So Aurora up. Nocturne also available. Is that going to obligate TT to pick up something like the Orianna here to prevent that dangerous combo?
Now, historically, BLG have not played well through Nocturne and Orianna. Who have been the big underperformers from BLG this series? I think it's massively been Wei, but also Elkin On. I don't think you want to play Nocturne Orianna, which has typically been the problem with BLG, when if it's the jungler shot calling the play for Knight to just tag on as like a secondary part of the combo, I think you're misusing a big part of your team's strengths.
I was chatting with Peter Dunn the other week, and he was sort of saying, look, there are teams where the way you draft is often determined by, and I paraphrase a little here, Chris, by who in the team you want to have agency. Who is the person who you're giving agency, and it kind of goes in like an order of operations. And for BLG, often it is Knight you want with agency, and then maybe Bin goes down, and then On's kind of at that same level as well, where it's like, okay, playmaker for On, but you want Knight with agency, you want Bin with agency. Those are your keys. And Wei kind of giving agency overnight, it's not really the order of operations that BLG like to work with. The response from TT into that Nocturne was the Aurora for themselves. Alongside the Vi, they've got themselves a pretty damn good dive and pick combo themselves that can match the Nocturne pretty blow for blow. Bin, debating his world-famous Jax. Probably at this point the best Jax player to ever touch the damn champion. Locks it in.
Still, if I'm looking at the combos, TT have played combos better than BLG. They played Sejuani Braum with the Ashe, the Yone, the everything. They played the Nidalee, the Jhin, the Jace so well too. Knight goes Sylas. Can steal the Aurora ult, can steal the Vi ult. Already two very, very good matchups there. The Aurora could go into top lane, into the Jax, while they'd hook something else into mid. But TT, I think they're very happy with their combo that they've locked in. But again, the way that BLG will win this series is through individual mastery from Bin and Knight, if they are going to do so at all. It's not a very obvious combo coming in from Bin, where Knight, the Nocturne, is not necessarily there to combo up with an Orianna or a Talia or something like that. I really like the solo lane picks. However, very short range. The Ezreal, 1xN's Ezreal, which has been so clutch as well. So powerful. Could be the turning point. Well, could be the killer blow for TT. 1xN, not necessarily been the main character of this series so far, but that Ezreal, very powerful for him.
Kai'Sa banned away, often a very good option into the Ezreal, at least in the mid game, as long as you can get through lane. Anyone who's watching the NLC last night will say that you have to get through the lane in the first place to be useful on that Kai'Sa, otherwise it can get a little owie. Gragas banned out. Hoya would probably quite like that as an option. Really good disengage and answer into the Jax as well. Don't want to do that. 1xN, otherwise known as Yi-Chan, otherwise known as just a bit of a goat in the bot lane, really, at this point. In a great position to outflex it.
They have a goat and a bunny on the same team.
It's crazy. Animals everywhere.
They are.
Some are just made more equal than others.
It's really important that TT... No comment on Animal Farm. TT banning away some of the more... well, some of Elk's more comfort champions as well. The MF, the Kai'Sa, very, very powerful for him. What does he go towards now? Do you have to go towards Xayah to defend against the Aurora and the Vi? We saw that Xayah can really struggle against the longer range Aurora and Ezreal, but maybe you have to do it against the Vi. Do you go for something like... do you go for something like a Jinx Lulu instead? Try and play for backline carry. Does that fit their composition? This is the problem with Fearless Draft. You've lost a lot of your more long-range utility champions. You can't go Jhin, Ashe, Corki, Varus, which might be good for the long range for the team. You might have to pick a suboptimal lady carry. Look, if you go towards the Xayah, it's good against the Vi, but it's bad against the Ezreal and the Aurora. The Galio, yeah, good against that too. So that Hover, you can see the value in it, but it's not a perfect champion for the draft. And that's the problem with Fearless. You never have the perfect champion later into the draft.
Saw a Twitch last night, again, just ERL level, but when you're into people you need to get close to, want to save back, it's just locked in. Elk has Twitch, On has Elise. It is cheesy bot lane, break the Ezreal, break the Aurora kind of times.
The Twitch is awful into Vi, Galio, and Aurora. But if you lane swap and if you get somewhere out of vision, you can pop out of hiding and end the fight before the combo comes through. I don't know whether I trust Elkanon on today's form to play like this. TT have a much more easy to execute composition, and the Pantheon flashing forwards to be what looks like either a Galio or a Pantheon support could change so much. Pantheon support, I believe, would be starting to make more sense. Could also be the Galio going into the mid lane, into the Sylas, the Aurora into top lane. We called that one a little bit earlier. TT, I like their combination again. BLG, much harder draft to play. It is about individual excellency, and while I trust that from Bin and Knight on today's form, I don't trust that from Wei, Elk, and On.
And I'm looking at this as well, and you've gone for a turn the lights off, have Twitch ambush, jump someone, and murder them composition. Thunder Talk have got triple globals to respond with. The Ezreal ult, of course, probably the least valuable one of those, but a Hero's Entrance, a Grand Starfall from your Galio and Pantheon, following after the Twitch and the Nocturne trying to dive on in, you could very quickly have gone too deep, too fast, and get absolutely slammed. Hell, Vi isn't exactly short range with her ultimate either. So you have to pick your moment very, very well. And if this Twitch, if this Elise do not get value in this early game, do not get rolling, I don't know whether the combo is going to work very well into what Thunder Talk have drafted.
And so we will see whether this game, this series, this chapter closes here. Reminder of the stakes. BLG lose any of the next 3 games that could potentially happen, starting with this one. They go to the lower bracket as the 2nd seed from Group C. An absolute upset from Thunder Talk, who I pegged as a 3rd to 4th place team, a strong contender but not likely to make it through. They are already through, and now they are gunning for an upper bracket spot in our first split here of LPL in 2025. Thunder Talk, the Thunder struck twice, and will have to strike a 3rd time to see their dream scenario.
To the Rift we go. Gyros, what could be the last time today? Twitch ambushing. We can't listen in as everyone is hiding off vision. Elk, oh, he's getting split on. He's going to find this Vi. That's dangerous. Needs to be afraid. The Q doesn't land from Bejuan.
Now, that's very difficult. Now, he's gone for the Q start. He doesn't have the E for the extra damage. That could have been horror already. BLG, maybe they spot blood on the water. I think they might have just woken up in this game. It's very hard to tell from level 1, but just... you can feel it in the air a little bit. It's tense now. I'm feeling the tension. TT, look, I love both these teams. I have a BLG jersey, but 1xN and the rest of the crew here have captured my heart over years. BLG, the Q start on the Twitch, Season 4, Season 3 special, Samson White and SKTT1. Used to love those combinations back in OGN 2014.
Hello, Imp and Piglet.
You run down mid lane, look for a level 1 play, and then you lane swap. It's the same lessons we learned over 10 years ago. 11 years ago now, we were learning these lessons about how to play those lane swaps. BLG, they've cleared out some wards. I think they want the lane swap. Of course they want the lane swap. At least very good in tower dives and very good in laning phase. But the Twitch wants to be hidden for the first few levels against that Pantheon, the Ezreal, and they will get the swap.
And TT tried to match it. But actually, the little ward they crossed over was all a bait, and they left alone. Hoya now in danger. Gonna get jumped on by the Twitch and the Elise. Cocoon lands. Hoya being ignited, flashes over the wall. The repel after. Gets a Justice Punch that's interrupted, and first blood to Twitch.
That is absolute disaster for TT. This pick on a player that has been struggling this series might just be the turnaround. Yes, TT have the combination to deal with the Twitch later. Bit hard to pull the trigger on the Twitch, though, when the Nocturne hides him in the Shroud. I actually think if later into the game, if Twitch is fed and you pull the Nocturne ult, I don't think if Twitch pops ult, you have the vision to hit him with only your champion's vision evaded.
True.
If BLG space well, if Elk spaces well, and Wei pulls the ult at the right time, I don't think you're in range to pull your Vi, Galio, and Aurora combination. It's very hard to play. Of course, Galio can just use the champion portraits to cast his ult either way, but it's so dangerous for Hoya. That was a bad death to give up first.
And roaming on down, it was a good angle from On and Elk. They used Elk in the ambush to provide vision of where Hoya was walking. On was sat in that tri-brush waiting in case he walked that way, and the trap was sprung. Hoya falls down, burned the flash for it as well, and because, of course, he at least started with the E, has repel up to follow over the wall without burning that much in the way of summoners themselves. Feather with level 2, though.
Oh, they've brought everyone hit, and they're off vision. This could be huge.
Taunt. Elk flashes away, but still gets hit by the shield vault, and a flash for the Q after Elk trying to run away. Will surely get into the ambush, can't quite get the kill.
The barrier and the ambush movement speed sees them out. The cocoon saves the day. The cocoon means that the
good repel.
Triple autos come out.
This could be another Shield of Durand, and the Elise is swiftly introduced into Galio's version of Bug Spray. Wei gets a fear, but I think he needs to run away very fast. Will not quite have the shield up and available. Gets the
Setup tops the wall. There's the flash on Wei. He doesn't have the spell shield. They're looking for a dive. TT want to slam the early game home.
He is just gym protein. Setab helps Bejuan pick up a kill. Feather survives. And TT strike back. Setup needs to be a bit aware of Elk ambushing in.
He's not going to kill. He just wants to get the... he just wants to get the XP.
Onto it, they can repel from that. And they're not
no, they can't. He has the W. He'll be safe going into invisibility. Knight now roaming. TT pushing BLG to the brink. BLG need to wake up. The first kill onto the Twitch helps them an awful lot. But getting 2 kills back will definitely make TT happy. It does mean that the solo laners left alone, it's not going to lead to anything. The recall already came in from Knight, so they'll be safe from that one. What is the overall score from this? We do have the Twitch, several hundred gold up on the Ezreal. That's important. Leaving the mid lane will leave the XP in advantage from Knight. However, the gold's slightly in favor of TT. The fact that they couldn't kill the Twitch, I think, is huge here, actually. If they killed the Twitch, I think that means that he doesn't have the gold he really wants to play with for the next phase of the game. We are going into standard lanes now, though. Both bot lanes laning up against each other.
I'll also know, though, that Elk has run Barrier, does not have Cleanse into a Pantheon. And I get why, I do. You need to be advised that you can't CC as much as you'd like. Nice smite to go from base 1, who Q's away, held on to that. Grub spawning shortly, and there is enough pressure from top lane to allow that little look in for an invade. Grub spawning early-ish. The issue, though, as we said, with no flash, with no barrier, you can absolutely look to murder that Twitch if they overstep. Has to be a bit careful how they play the lane out from here.
So, early game. Still, I think, going pretty well for BLG. That Twitch getting some extra gold, as we've already talked about, absolutely critical, and now they've gotten beyond the early lanes. Very, very helpful. That's a repel away from...
Pantheon move speed's pretty high, remember?
Comet Spear goes wide. That would have been a chunk to pretty much end this phase of lane. I think Elk needs to recall anyway. You can see why they wanted to avoid this lane. Later on into the game, of course, I think TT have a much easier comp to play. You pin everything onto the first target. Hopefully they die. However, I think in this game, much easier for a secondary player from BLG to carry. If you go onto the Twitch, the Sylas might carry, and the Jax certainly can too. Go onto the Sylas, maybe the Twitch does, and the Twitch has the Nocturne Veil of Shadow from the Paranoia to help out with that too. TT need to really account for all members of BLG, even though many of those members have been on worse form. Knight leaving lane might be able to spot, well, spots out the ward, doesn't spot Beige-1. Has a, I mean, Knight front and center for me on this one. So many good ults for him to steal. The Aurora one's huge. Around Worlds, he had a game against, I believe it was HLE. He had a 9 combo rotation against HLE in one of those team fights. One of the largest DPS team fights from Sylas I've ever seen. This is not the World Championship. This is LPL. It's again TT. You would not expect him to need to do that here, but here we are. Beitron heading bot side. Doesn't have level 6, doesn't have flash. Well, then again, Elk doesn't have flash either, and it's very low HP. This could be the play, and setup's roaming down 2.
Can't see them all. Timely takes aggro, does Feather, hops on forwards, will likely die, but they're still going to lose this Elise as well, you have to feel. Oh! Flashes for no avail. 1xN survives. He's got enough minions, they get both.
That is so important. 2 kills over to the Ezreal now. Will push him through to his power spike. Setup left lane a little earlier just to cover the play coming through.
He's nearly at 6.
He's not going to get any of these Krugs though, so he won't get 6. Beitron does. Beitron will be able to play out, well, just escape here.
They want to play this.
I don't think you want this way. You need to be very, very careful. Ooh. Yes, good damage coming in from the Nocturne. No one else roaming down. Hang on, he does have flash. He could have flashed for a passive. 1v2ing, stopping the resets.
Ult for ult as we're just going between multiple worlds, and Setup and Knight decide to leave that one as is. Both supports here.
I think we call that one the multiverse combo. Knight and Aurora both getting some extra between worlds time. Feather gets himself a good combo there. TT really trying to push home something in this bot lane. Again, I don't think these are clean wins. You do get another kill onto the Twitch. The gold is still even now between the AD carries though, and that's better than it was before.
Beitron in this early game before the Nocturne really comes online. 1-0-3 on the Vi. Has had a great series, has Beitron. Another very different style of champion. We had the full tank. We had the hard carry AP jungler in the Nidalee. Elk not going to find anyone there. Was ambushing forward to see whether someone was greedy with their recall positioning.
You know, serious credit to Hoya as well. I thought that Hoya would be the lost condition for this series. Because
I completely agree. Yeah.
Bin eats players like Hoya for breakfast. He eats players like Dorn for breakfast. He's, of course, been having, of course, just ended his split over on T1 over in the LCK, but still top tier. Really feels like Bin has been held neutral, and that's more than enough for TT because the rest of them are playing around their combos. Hoya hasn't needed to solo kill him, hasn't needed to monster him in lane or side lane. He's just needed to do his job. Currently, down in CS, up in gold, 1-1 across the board, which will keep him up in that. As long as he can hold even and reach those combos in time, TT will be happy with his performance. Been up in XP though, and will become a late game threat. If TT do not cancel out the cross mats from BLG that as they have done in the first 2 games, BLG will have Bin's Jax to fall back on.
Here comes the paranoia first of the game. Feather likely going to die. Flash over the wall on trying to get up. Should surely get the last auto. Does get that one. Big deal now. Actually, the split off. Can the Elise get out? Surely does. Mid lane. 1xN Knight flashing. Knight now in danger. True shot barrage. Just out of range.
Knight wanted to draw the sword, have an honorable duel in the mid lane, and 1xN was ready to cross blades. 2 kills on that Ezreal. Made that a scary prospect. Knight very close to finding the outplay. And this is what we were saying about BLG. The combos haven't been clean necessarily, but the individual excellence is never something you can take for granted away from this team.
Setup. Be a little careful. Don't think they're going to get interrupted going towards this ward.
What do you think was going to happen?
I wonder whether Elise might jump in with the Kikirian on his
stance. He has flash and he has ult, and Twitch doesn't have his ult either, Sam.
Doesn't mean you can't try and blow a Salmon Royalty. And it's still a 2v1, at least at this point of the game, with the Salt Pan Boots and the Repel. You can chase surprisingly far there. Yeah. Anyway, doesn't get in trouble for clearing the ward. I've seen bunny rabbits punished once or twice before.
I'll see whether the rat or the bunny, or perhaps one of our goats in this game, takes the main stage. Yuntal's Wild Arrows built up by Twitch. Of course, it takes a little while to stack up the crit chance, but once you get to really good opening up, gives you the burst of attack speed when you attack a champion. Every so often goes on cooldown after that point, reduces the cooldown by the more auto attacks that you get. Twitch pops out a shadow with the Q ambush speed. The Yuntal's Wild Arrows, it's like having a free hail of blades on it. It's so deadly. Grubs spawning. First 3 run over to BLG. TT do not want to let anything more than that to go 3. All ultimates available across the board as the last one comes off cooldown.
Something like the build I saw last night with the Yuntal Wild Arrows on the Twitch tends to go into the Hurricane after that to give yourself those impressive sort of like spray and pray autos, particularly when you sort of start using them around the level 11 mark. It's about as powerful as Twitch gets as a champion, frankly.
Yeah, he's not gone for the Blade
Cocoon lands, start unleashing, and comes the venomous cast. Over the wall they go. Feather throws down the edge, still try and buy some time. Will fall. Nice.
Perfect. That's exactly what you want to play around. The ambush catching people out in rotation. On, who's had a difficult series. Elk2 getting something here. They've been under a lot of pressure this game, and they get something out of it. Not going to stop the recall here. And TT, importantly, when BLG were in these situations before, TT would shut down the cross map. TT don't have a cross map this time, and BLG get a play for free. Dragon has spawned. No ultimate to use, and Ignite was used by On. TT out of position to set this one up. Even in gold. It's been the most even the gold's been this entire series. God, how good have TT's early games been.
Remember, Elk still got ult. 1xN needs to be very wary. There's the paranoia. They're jumping straight on the Ezreal. Has no flash, no way out. Nice pick mid.
Don't think many teams are used to playing around a Twitch Nocturne coming out of nowhere. This is legitimately KT Arrows Season 4 OGN Summer. Go look back at that. This is the lessons that we learned over 11 years ago. Well, over 10 years, nearing on 11 now. It's TT. They lose their star AD carry to a play in mid lane. They might be able to return something to bot side, but On's here already. It has to be a clean play from TT to clean this up. I think they have to call this off.
They've burned multiple ultimates to do that play in mid lane. Beitran feels they have to flash, set up in Dangerous Knight. Has stolen the Between Worlds again.
And he does get a good chunk out there. Really good are BLG's players at finding a chunk one side of a tower dive to try and break out of the encirclement. Bin does it a lot, Knight does it a lot too when he's in these side lane plays. And now we start to get worried a bit for TT, because they've failed a couple of plays in a row now, and for the first time in this series, BLG have a gold lead. They have a gold lead, they have a Twitch who is going to take over the map, and TT have yet to pull off their big combo. We'll wait to see how effective that is, but I'm worried now, even if you jump on the Twitch, Jax and Sylas carry. That's my worry.
And it feels like it's the bot lane that have delivered this game. They had to after 2 pretty mediocre starts to the games last times around, and that's a big, big deal, because it means it is not just Knight and Bin trying to play out with a side of the map that's kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. And they needed to. This comp really needs to make the move first before the Galio, before the Pantheon, before the Vi can respond. And the pick timings have been good.
That they have. So, what's next up on our agenda? No objectives up for a couple of minutes. Does mean we do have a bit of a reprieve. Knight using that ult there goes into melee range, using the Between Worlds. I love seeing the best Sylas players in the world figure out how to use new ultimates, because every time a champion releases, it's
yes, a relearn.
Well, no, it's every time it's the Sylas mains. It's like, oh yes, how is our new ultimate? So the Mel ultimate which came through, that can be pretty big. Mel walking up again. Yuntal ult fired too.
He's just assaulting an arcane shift. Another turnaround. Remember, there is no barrier or cleanse to get out of that one right now. Flash barrier now down.
Double summon is lost by Elk. That is the worry. Big cooldowns used by TT as well, using the Galio ultimate.
Nightburn flash as well somewhere.
Yeah,
just come back
up. So that's fine. That's just getting used to graphical stuff. I
guess. Yeah, it was like, it was marked out like a standard flash loss. I was like, huh, yeah. What happened?
Oh, I'm tense, Sam.
Me too.
Look, it's a difficult situation, folks. I have committed the last 3 years of my life to LPL. I have lived, I dream about, like, Ultra Prime versus Rare Atom bottom-tiered confrontations because these games get so tense. Knight
belt down. Abscond of Dark tries to pepper through the ultimate. Should be able to do it, but Starfall! Vile to try and escape, but Knight gets some healing. It's not enough. And Setup gets one on Knight.
The Knight has been taken away. What can TT do? They don't have the cooldowns now.
Reaches Assault, tries to buy some time, ends up being a 1-for-1. Here comes the rest of the team. Setup, hit with the Duskbringer, will not be chased any further.
The Knight doffs the armor, goes down in that side lane, but this is the worry. This is the worry. TT use their cooldowns onto one character. BLG respond. Flash away. On very, very scared there for a second. He is but an itsy-bitsy spider. TT, if they use their big combo, they don't have the gunpowder really to take out the second target. Jumping forward, Major's gonna get CC'd.
Damage back is pretty big. They get one teleport to get to fly from everybody. Is set up, has to come between ones, and they're both gonna be so deep. Knight and on remaining Hoya turns up. Everyone else survives. Flashing for the shielded around. Remember, there is no repel, no flash on this Elise. The Winds of War should surely bring Itsy Bitsy down. Sub 10 HP. Last auto secures it.
I thought 1XM might be gifted the kill. TT, serious credit for this underdog team coming in and playing with everything they've got, committing to the fights. I was worried there for the last bit that, again, BLG would have more cooldowns. Really what saved them there is setup. The bunny with a shotgun absolutely blast the rat from the face of the rift. Oh my god, this has been a hell of a series. I hope you're enjoying this one. Knight caught out an extended trade. His bot lane is roaming down, but they're against the Pantheon, who gets to roam there quicker. Baytron, once again, early to the play. Baytron, fantastic series. One of the best series I've ever seen from this jungler who spent many years now in the LPL. They did use all their cooldowns, though, and it means that the Twitch, Elise, can clean up the play. The big play after this point, though, is set up. Oh, Knight caught out again. Teleport coming in. Bins, Jax making his first big play of the game. The retreat comes through. Will that be it?
Everyone's roaming. The whole team turning up shortly. Bin gets a counter-strike into the ultimate. Baytron now needs to start running away. Has got a flash to work with potentially. Shielded around lands. Turnaround is here. Paranoia comes up with the Galley ult in time. Knight can't use his. Flash on now. 1-for-1 as it stands for Hoya solo, and Bin can look to go on in. Interrupt from Feather. His shield vaults in. Where is this Aurora top lane?
Doesn't have the teleport. Doesn't have the teleport. The numbers work out for BLG. There is no cleanse. There is no Ezreal. TT have woken the beast somewhat in this game as BLG prove what we were worried about for TT. TT use their cooldowns, but they cannot kill the second and third carries. They go too long into trying to kill the Silence. He gets another W, gets the extra healing at low HP, and TT can't finish off the 7-kill Twitch or the Jax.
Massive, massive moment. The fact the man advantage comes on through makes it really tricky, and 1XN could not run from Wei, who's got the stride breaker at this point. It's so good into Ezreal.
And as you were saying before, you know, you can use your cooldowns here as much as you want. Knight buffers through a bit of that CC using that Chain Lash, gets the Conqueror up again. The big thing here is that, you know, you're using your big cooldowns onto Knight to try and, you know, stop him making a big impact. They can't cleanly shut him down and the Jax at the same time. They make the snap call, okay, let's go towards the Silas, but they ignore Bin. Bin ends up flashing out, and you take down the Silas. I think Knight is happy with this. Yes, it will reflect poorly on his KDA, but making sure that it opens up the option for the Twitch and the Jax to turn this play around is exactly what they need.
Duskbringer just in range for 1XN to be run down the path of darkness. The smite for the slow, the stolen move speed from it gets you in range for a stride breaker.
My God. I don't mean to cause any more trauma or induce anxiety. Please cast your eyes very briefly to the inventory of that rat. 7, 2, and 3. Elk, difficult series for him. He's played poorly. Wei has 2, as has On. And they've had some stumbles in this game, but they have been really turning up much more earlier than the series. TT, they have a golden opportunity to take down the golden left hand of the LPL. Knight not lost a best of 5 in the LPL since 2022 when they lost to JDG. And that Hope series, crazy Jacula versus Hope. This is a golden opportunity, but it is not done yet. Playing from behind for the first time in the series.
Elk has flash and barrier back up. Makes it a good flank angle. Look for the spray and pray. Feather needs to be wary of that.
There's the paranoia.
Here we go. Look for Elk. Sprays, but immediately Gallios prevents the rat from getting as value as they want. Ult comes flying on in from Hoya. They kill off 1xN. On in danger. Setup trying to buy time, but BLG playing with the man advantage. Elk back out of the ambush. Bin's got a counter strike. The damage just not there. They can't keep going. TT are grounded this game.
The TTs are crying face in this game. Once again, they cannot close down all of the carries. Their health bars are blinking from BLG, but no one falls. TT get the Herald, but it is paid for in blood. It's going to lead to mid lane out of turret, top lane out of turret. BLG, they have been slapped. They have been bloodied in the lips. But TT, not so easily taking them down for 3 shots. Beating someone in a best of 3 is hard enough. Beating them in a best of 5, oh my god, it's so hard.
What at Takana spawn, by the way?
That's a great question. We'll find that one after. I wasn't paying my attention to that one. This is a great ult from Wei. I know it looks very, very dangerous, but Knight has the perfect opportunity to follow full contact team fighting. You just dive straight onto the damage, which can really win the fight for you. And after this point, you have a Jax, you have a Twitch, you have a Silas. Which one's going to carry? All of them, actually, at this point. And TT don't have the consistent damage. Yeah, they have some turnaround cooldowns, but they just can't close out the players they want to.
Picture in picture, Knight's on setup, flashing away. Stays alive.
Stays alive.
To the side. Oh my days! The damage is low. Base one's dead. Another Elk continue to ult. Bin on the flank angle, and BLG finally here to play. 1xN tries to get one back, cannot do so.
And that'll lead them straight into the Atacon. Might's actually going to teleport towards top side to push out that lane.
It's ruinous!
No, it's not. It's the Voracious. No, it's not. Remember the red one, Sam? The red one is the normal one. It is Voracious. It will be doing exactly the same thing. Remember, the kills only count before 14 minutes. It's not the ones after that. And they made it even less likely to appear in pro play. You need something like 18 or 16 kills by the 14-minute mark to spawn it. And yeah, we got a lot of kills now. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. It's the one we know and love.
Wah.
You baited all of chat with that.
I did.
Sam.
I was excited.
What led you to believe it was the other one, Sam? Huh?
I got 27 kills.
At 20 minutes, beyond the point where it matters. I'm sorry, Sam.
I'm quite upset.
Yeah, I am too. It would have been great to see. Last year, we did have BLG versus Weibo, upper brackets, not the grand finals, but game 3 of that, 2 kills a minute. That one would have spawned this new Atacon. I don't think we're going to see it that often.
No.
It's our daily trauma. It's our trauma check-in time again.
Ugh.
Hurricane now for the Twitch. That's going to be game ending. Yes.
Hurricane Elk.
This can one-shot a Twitch. I don't know if they can get to him in time, and I don't know if they can do that cleanly through a paranoia as well. The paranoia, giving this smoke screen for the Twitch you can play out of your vision range, is absolutely disgusting. I love this combo. I thought it'd be hard to play, but they played it so well. The Atacon GA as well very much helps.
A lot of statements about how Elise has been playing as well, but currently has a Storm Surge, a Bloodsong, a 10-stack Dark Seal. Is actually 2.4 thousand gold ahead of this Pantheon, who's really suffering, and now that Elise becomes an additional threat in her own right.
Yeah. There's a comment in chat, by the way, and we are paying attention here too, from Conrad saying, is Bin overrated when he's not on Jax? Call him out if it's wrong. I have to say, I think Bin can play whatever the hell he wants, and he's completely happy with it. This series has not been about the first 2 games. It was not about the solo lanes from BLG. It was about the failures of Wei, Alkanon, who were falling apart in both early game and mid game. Bin was trying to cross map, couldn't really get the most out of it because the team was dying too quickly on the other side. Knight, similarly, looking for those great executions, but fell too far behind individually because Seta picked up so much gold. He's looked so much more comfortable this game, Bin as well. But it has helped the fact that the whole rest of the team has started to come online. Elk, gone invisible again, and here comes the Paranoia!
Paranoia's in the back line, goodbye! The Galio ult tries to buy some time, 1xN disappears. Knight, stolen the cease and desist, will go down, the withdrawals come on through, and TT actually get a few out of this. Elk and On can look to dive, there's still Hoya, pretty damn tanky, 1xN has to be very careful, rappel angle in. A single Q from Elise would do it, had the flash,
so it's a
getaway.
3 withdrawals for 2 kills, still BLG's advantage. They don't take a tower, but they force TT back off the map, while their withdrawals can come straight back out onto it. They'll get themselves a dragon, TT not able to get themselves soul point. I mean, it was very unlikely that they were going to do so already. BLG went straight onto setup, and the big thing about this fight for TT is that it was a pretty good proof of concept that if they split cooldowns and they go on to both Silas and also the Twitch, they can't kill both. You saw that the Vial went one side as the Peel went the other. BLG, much more confident. They look much more alert. Everyone playing on the same page in a way they weren't earlier in the series.
10, 2, and 10 on Twitch, by the way. Much better game from Elk. Also note, Wei has gone towards a bit of a more selfish build. It's not the Hexblade we've been seeing a lot of from the Nocturne. That is Strikebreaker, Black Cleaver. You are trying to get onto the Ezreal, onto the Aurora, and make sure even with their dashes, they cannot run away freely.
Herald, that one which was... The whole team died for this Herald.
Oh, man.
And they can't even get anything out of it. 8,000 gold if you BLG. This is going to a game 4. The question is, after that point, we are getting deeper and deeper into Fearless now, folks. TT, fantastic showing for them. I could not be happier for TT as a team which I've followed for so many years. As we were saying before, you know, we've spent years of our lives watching the LPL now and dedicating ourselves to it. I think this year I will cast my 1000th game of LPL. It's only 3 years into my LPL career, so people have been there longer, but we've really committed to it. And TT are one of those teams which I've always wanted to succeed. UCal dyeing his head blue for the team, making a playoffs and bursting into tears as he finally carried them over the line, and then bursting into tears when they failed the next split. This team has always been a motive to me.
Jumps on. The Elise is so squishy. Goes up in the repel though. The combo's not getting away in the backside as the Galio can fly on through. Bin over the wall. Counter strikes in. It is number 2. They've gone up in the game. Setup tries to get some back, and they do. But Elk now sprays and prays, and they find deliverance in game 3.
BLG have absolutely torn the throat out of Thunder Talk. We said Thunder struck twice, but it has not a third time in this series just yet. They will be asked to find another draft that they can play against BLG in a game 4 Fearless situation. It will be so hard for them to play around it. The game's not over, but it kind of is, except for the victory lap. BLG go back towards the Baron. An 11-2 and 11 Twitch leading them from the front after an incredibly difficult series from the BLG bot lane. Beitron shorts the Q. He needs to get the quick combo. If he does that, I think they end up getting the clean kill. They can't quite get it. Even then, I don't think it's the right pick. I don't think it's the right pick. It would have been everything onto the Elise, and you see how quick BLG respond. And that was always the worry. They respond so quickly. For the games 1 and 2, TT were responding in the same time frame. This game, though, they just don't have the tools to make it work. And Magi's in for Knight. If you're watching on my Twitch channel, by the way, we have a Magi's emote. It's my favorite item in the game.
By the book.
We are well-read individuals as Knight is playing things by the book.
And don't get me wrong, I think at this point it feels like any pick is the wrong pick, unless I suppose it's the Twitch, but how easy that's going to be. Down flash again. If you can blow up the Twitch and do so cleanly, maybe you can play. Maybe, but it's so hard now. 1xN is desperately struggling to stay alive because everybody is gunning for his head. And there is enough ult for Knight to get in the backline. On's being jumped again.
Look how quick again.
Oh my days, the turnaround. 1xN jumps on the Strikebreakers. That tries to buy some time. They lose the Elise, but Twitch murders the mid jungle.
GA's down.
Could be big, trying to get one more back as Wade just body blocks so much. Ult out from Hoya, turns around, buys a bit of a double knock-up. 1xN trying to trade, but a flash from Bin not quite in range. That's a lot of kills now onto this Twitch, who keeps on autoing people down. Bin will counter-strike, will have a leap strike potentially available as the solo lanes of BLG finally bring Yushan down. It is a mighty statement from BLG. It is messy, it is bloody, it is 41 kills in sub 30 minutes. But BLG do not get swept cleanly. Thunder Talk, back to the drawing board.
You'd best do away with your anxieties and your fears. Fearless game 4 coming up as TT, they double tap, but they can't make it the triple just yet. BLG are alive in this series and bring us to game 4. They are still down at match point. They will still have to reverse sweep, but this is the start of where they could go bring this game through to the expected victory through an unexpected path.
Elise Twitch works. That's not something I was necessarily expecting. It needed to snowball. They started off with first blood and a good pick on the Galio. They went on from there. Elk ended at over 11 kills. The Elise was giga strong. We've actually had a lot of criticisms of Elise. We've seen a lot of bad Elise play. This is why people enjoy the pick if you get ahead. You're actually surprisingly tricky to pick. As long as you're ahead enough, you can just repel for time.
Yeah, that was one of the better Elise performances that we've seen, even in the early game, if that didn't go as well when they were forced down on. TT are not a team that we expected to win this series, and one of the reasons we said, oh, even if they take a game, what's going to happen later into the series? Yeah, this is now where that question comes through. TT looked fantastic in their combos earlier in the series. BLG, their combos weren't clean. Their macro was answered by TT because they were pulling their combos off so effectively that they just lost too many members too early. Now, I think this is where TT get really scared. I think if it goes through to a game 4, we know that Knight can play anything. We know that Bin can play anything. We know that Elk has got a lot of random stuff too. We haven't seen his Ziggs yet. What happens if we get ourselves some AD mid laners with a Ziggs coming through or something like that? This is where the game gets very, very difficult. Folks, if you're enjoying this cast and enjoying what we do, please drop a follow and please drop some likes on the videos that we're doing as well. My name is Nymaera, this is Initialise. You might recognize us from LEC, from Japanese League of Legends a number of years ago, or from the LPL broadcast, which was shut down coming into this year as well. We've cast a lot of LPL together,
yes, we have.
there is no LPL official broadcast now. We cast this so you can enjoy it in the way that you would do as if there was one too. But we need your help. We need your follows, your likes, your subscribes, whatever you can give us, or even if it is just your attention, that means a lot to us too. We're streaming on Nymaera on YouTube and on Twitch, and also on Onivia's highlights channel over on YouTube as well. If you're watching from over there, we really hope you're enjoying the show. I'm watching an unexpected matchup. I'm sure many people out there in the international community just tune in for the odd LPL game don't know TT. I hope you do now. This team has been so exciting to watch. And no, there is no official broadcast SegaFax. There is LPL English, which is a fan broadcast, but it is not official broadcast SegaFax. That is false.
It is not. It's not an official broadcast. That is a fan one. They are actually co-streaming too.
They are doing exactly what we are doing, which is effectively being a passion broadcast. We are not paid for doing this. There is no official broadcast SegaFax. You are wrong.
Yeah, and then of course they are taking clips and stuff from that channel and putting them on the LoL Esports channels, but that's all clips from the fan broadcast. Yeah.
Yeah, it is to you. Well, the thing is, it's not being paid for, which is the big thing.
Deal. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Auras. That means a lot to us. But if you're enjoying the content, please stick around. Please let people know that we're doing this as well. We'll bring as many games to you as at all possible because we love this damn league.
Holy moly, Elk doing pretty respectable damage there. Honestly, that at least just out-damaged the Jax, by the way, as well. That's kind of hilarious.
Oh my god. Oh. What a series. What a series. Elk set up for success. He's had a difficult series so far. Thank you all. We'll get hydrated, Solo Puppy as well.
Oh, hydration nation.
I'm sure many people. I'm sitting in Beijing and I still tuned into the stream. That is fantastic to hear, Lauren. I've only been to Beijing the once. I passed through the airport on my way to 2023 Summer Finals in Xi'an. I had a bowl of beef noodles there and it was lovely. I have a lot of love for traveling out there. Yes, LPL English was here earlier, and we appreciate the job. By the way, folks, I do absolutely appreciate what they're doing as well. It is very important that we have broadcasts to do this. We are one of them. There are others doing this as well. So I have a lot of love for them. Of course, I've worked with a lot of them in the past as well. Mazel, Cubby, Kelsey Moses running it in the background too. Yeah. Beef noodles and Xi'an are fantastic. Oh yeah, the beef noodles are fantastic. Also had a hot pot there. It had so much hot pot there. So good. Man, food out in China,
it's just very good.
So good, man. Yeah.
What a game.
What a game indeed. That's one way to say it. Right, do you need a break for anything?
I could use a break.
Do that.
Yeah, I'm going to get myself some water at the very least, I think, yeah? As we are going to game 4, and that was a bloody game.
Yes, it was. Feel like calling your channel LPL English automatically gets 90% of the viewers? Well, so yeah, I know that SegaFax was saying that is the official broadcast. That was the fan broadcast setup in 2014 or so. I don't know what it is, Harold. It's just one of them. We have the Riot Creator Free. So that was Kelsey Moser's channel from back in like 2014, 2013 or so. And they've just brought that channel back out to then stream the LPL English off of it. And I wish them the best of luck, and it's great that so many people are watching their stream as well. And of course, it's great for search engine optimization. You search up LPL English and you find that. Oh, really? Was SegaFax saying that? Oh, really? Oh, my bad then. I'm so sorry if I misunderstood the SegaFax. Chinese cuisine is the best in the world? It is really good, in fairness. Oh, I'm so sorry, SegaFax. I'm so sorry. I misread that. I got caught up in the moment. Because the way it came across to me was like, there is an official broadcast. What are you doing? I'm so sorry. I feel really bad now. Thank you, SegaFax. I know you're a regular here. I appreciate that. Peak of LPL casting? Well, we've cast it an awful lot, and we really enjoy casting. And we really enjoy casting it for you guys, and we hope you're enjoying yourselves. Maybe T231? It's going to be a heck of a... My problem is TT need to find it. They need to find a combo which works as cleanly as their previous series. Their previous games in this series. It is so difficult. It's so difficult to do that. No, not everything plays the same way too. Who's our MVP? Elk, I suppose? Yeah, Elk had a very clean game. I think he was set up for success, and he gets the KDA. He played that very, very well. I'd need to VOD review it to see who really... Because, I mean, I think you could argue for maybe even Wei with his paranoias. I think Wei's paranoias were absolutely crucial this game. Knight as well had some good moments, but he was often at the butt of the fights. We're back to the underground days? Yes, we are. Yeah. True. Fearless should just be on skins instead. Yeah, you can't use the skins every now. Yeah. I think Wei needs a shout out for this game too. He's had an awful series, but this has been good. Bin was clean too. Yeah, he was. Bin was super clean. I've searched LPL official broadcast and Google asked me, did you mean have good brothers? Aww. If that's true, that's adorable. That's great. Yeah, Wei had a much better game. A much, much, much better game. Wei did walk into 3 and get himself an on-killed at level 3. That was true, but he also flew into 3-4 people multiple times a game and made it out of the way. Harold, yes, I did see there's a compliment for Harold. You know, I think that when I'm building the Red 5 helm, I really need to. It's just been, I've just been so overwhelmed with life recently. I should do that soon though. Maybe I'll start that later today. Maybe that's my calling. I wonder if this BLG team will be Team China, the Team China sends to Asian Games. When's the next time Asian Games is being played? Because was it played 2 years ago or 1 year ago? It was 2 years ago, right? That it was played? Next year, well, it would be on all eight votes for Elk. I would have put a vote in for Wei, I think. It was in Hangzhou in 23, oh, it was delayed because of COVID and stuff, I think, yes, no, that makes sense, why it was delayed. We still have Bin's Camille, we do. And we have Bin's Renekton. Well, although Renekton is less popular in LPL right now. Oh, folks, I need to rest my voice a little bit. It's an ADC region in China. He got 13 kills by the end. Yeah, he had a clean one. I can't think of a better 5-man comp than the one currently losing to TT. I know, right? Maybe you put, I don't know, I mean, hey, NIP look pretty good right now. We'll see. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go step away from the PC for a little bit, put some adverts on, and we'll be back for Game 4 very shortly, folks. How do you keep your voice dying talking this much? Singing lessons. Vocal lessons. Knowing how to speak through your diaphragm, drinking lots, and also doing it a lot. The more you do it, the more you get used to it. When I first start casting again after a break, my voice is a lot more fragile. When I start casting more, it's a lot easier. You know, I on average cast 1.5 games a day last year because I was casting 3 best of 3s a day. Drinking, hey Zero, good to see you by the way. Drinking, I actually don't drink alcohol. I've been sober for years now, which is good. But, yeah, no.
You hated the hangovers.
I hated the hangovers. It made me sad, it made me poor, and it made me not feel very good in any way, really.
So very understandably,
yeah, I was like, why am I doing this? I'm literally poisoning myself. But yeah, no, I think taking vocal lessons is huge.
Big time.
Huge. You know, I've always done music. In fact, way before I got into gaming, I love music, really. You know, I'm a guitarist, I'm a singer, and all of that helps. A lot of it helps. Yeah, so learning stuff like speaking through your diaphragm, learning how to control your, the intensity of your voice. It's actually a thing which I've talked to Sam about recently because your regular intensity of your speaking voice is quite important too. Like one of the other things, when I'm co-streaming, I'm speaking more like this. I think Sam is about 3 times as loud as me when we're in our downtime.
Naturally louder person too. To be fair.
Yeah, sure.
So part of that's just naturally.
But that's one of the reasons why my voice is more safe, is because I put less intensity into my voice. And there are negatives. I'm not actually saying that's a bad thing. When will I do a song with Vedius? I really want to.
It'd be really cool.
What I want to do is have Sam and I have a tricast with Vedius. So we have, between the 3 of us, 2 whole Welshmen. Because we're both half Welsh. He's full Welsh. Should have 2 whole Welshmen and a tricast. But I really want to do a song with him. Yeah, I want to do, if I get a chance to do an LEC song, I want to do like a Breaking Benjamin, like mid-range arena rock song. That'd be really cool. Okay, I'm gonna go quickly, I don't know, step away from the PC and stop talking. And then we'll get to it.
I will also say, like, my voice is generally a little stronger than Alex's. Like, my voice is quite robust, so I get away with it a bit more. Also, not to put too fine a point, because I'm a play-by-play, I put my voice through more paces in some ways too. So part of it as well is just practice and also getting quite used to various different tones and timbres and intensities. It does help quite a lot. TT is much stronger than they used to be. Yes, I agree, Alexich. Is that? I doubt that's actually the Alexich. Just someone with a good name and a good follow-up to one of the greatest League of Legends players of all time. I see. Here we go. Unmute this briefly. Turn that around a second. Looking at, I believe that's on. I think part of it as well with a few days ago because I'd just done like 3 days back to back of solo casting plus doing G2 Hell plus doing my own streams. It was just a lot, bluntly. It's also the other thing, just hydrate for the love of all. People out there. Gonna hover over this so I know when to mute it again. Apologies for the slight delay. There we go. Switch that out. Back to where we were. I'm so glad this series not stopped. We get to watch more. Yeah, me too. And I think it's Thunder Talk have been on the verge of being good for a while. The question was how good. And I think actually people like Hoyer and Beethoven and Setup setting up, great news. Especially because Setup had some big roles to fill in terms of option then. That's a hydrate from Setup. We've done that. And a compliment from Harold for Harold. Harold, you are one of the singularly most thoughtful people I've ever known. Genuinely, you do so much for your friend. It is very, very endearing. I cannot tell you how not alone it makes you feel when it's things like you just suddenly get a box of donuts turning up in your door is like just a nice thing that you do. It is very, very sweet, and your company and companionship and friendship has meant the world to me and Alex. So thank you for being genuinely an excellent friend. I know Harold well enough to actually give off a good compliment. He redeemed it. He gets it. That T1 HLE battle last night was an absolute masterpiece given the stakes. Oh, yeah. The stakes should never have been that. I'm hoping that the format changes for next year. But the fact the stakes were there did make it some high drama. It was wonderful. And yes, there were some weird things like LeBlanc support. I mean, the Legends play, I'm telling you, it was 2-0 to Thunder Talk. It wasn't a 1-0 or something. Thunder Talk won 2 in a row, and we're looking to clean sweep it. It didn't happen. Could have happened, though. Just say hello briefly. I should turn my camera back on. Sorry about that. Play it out from here. And they could still have won. Should probably still have won that game 5. Fumbled the base take. Fumbled the reset. HLE get Soul, get Baron. Viper dances the dance. It's great stuff. Can BLG pull a reverse sweep? Oh yeah, if there's a team capable of it, it's BLG. And I think especially as we're in Fearless, drafts get tricky. BLG have some very, very deep champion pools. The lights are on and that means we disappear. Alright, into game 4 we go. Thunder Talk on blue side has generally been a pretty solid win rate for the better teams in the league. We've already had that statement about red side and who is put there. It often is your losing teams. So it can be a bit of an odd one.
It's funny you mentioned that. BLG chose red side in game 2.
He did
do that. Ban's fairly standard right now. What else have we got that's really left open? I mean, obviously the Galio and the Rumble both being out now. That changes the chance.
Down, yeah.
Laura's down. We haven't played Victor yet, but that's obviously now been banned too. What are our priority picks? It has been, and particularly with TT playing combos. What are the combos they can play around? They don't have utility AD carries now. There's no Ashe, no Ezreal, no Jhin. And they've played a lot of the long-range follow-up AD carries. Do you have to go with Kai'Sa, an early pick Kai'Sa? Do you go with a Jinx Lulu? Do you go with 1x's Aphelios, even? Something like that. Do you play around Feather's Blitzcrank? No, this is where things get different. TT did not have as clean combos in the last game, and definitely not as clean early game in Game 3 as they did in Games 1 and 2.
Wukong hasn't been played yet. I think for me that has to be the last remaining majorly valuable champion. It is banned because the Vi was used last game, and that's normally a matched pair with the Wukong.
This is a big
first pick.
Yeah, this is the most lane dominant AD carry left. This would change a lot. You can go towards Alistar to combo up with it too. There's no Braum on the other side to cancel that. And I think that would be able to win through most laning phases. Maokai is huge because most of your melee supports are gone, which means that the Maokai, regardless of where it's picked, can be your primary initiator. Elk gets to go towards Jinx, arguably his best champion ever too. Insane in performances around that in MSI 23 before Knight joined the roster. It was really what carried them there in a lot of their compositions. TT will need to find a different combination. I mean, Lilia Misfortune is a good combo, and it does do quite well against the tankiness of Maokai if that goes into the jungle too.
Viego a little safer perhaps though, and again Lilia can sometimes be a bit more comp dependent in a way that Viego tends to fit into most drafts.
Also removes Jinx Viego as a double reset comp. I also think Knight, this is the time to bring out Ahri. Double resets.
I was about to wonder. Yeah.
Maokai playing towards the heavy CC, the Ahri going forwards. I think we get a Knight Ahri in the game now, folks, unless Setab wants to take that away now. In fact, actually, TT maybe start thinking about, oh god, we need to take away stuff like that.
Good with the Viego too.
And that's a big part of it. Now they go for the Ahri Viego. They have the double resets to take away from Knight. Knight could do something crazy like go towards Vex now or something like that.
LeBlanc, if he wants a skill matchup.
He can do either of those things if he wants to dominate lane. Ahri is a decent blind pick. It's not on the Electrocute buff patch, which means that Ahri's laning phase is not quite as good. The Lulu gives you good defense and good laning phase, especially now you can double ban supports. Leaning on Knight's champion pool to say, look, he'll have an answer to the Ahri. It's his best champion. He knows he's arguably the best Ahri player in the world, I think. He will have answers to it. What the hell does TT ban now? What do you ban? What do you get rid of?
You probably have to think about, I'd imagine mid laners. What does Ahri not enjoy here? I wonder whether you might want to consider something like a Diana ban even. Kind of been slowly rising in priority, and Wei might look towards it. You could use a bit more AP threat here as well, especially if you're afraid of where that Maokai could get flex if Bin wants to take it top lane. The Azir is a ban, not necessarily Knight's best champion, but it is one of the remaining big AP threats in mid lane, and again, very evergreen. LeBlanc possibly an option here too if they want that skill matchup and they need some AP from somewhere.
I could go towards Orianna. Maybe they ban that away. It's one of the better laning matchups to Ahri again.
Double shield them for the Jinx.
Because if you have Lulu plus frontline plus double long range carries, it sucks. Yeah, you ban away the Orianna.
Okay.
What other mages do you go towards? You go Hui. Knight's Hui could be good here. It's an okay lane matchup into Ahri. Not as solid as the Orianna. As we said, you could do something completely crazy and go Vex, go for the Burstia kind and go for like double resets again because Vex has the reset on the ult. Ryze, less about the lane matchup, but later into the game, Ahri can struggle a little bit because he's just quite tanky. Does go towards that. We haven't seen Knight's Rise in a while. It has been popping up around the place though. Doinby most notably picking that one up. Scout as well. It has become an LPL specialty. And it really helps you deliver someone like the Maokai or a tank top lane into the backline too, or of course deliver you to safety if you put it on your own team, walk out of it and let them teleport.
And it's another good bit of lockdown. The Seraphine was a hover. We'll wait and see what they decide to go for. The few decent nods. Hoya's Poppy.
They don't have
very
Engage
famous
right now.
in the back. Yeah.
They don't have Engage, which is a pain. They go for the Poppy, which is likely blind pick top lane. You don't. The thing is, Lulu's not that great laning into other enchanters. So if you look, Soraka, Seraphine, which is, of course, really good anti-engage as well. You kind of fire it back as people run into you. It's pretty good. Karma is the best laning enchanter because it brings less value elsewhere. You can see that's what they're hovering over. It makes a lot of sense. You want something to combo up with the MF, but it also needs to beat the Lulu in lane. Seraphine does that. Means that you have the Encore bullet time combo.
And you've also got a lot of great extenders for the ultimate. Encore across an Ahri diving forwards, a Poppy diving forwards, the Viego diving forwards. Feels pretty good. So you can actually get a pretty long range Encore here. if TT pull the triggers at the same time.
I think we put the Marco top lane if we're BLG.
I agree.
And then what else do you put into the jungle?
Lee?
You can go towards the Lee Sin. They do. The Volibear also could have been answered to as one of our early game kind of Jackling junglers. They hit level 3, become a gremlin, and it's going to run at you. Knights. Wow, someone had a Knight Rise sign in there. Was that a Knight pick Rise sign?
Wow.
I can imagine. Way on Lee Sin. Not easy to play into Poppy. Not easy to play into stuff like Seraphine either. Does give him early game presence. The early game jungling from Wei will need to be on point to justify this pick, because the later the game goes, the harder it gets.
So, if you can set up your battle lines, you team fight pretty well there as BLG. Lots of setup for that Jinx. The Lee Sin to get you rolling in the early game. Of course, actually not a bad amount of disengage and ways to threaten some of those slightly more mobile members. Lee Sin obviously quite good at following people around if you've got good skill shot accuracy and good decision making. On the other side though, you look at TT's comp, and I don't think there's anybody on the side of BLG who will deal with the full force of a Viego, Ari, Encore, Misfortune, Bullet Time into reset angle. If you are caught out in bad rotations, if someone is hit with the first bit of CC, they likely do die.
Yeah. And that is going to be so terrifying, because BLG, they are up against another combo from TT. Their combo, look, TT have been playing compositions which come straight off of the training field. We have Seta picking up Faker's skin. By the way, the signature version is not on Tournament Run. You can't play the $500 version. You can only play like the $50 version.
Do you know why?
No.
Fandral did a little tweet about it, because you can use the emote you get from it to cancel mobility on blast cones and stuff.
No, so that's not just the signature version. That's actually just anything on the Immortalized Legendary.
There you go.
Actually, I think it's slightly pay to lose, because your charm animation is really obvious, and also, look, there's a bunch of stuff. Look, there are more important things that we talk about. Freaking RE skins. It is my main champion. Let's listen to some Giles, and let's see if TT can take it home.
TT's Gyro's a little bit quieter, a little bit more timid this time around, and you can't blame him. Should have been a 3-0, you know what you mean. They had such a golden opportunity, and then the Twitch got fed. Oh man, did that Twitch get fed. Back on Lulu. I love him on Lulu. Back when this was meta, when we were seeing Zeri, Lulu, and Jinx all the time. Was a monster player, but the lane swap's coming on through. Both teams getting deep wards down. Been sat by his tier 2, trying to figure out exactly where he's going to be going.
BLG getting themselves a milestone as well. Only 9th in the league, because, hey, they've not always been top tier. They've not been around for as long as many, but 9,000 total kills in the LPL. Hoya will show himself in the lane swap. Rune Prison level 1 means that Hoya can't just immediately jump forwards for a wall slam into a couple of autos. Might be able to now, though. I'm not sure why Knight walked back there. He's going to lose himself a little bit of HP. Ben's going to walk up for some XP as well. Knight doesn't have the E for the easy wave clear and the spread, but hey, that'll work out for them.
He stole a minion, how dare he?
Hey, well, Ben, no, okay, it's not stealing if he wasn't going to get it in the first place. I'll throw that one there, one for free.
Tell that to my mid laners.
I did just highlight as well while we were going through the intro stuff, obviously the lane swap happening, but Ghost on Knights is something which Dernby has really been showing more, trying to pick non-teleport mid laners, so the Pantheon mid lane and then the Ryze going for the Ghost as well. If you go towards Ghost in this game and phase rush, no one's catching you. There is not that much engage from TT. The only thing which stops you at that point is a charm. However, very funny interaction to keep your eyes up to, folks. If Ryze procs phase rush and gets hit by a charm, you need to understand what charm does when you're hit by it is it slows you by 50% and then makes you walk towards them. Phase rush gives you 60% slow resist and a movement speed. You turbo sprint it into the Ahri if you are charmed by them and have phase rush because you're not slowed anymore.
Got an encore too, remember? It's another charm. You can have it happen for multiple ways.
With a lot of stuff. Bin gets a little bit of XP, teleports towards top lane, gets himself something. I don't think this is the easiest dive combination to go towards. That's going to be the stop on the recoil. Is anyone pathing up here? No, you don't have a teleport from the Ryze either. They use the Echo for the roots. I don't think it's easy to do this though. You still have the W to avoid a little bit of that CC.
Speed, knock away with the Bramble Splash, but now Bin down a lot of those key abilities. Bin's going to W away. Tower Aggro is being juggled very, very well. I think he just dies now.
He wants to get the cannon XP. He really wants the cannon XP.
Oh, turret shot! Just gets traded back.
Oh, that's a bit nasty. You really don't want to give that over. Hoya has teleport at least, but he's losing out on XP on the other side of the map. Bin's at level 3 and a little bit beyond that. Hoya will teleport in for some stuff here. Bin didn't get the cannon XP, but did get the kill. I think he'll be happy with that one.
Oh, Hoya had flash too. That's really sad. Holds on to it.
I don't think Hoya thought he was going to die. Unless he thought, oh, even if I need to see the replay again to see if he could have just flashed out and dropped the aggro, but a little bit overconfident. Bin gets himself something there. Of course, Hoya gets the kill on the other side, so it's not at the end of the matchup. They're even in gold, but losing XP to Bin, not great. We have seen that Hoya's done quite well in the individual matchup, especially against Bin. Bin ends series by himself.
Oh, yeah.
In games like this. I will note, Hoya's best champion, historically for me, has been
the Poppy. Yeah.
Poppy and Rumble, probably. His Nar's not been bad either, but those two come to mind first. So him,
careful setup.
That matchup definitely helps.
Oh, you can't walk into that room prison, sorry. And setup with no mana is swiftly dead.
Really nice from Wei there as well, holding onto his Q to make sure even if the flash came through from Ahri, it'd be a problem. This is a problem now. Ahri needs to get ahead of the Ryze and stay ahead of the Ryze, otherwise Ryze gets too tanky to really deal with. After that point, you just become a bit of a charm bot, and sometimes a reset in the fight. You don't get individual agency. Not a great sign for Setup. Not really living up to the Demon King's flair on the champion.
Oh, and you've been having a really good series too. Even the last game was one of the few threats available. The Aurora picked up a kill or two. Nice flash to kill off the Twitch under turret in particular. I remember with that weirding. But that's an unfortunate face check. The resets were coming through, but just didn't time it quite right. Q from Wei. 2 levels up. Could be threatening, but overcomes Feathers. Can get traded back. Glitter Lance goes wide. Elk, though, continuing just minigun down this turret. That'll be a 4th plate. Setup roaming, but not level 6. I don't know how threatening that is.
He has always, in this series, been the first on the roam. It does mean that Knight gets a little bit extra out of the laning phase, which means that if the play fails, you really start falling behind. And as we said, you know, Ryze gets really hard to deal with. He has an assist already, so he's got some extra gold on the board. Knight very comfortably slotting into this laning phase now, much like Bin getting the early kill helps him get towards a point of power towards Fimbulwinter, and Maokai is so tanky from a top lane position right now.
Yeah, and only despair in Fimbulwinter on a Maokai is pretty damn redonkulous. You don't tend to see the Leandries build up there, which you can get away with in the jungle, helps you clear, and you aren't forced to lane with no HP, which sucks as a Maokai. It does tend to be the full tank build up in that position. As Beitron and Wei trade out of some vision control at the top side of the map because, of course, Grub's spawning, and Night On and Elk have all roamed out of the mid lane to go on a bit of a magical journey towards the Grubs.
And I really think that BLG wants to find a pick. If they can, Realm Warp helping it out.
Cleanse Flash, 1x continuing to run, still gets caught up by that Rune Prison and dies. Even with the strut speed.
Dude, you have to be so careful with globals. Yeah, they're not played all the time, but the Realm Warp has always been that X factor in a team comp. Gets the first kill, means that you do not have the bullet time for this fight. Did TT stick around? This feels really bold.
4v5, it's a decent double route. This is just Safari, guys. I don't know about this.
They want to smite one away, but I don't think they can even get in range. Now the problem is you might have just bought into a fight.
They're coming on over. Hoya endangers level 4 on this Poppy. The Misfortune nearly here with the strut speed. Polymorph onto the Ahri. Ults away. Grub still available and will reset.
One extends back now. When's the next charm timing? Setup can jump forwards and look for one more charm.
He hits! And that's onto the Ryze! Knight taking pretty heavy amounts of damage, but already Wei gets a kill on the Lee Sin, and they can keep going forwards. They tried to wait for the Misfortune to come back, and they just don't quite have enough in the tank.
They don't have the damage, and they let BLG just run at them after that. BLG walk away with a crazy early game again. They're going to get the first 3 grubs. They got themselves really good goal out of the lane swap as well. Jinx Lulu kills and assists on them. That is dangerous stuff for TT. This needs to be a composition which doesn't fall too far behind. They are still playing around Viego resets. They don't have the strongest front line. Setup jumps forward, wants to flash away from the Maokai route, and he does do so. That's huge. That Bramble Smash is absolutely insane. And, you know, Knight was hit by the bullet time. He doesn't care. He still flashes forwards to get himself a kill after that point. TT, we were worried about this series the longer it went on. Game 3 really felt like it should have been the time to strike before your champions start falling away from you. The higher tier a team is on paper, the better their champion pools often are, and the better their understanding of multiple team comps they often are as well. I think BLG is starting to understand that, well, starting to show that rather now. TT, they had a golden opportunity here. I wonder if it's slipping away.
BLG now a significant amount of gold ahead, 5-1 in the kills, got the early grubs. And leads exactly where you want him. Pretty much everywhere you care to look. It's about 500 gold. A little bit less in the bot lane. Misfortune gotten a bit more access to those waves, being left alone a bit more. But that was an unfortunate play. Another thing is Hoya was caught at level 4 in that play. Bin's now level 6. That is a big discrepancy in experience.
That was one of the issues with the lane swap. That's the big problem with the lane swap, as you rightly mentioned there. Comment in chat as well, which I would really like to bring attention to, which was, who was it by? Alcapor. Saying that Elk looks more comfortable in hypercarry champions. You're absolutely right. When BLG first came to prominence in spring of 2023, Tabe came in as their coach just before playoffs, and he really elevated that team to an MSI caliber team. Made it to MSI finals. Made it to, you know, such high heights in 2023. Even with Yagao as I say even with Yagao. I like Yagao. I'm not going to dunk on him too much. 2-level advantage.
Yeah.
It was with Elk on hypercarries. It was the Aphelios. It was the Jinx. And he was so damn good. The Zeri, the Sivir. He was so good at those champions. Fearless Draft, unlocking those champions a bit more later in. Once the Ezreal, the Corki, the Jhin, the Ashe, the Varus, whatever you name, goes out the window, is good for Elk. I think it's really good for him. I don't think he's always shown his top level on some of the other picks. He sometimes has. I'm not saying he's... Obviously, he's still a world-class AD carry, but he is at the top of his game on the hyper carries, and I think that's complete...
Oh! Kick over the wall, gets away. The Rune Prison is just the slow. It's not with the additional spell flux, so can't get that one. Nari just ults away. We'll mean to force a reset.
Yeah, he's got the Ionian Boots of the Lucidity, so has some cooldown reduction, but doesn't have the Malignance yet. So taking that ult out early at first rank, really, really nice. Of course, Setup been, you know, dunked down on quite a lot. Hasn't even felt like he can go towards a Dark Seal. I mean, some people don't go it anyway. You should. Ahri play. So, for the way, folks, if you're not familiar with me, I'm an Ahri main. I have like 1.5 million points on the champion, and I've really deconstructed the champion builds over time as well, because I don't like the way it's built in pro. Dark Seal, Magi's, always something you want to get on an Ahri. It's your best item. But if you're dunked down on this early, you get starved out. You still sometimes feel like you have to go for the Dark Seal, because you've got to make your way from behind anyway. The way that setup gets relevant in this game is by picking a good fight, getting some kill participation, and stacking that kind of thing. My worry is, and this is almost my worry with Ahri against mages and Ahri against some tankier brawler champions like Ryze as well, they will just be more useful than you at some point. I think at BLG as a team are going to be more useful than TT. They must make a difficult decision at some point to take a fight and see if they can snowball one member ahead, because everyone is behind, and I just don't see how they come from behind with this comp.
Feat of Bricks secured. That's the term for it for now, and that gives Feat of Strength over to BLG, because they got the first 3 kills, they got the first turret. Jinx gets a lot of value here, and they are just scaling their way up, and honestly, the fact that Wei's gotten a lead early as well means this Lee Sin's an additional threat, and they are actually ahead of the curve for TT, who want to be making proactive plays at this point in the game. 1 item, level 6 is complete. That kind of break point where you're running with an Ahri Viego, you want to get those kills and start snowballing. If you come through to late game objective fights, a Jinx, a Ryze with a Lulu behind them, with the Maokai setup, not going to be easy to execute.
By the way, this is how confident Knight is feeling. In some way, I mean, just look at him now. He's got the pen boots. He is so damaging. I think they're going to see a Mikhail's coming through from the Lulu earlier, which means that BLG will be very happy playing around very bursty Jinx and that. Hang on, is that going to steal one? It does steal one!
Oh my god.
And it means that TT don't even get themselves a set of 3. They get the mites. Maokai comes in. Oh, TT, you've gone too far.
It's the Cats of Doom. They come flying across. The Popule out is decent, but Hoya will still fall nonetheless. Charm is on to Wei, but it doesn't really lead to anything. And this is something you can do, bot laners. Generally speaking, junglers will smite the first grub, and it will be on cooldown for the second. Time your rockets right, you can steal it away.
BLG, look, I mean, they will not be happy with their first 2 games. They shouldn't be. Realm Warp, there's an ult and a flash on setup. He uses the first one, goes pop by Knight. There's a lot of people topside.
Wei's coming as well. Root comes on down, flash the kick into the wall, the turnaround pretty good, can look for a charm, the Orbit Destruction on the through, flash on after setup, who does die as Knight follows with his own flash. But now what about the encore? Across multiple members, bullet time! Resets. And the resets begin! Hoya charges the wall and Knight is now in danger. Beige one looking for another body, steals it, gets that hold here, as Knight will surely fall. Nice angle from TT to punish the over-aggression from BLG.
And, you know, the initial play from BLG, really good. You do have slightly higher early game damage from Knight going towards those pen boots.
Crossbow.
But you can really see that TT, if they get a reset, they're powerful. It's just a question of how you do it. Great on-corp, that helps a lot. Further, you know, we sung its praises through last year and coming into this one too. Such an exciting new support into the LPL scene, which has seen a bit of a dearth of support talent in the last few years, really. I mean, you've got, what, Feather, and then you've got a little bit of Jway. Jway's pretty good, but I don't think you can see
TT. Oh, my days. He's just about right. The one is being the amount of HP he's got left, it feels like. Good grief. He's got the Bloodthirst release, was able to kind of tank his way through, and it holds the turret, importantly, just about.
And a really important thing to note here, too, is, look, Jinx hasn't had a good first item for a while. Yuntal Wild Arrows being strong gives her a good first item, which has attack damage, attack speed, and crit chance. It's really nice to have those. Of course, you need to stack up the crit chance, but it's been a while since she's had that. When Kraken Slayer was a great first item, she was very, very strong. So what happens here? Knight, second Realm Warp of the game, once again puts someone in danger. I think the Tessera Pro Rise play is always about the Realm Warp. Gets himself the Rune Prison on target. Great charm from Setup. That delays the play. If that comes in a little earlier, that changes things. Knight has to flash forward to finish the kill. Setup plays as well as he could there. The charm flash, the encore coming in from Fair, that sets up a couple of resets on top of the bullet time. TT, credit to them. They have been so down to fight BLG at every turn in this series. Even if they haven't won in that last game, they've been ready to swing with them.
And they got every flash but Elk because he wasn't there. H1 just has to flash away there as a bit of an engage comes on through. BLG aggressively skirmishing for that vision control. This tower in mid lane is 2 HP off falling. I think if they can get this wave shoved in, Elk with the extended range should be able to just knock it down. BLG turn up with a few members to make it happen. Dragon spawns. TT coming over to try and play it though. Hoya looking to come also trade, but Knight topside doesn't have teleport, but does have Realm Warp. Will claim the last remaining turret, and that's a lot of gold.
Worth noting as well.
Got no structures.
Magic Pen works on towers too, so the boots also help him kill towers. Knight getting so much gold here, and yeah, he can just walk around the map. Yes, there's going to be a dragon going over to TT. I don't think BLG give a rat's ass. They're getting gold onto their very gold dependent carries. Jinx getting gold. Rise getting gold. Maokai's even ahead of 1,000 gold too, and he's really good as a tank when he's ahead of the game. Yes, he's economic, but if you get a Maokai ahead, you really hate playing against that champion. BLG, always happy to cross-map when they get the monetary value.
Tier 2 being sieged on. You've got a lot of grubs here. You've got a Jinx. You've got the Rise with the pen. That turret's gone.
Yeah.
They can actually try and play this out, maybe. Here comes the rest of TT. Looking for an angle. Root goes wide. Was that a flash burn there from someone? I heard a noise, but H1 looking onto Wei. Gets away, ults out. Now Wei's in danger. Oh, Wei! That is a deadly sin. Encore! Not extended enough. Setup can keep hunting, though. Look for another reset. Another angle in. Looking to find another charm. Can't quite do it. The slow comes on through. Looks for the charm. Lands it onto Elk. Still trying to get the kill. Can't quite another time! Not going to be there as the flash comes out. The Swede is good. H1 gets the reset. Needs to be aware. Elk just about alive, but the flash and cleanse down on. Trying to put his way out with the Whimsy. Gets out safely, but still big kills.
These bullet times have been game-changing for 1xN. The angle there, catching so many people from BLG, gives TT a moment to go forwards. BLG going a little bit too far.
TP back.
Don't think they can really contest for anything here. BLG still have the gold advantage, but TT should not be this close in this game. They should not be this close in this game, but the resets start to come through at the back end of these fights, particularly because of Feather and 1xN. Unlocking Beichuan to get a huge reset after this. I mean, this is just a moment of madness from Wei. Moment of madness. Tries to kick him back. The ult comes through, of course. Wei, the Viego ult makes you unstoppable for the cast of it. I don't know really what Wei thought there. I think actually it's a little bit unfortunate that he dies quite quickly because the charm would have traveled a little bit further at that point. Setup forces the cleanse, and Beichuan just goes wild. I think but this ult saves everything. If that ult wasn't there, you probably do get a bit of a runaway with Jinx maybe even cleaning up one more of the extra range. Maxed out that Q now as well. Wei, great Nocturne game in the last one, but this has not been a clean series from him.
Mortal Reminder picked up from Yushan. Gonna have to try and deal with the fact that Maokai healing's actually pretty obnoxious. You've got the Lee Sin healing's pretty good. You've got the Lulu who'll be offering a bit as well. Trying to cut down some of that. And also the fact that there are quite a lot of bruisers in this game. Will be building a bit of armor as you go on. You don't really get the opportunity to go Infinity Edge and do damage. So I think the Mortal Reminder relatively sensible here from the AD carry on TT. Malignant's completed for the Ahri. Did die in that play.
Yeah. Got
the assist and stuff, but not been the easy to set up. And this Rise is still very scary.
And also, if you don't go Liandry's, you can't play against Maokai. You just can't. So, setup, look, as an Ahri player, as an Ahri main, not happy with how he's been doing. Hoy tries to put him into turret. Does get a tower shot onto him, but I don't think he really wants to be here. That's... God damn, that's a lot of damage. Knight, that Rise just stands and delivers.
Poppy ult. Goes away. Doesn't hit anybody, but the wave disappears briefly, and TT moving force to keep that tier 2 just about alive. And it gives Setup a chance to shove up top side, especially because Bin's not there. Might be able to get an attack on that turret.
Yeah, I will just, again, quickly say, as an Ahri main, not particularly happy with how Setup has played this game. That early death in mid lane is
frustrating.
Pretty unacceptable in a draft like this. You can't afford to fall behind. You must be tightly tied to your jungler to make the most of this. The fact that he's now 2,000 gold behind might be game losing, because look how much the Rise does from ahead.
Oh, flash away. Just about keeps Hoya alive, and there's no objectives at least, but nice pick off there. And this Poppy has gone Thunder Sky, understandable, but you are not tanky until you get a second item.
Yeah, but like, look how little TT can do against the Rise now that they let him escape that laning phase with a mid laner that is so impotent now. You are a charm bot. You've gone for cooldown reduction. Haven't gone towards a Dark Seal, which could have maybe gotten you out of the pit. So dangerous now to play around that Rise. Knight and Elk, either one of them can take over a fight, which is a big problem. TT, they might be able to get a good enough reset with the bullet time, but that's all you're hoping on. If the bullet time isn't as good as the previous ones...
Knight's got a good angle. Damage onto base one is huge. Flash over the wall, trying to kill off the Rise. Flashes out to safety, everyone alive for now. Massive W over the wall prevents the escape. Now Shadow can keep flashing for more. On in danger, the 3-level discrepancy charm onto the Lulu into the beat drop, and the Lulu is dropped off a cliff. Base one claims the kill. TT fine 4.
TT find the fight in the corridor. Knight stand next to the wall, and Hoya slams the door shut and slams the Rise into the wall. Herald into mid lane. I mean, we were saying, hey, TT, they're probably out of this game now because they let these gold scaling carries have way too much gold early into the game. That has not been the case. TT have played so well around the bullet time, and they'll be able to get the driving, go through the obstacles, go into that bot lane out of turret.
Fantastic, and suddenly all those turrets that TT were behind being re-picked up, rediscovered. They get another, they can look towards drag, but they can also just give it up. They're kind of happy to have done that, having picked up a lot of gold. Of course, BLG still okay in this game, but this is a great moment.
For the record, folks, this is why you normally build Merc Treads on the Rise. He gets a great place to gun over, just doesn't expect the Poppy. Beitron gets a stun over there too. The bullet time, we're saying, is so crucial. And somehow as well, Beitron gets punted away from the play.
Survives. Night falls, wave falls on flashes, and setups having none of it.
None of it. And by the way, this is why you build Dark Seal on Ahri. That would have been really good. Atacon taken by BLG in the picture-in-picture, which is, of course, very important. However, talking about this game now, as compared to 5 minutes ago, still a much better place for TT.
BLG were a significant amount ahead. They are only now just about 53% favoured to win from this game state. You can kind of understand why. They've got the gold, but it's not broken the game yet. The misfortune is in the game. This Viego, a key part of the reset comp, has gone for the Collector into a very squishy comp.
Yeah, just cast it right down to the inventory, folks. That is the highest damage build you can get for a Viego. Really. Triforce Collector, that's insane. And of course, there isn't that much magic damage, so there's not that much armor across here either.
Rocket interrupts the reset.
So that's why they could get themselves the Atacon. This is why I hate replays, a really important part of the game. But it was a good replay as well. Even with all of this, folks. Yes, Knight got dunked on a little bit in that last fight. You have 2 item carries who are so ready to run over this game. The problem is, TT must succeed every time now. BLG, all they need you to do is fail once with your bullet time. I think 1XM has been so freaking good with these bullet times. They have been game-saving bullet times alongside the Encores. I genuinely believe 1XN and Leave are the next generation of truly great AD carries from the LPL. I think one of them will, you know, I'd love to see them face off against each other. These two really capture my excitement in a unique way in the LPL. He needs to have such a good game here, though, to make the most of it.
Nice, get the cleanse, that's pretty good value. Note Feathers build here as well. Nothing like an Imperial Mandate, not the damage Seraphine you sometimes catch. It's Dreamcatcher, it's Mikhail's. You're there to prevent the initial pick from BLG, those Maokai ults, those rune prisons. You've got to get out of jail free cards.
Yeah, we did say, hey, well, you know, going towards the Ghost on Knight as well, not going towards Merc Treads. The Mikhails can bail you out. If you're positioned well enough and close enough to the Lulu, the Mikhails can be your cleansed Knight, of course, we said. Going towards the Pen. Oh my god, that's so dangerous, buddy. Mikhails and Cleanse are both down. You can't get caught like that. I was really worried that Feather could even go on with a flash ult after that point. I guess against the Atacon, you don't always want to pile in on it. BLG putting the threat, putting the knife at the back of TT. They must be so careful not to let it plunge any deeper.
Trying to wait out these withdrawals. I think they're doing a pretty good job of making sure these waves are desynced enough that BLG can't threaten 2 at once.
There's a question in chat from True about the collector on the Viego. Why would you go that over other lethality items? So there have been other lethality items built on Viego in the past. One, Viego's most of his damage does come through auto attack, so the crit does make a difference. He doesn't need the cooldown reduction on that item, like most other lethality items do as well. And it gives you a good amount of just raw AD. It's a good blend of stats. So it typically works very well. And of course, he's looking for that last kill, which means that last percentage of the execute under 5% is very valuable because it's all about his play pattern. He wants that last execute. And there's no real other execution tool on his team. But, God, Baytron. You know, I dunked on Baytron for such a long time.
Yeah.
He's had a fantastic series. I thought, 2 years ago, he might be out. It was him and Hacker. It's like, well, whatever. Last year, had a massive revival around the AP junglers. When they fell away a little bit too. This year, though, Baytron has really led this team to something special. Even if they lose this series, I think that they will have done absolutely huge amount of work in kind of building my confidence in the team, which I've always wanted to see. TT are one of my favorite teams in the LPL, despite the fact that they've never been one of the top teams. Not yet.
Wei was gone from 2-0 to 2-3, been picked off a few times, and Knight went from very, very strong this rise to being picked off a few times himself. He's got the arm guard now, so a little harder to deal with. Oh man, there's a 2-level discrepancy in the jungle as well. Damn, Baytron, good job.
That definitely doesn't help because Wei has been a problem point for BLG this game. BLG in general has a history in their organization. Oh, that's a realm weapon to one extent. He has flash, he has cleanse. Will they force both?
Gets kicked. Nice angle! The encore goes across 3. But Wei, the moment we were saying he's been problematic, finds the angle.
It's the old Meteos analogy. All you have to do is just get to like 50 minutes and get one kick. Doesn't matter what else you do on the Lee Sin sometimes. Wei gets it with the Realm Warp. Knight bringing the X Factor in as well. BLG kill off the AD carry, which has solved so many of these fights for TT, and we'll head towards the Baron as it spawns.
That's a lot of the damage as well. How on earth do you play around this Baron? Can you play around this Baron? Hoya teleporting. They are going to try regardless. 15 seconds of 1xN. You can get there with the move speed perhaps.
Teleporting in. He
Hoya
is going to hold the door shut. Which person does he remove?
Can he remove anyone? Gets it interrupted. There's the Chompers after Hoya in danger. Charges away. Looking for the reset. On. Does get one. That's the Lulu body. No, not the most likely. We'll need to ult again, surely. Setup trying to get out. They lose the jungler, though. That means you've got no smite.
So close. If there was a bullet time, that could have been it. Baytron gets the reset, but he can't get anything more. As you said, the Lulu body is so frail. And TT will lose a very important fight. BLG racking up a significant gold lead. They've already been playing around side lanes very well in this game. And for most of the series, they've been winning out on those side lanes. TT just can't get the resets happening. Oh, so close. We are heading inches closer and closer to that scraping of silver. Game 5.
I think 1xM was trying to play for the Infinity Edge. He's got an inventory now. Feather's so nearly close. He thought he'd gotten out, but a Warthog into the kick is what gets that in there. Flash kick after. Nice little dodge away. Was really, really well done by Wei, who had been overplaying a little bit in the mid game. Dragon, 20 seconds to be soul point for BLG. Honestly, might be an opportunity for TT to break this Baron shove.
Yeah. Oh, boy. TT, look, I love BLG, but there is something so enticing about TT coming out of nowhere to do something special. Will it happen in this game? Wei really puts it. I mean, he should be okay.
Can look to not do anything there, but that's ult used. Dragon started, and TT forced to go a long way away. What looked a little bit mad from Wei was eventually turned around by threat of that Realm Warp.
Take a second to breathe. TT. Do they have one last bullet time reset combo in them? Do we have it? It's a hard angle to find. BLG, they're not the tankiest team. They do have a Seekers on Knight. That'll make it harder. On getting stronger and stronger at protecting his carries too.
Hoya still not at a second item, by the way. Stopped off for a Bramble Vest, but does not have a Thimble Winter. He has really suffered this game. Isn't realistically a fantastic frontliner. Spins up the hammer, but won't send the Keeper's verdict out quite yet. That sentence. I'm staying right now. Nice angle from Baytron, though.
Oh, the Chompers are so scary there. Mikhail's out. The rocket chunks them low. That's a problem. You need your HP bars. Baytron thought he saw an angle. Saw the chompers behind him and realized the door had been shut a little bit. While all this is happening, of course BLG are playing around the second lane. Knight, level 16, very strong, taking down a turret himself.
Needs to be a bit wary here. Baytron with that third item.
Baytron on the chompers again!
Survives from open up for long bin! Flashed out the bullet time, they can't quite do it. Need to get that kill knocked away! Jinx gets 2! Lulu gets a 3rd! And now Feather on 1xn flashed on Yushen does not get to survive any longer! You can pick whatever name you like! But they're all dead regardless, and BLG are taking us to 5. We are scraping silver out of the wounds.
Thunder Talk have brought themselves to this game, but little do they know, Billy is another term for electric shock. There's thunder, there's lightning, there's drama, and there is silver scrapes. Bring it on, game 5.
The early leads proved too much. Credit, honestly, for TT for finding some picks, for coming back in some ways, but it just wasn't easy.
Man, what a special series we have today, folks. We will be heading to silver scrapes in this series today, folks. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey as we have ourselves a very, very special series to bring to you all. We will have silver scrapes. Don't you worry about it. We will have that one. My name is Nymaera. I'm joined by Initialise. We're brothers, and we bring you the LPL as well. We hope you are so ready for the conclusion of this epic series. When we go into break, folk, we'll put on the silver scrapes. We'll unmute the main stream. It'll be there. Don't you worry about it. We'll tank the copyright hit because we just have to. It's kind of in the it's in the lore, folks.
And Thunder Talk 2-0 up. BLG, we were talking about, man, they're fumbling. The jungle bot lane just aren't doing it. And then back to back, we get games where it is, in fact, the bot lane that become the stars. That Jinx was the problem. They never managed to get on top of them, where, actually, Knight got caught a couple times on the rise. Wave finds a clutch kick. I still think he's been second best jungler this series.
Silver Scrapes has a copyright. Well, it flags it every time I use it, so I'm going to assume it is, but we'll get it on there anyway. Man, thank you so much for joining us, of course. If you're enjoying what we're doing, drop a like, drop a subscribe. Just being here means a lot to us too. And let us know what you think of the series, what you think of the players. Let us know. We want to talk with you. We want to form this LPL community with you on our own channel here with me, Nymaera, and Initialise on YouTube and Twitch, but also on Onivia as well, the Highlights channel, which is hosting this live stream. It's the first time that they've done live game coverage on their channel with their followers. Seems like you guys are enjoying it quite a lot, so we hope that you stick around.
3 locations at once, baby. Let's go. And I am very excited to see how this goes. And again, if you can, guys, please do hit that follow button. If you've got a little bit more money to work with, hit a subscription. Go follow me. I'm in the title too. And Initialise casts. Yeah, I'll plug myself.
No, absolutely do
Come
that.
and say hello.
Sam has been doing an awful lot of work for us here on this channel, and I obviously appreciate it a lot, brother. So it's been a fun time doing this. We're getting very close towards the end of our group stage for the LPL. The winner of this next game goes first in Group C and will earn themselves an upper bracket seeding for the playoffs. They will have a double elimination Guardian Angel. The other team won't. If TT win, we might get like BLG versus Top Esports in the first round of lower bracket playoffs. That is wild. This game has so many stakes for the overall playoff shape of the bracket.
I think this game is very different if the lane swap wasn't as poor, and if that early kill doesn't go against the Ahri. I think you get to play that bad. And honestly, because 1xn got caught and we had that whole Grubs fight that went wrong, this time around it was BLG that were a little bit more decisive and a little bit quicker to the plays. I don't think TT are still miles off in some ways. They just need a slightly more stable early game, and you can play it out a bit like those first 2 games.
Question for Hexy in chat. Are you going to LEC for playoffs? I will be there in pieces, and watch out for some, special stuff around.
Could be some fun times.
Could be some very fun times.
Watch this weekend for no particular reason.
Yeah, watch this weekend for no particular reason. No particular reason, folks.
No.
If you enjoy LEC, I hope you tune in. As we're getting ourselves game 5 here. Special stuff as we get close towards that silver scrap. That was such a good
Bramble Smash. That genuinely saves that fight. Actually, it's really big from Ben.
Oh, I love the LPL. There's nothing quite like it. Look, folks, we've been saying this a lot today. We've dedicated significant portions of our lives to covering the LPL now. I've been casting since 2023. This is my 3rd year doing it. I've cast hundreds and hundreds of games. I think this year I will have covered 1,000 LPL games.
Pretty
I think, because I covered about 500 games last year. If we do enough of this year, I think we reach it. It gets a bit close.
Who do you give MVP to this game as well?
For this game,
Rise maybe was really key part of a lot of the picks.
Not Way.
Not Way. Yeah, I mean there was a couple good kicks, but they came also with some bad
Elk's
moments.
not a bad call for this one.
Very stable Jinx game.
And man, Jinx Lulu is so good from this duo. The fact that they get to play Jinx Lulu changes everything because they are one of the best Jinx Lulu lanes in the world.
Do we get a Lucian Nami from them last game?
Oof.
Because they are one of the best Lucian Nami lanes too.
Redeemed a highlight message from Fed. Ultra Prime versus OMG was better than this. It was a hell of an entertaining series. It was an entertaining series. Knight had a good... Yeah, no, the Realm Warps are insane. It probably is Knight, I think. But he also had a couple of slip-ups too. Maybe they give it to Elk because he was such a safe reset carry. But I think probably Knight determined the game more, for sure.
Yeah, I think, Knight's plays won them the game.
Who won? BLG won the series. We're now at 2-2.
This is a great Realm Warp. Because this Realm Warp to get way in range for the kick was so clutch. The heal was nearly enough speed. I think 1xn didn't have the flash up and available quite yet. Very, very frustrating. But there we go. We pause for a second. Do you want first break?
I need to listen to when Silver Scrapes is coming through. So I'll put it on, and then actually we might just go cameras off and just let you listen to Silver Scrapes for a little bit, folks. Who won? We already answered you. BLG won this last game. We're 2-2. Life. We did answer. Don't you worry. We are paying attention. Despite Wade's mistake, he was kind of instrumental in getting a Knight ahead, for sure. Bin is the actual MVP. Bin played well, but yeah. BLG reverse sweep? Maybe. Dominazor, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Okay, we will get ourselves in towards, well, we've got MVP first. Who is getting MVP? Elk gets MVP. Now, I think Knight is my MVP personally, but a deathless Jinx in a game which was that close, with that much damage, makes a lot of sense too. Need Bin on GP. If you can make sure that, I actually think, if you can get Gangplank even into a game where you can actually fight around Atakan, GP is fantastic. But you just can't survive lane swaps that well. I hope Game 5 is not over from Draft Diff. Me too. But it's so hard to predict in Fearless. Fearless is so hard to play around that. Game 5. Didn't expect that today. Thought we might get a 3-1. Maybe. Maybe TT had enough in Game 1 to bring it out. They have had more than that. Oh, great series. Fantastic positioning from Elk on the whole. Really never gave TT an angle towards him, even with the great bullet times and everything. Elk was so good on the Jinx. Okay, folks. Let's get ourselves some Silver Scrates lined up. Don't think it actually fits the mid-game. I don't think it fits the comp very well. Tarek, I think, actually does. Between these two teams.
Feels like it's a requirement to be a genuinely great mid laner in the LPL that you've got a Syndra in your back pocket. Xiaohu, back before Knight was a player, really was smashing people with Syndra. Took it into the top lane when he role swapped up there for a little bit for RNG and was still scary on it. Follows after that one pretty happily, and we've got two very different compositions.
We do. Very different. And it is so hard to play this game. If you misposition a Xayah or Syndra, your team might just lose the game. If you misuse your ultimates, if you misuse your damn right clicks, things can go awry. On the other side, it's not easy to play Camille into Aatrox in lane. It's not easy to play the Kai'Sa and Aldous into the Tarek as well. Laning phase could be an issue. And of course, Syndra on Knight. Playing Talia is not an easy matchup for that either. You are outranged. Talia is not good into other mages because of that. TT, they have put everything into this series. Kai'Sa for 1xN. If he hits 3 items, maybe that changes everything. Let's get onto the Rift one last time today. Thunder Talk want to walk the Thunder Walk. Billy knocked a little bit off their perch. World finalists, LPL champions from both spring and summer. One of the most dominant teams we've ever seen in our region. Hit the Rift for one last time in Group C as we head in towards playoffs after.
A reminder what's at stake here. BLG haven't lost an LPL-based best of 5 since 2023. Knight has not lost a best of 5 in the LPL since 2022. This is a game that could break a number of records, and it by Thunder Talk of all teams. Comp is playable for TT, especially if you can bait out some key abilities. If that Tarek or if that Xayah ult get misused, hell, if the Cyclone gets misused, suddenly your team fights are just not playable anymore.
I actually think Setup has some choices for him. It's completely torn up with a very awkward graphics I do that. Knight, you won't see it behind this, has gone for Comet as a rune. That is lane dominant. I think as this game goes on, Talia will really struggle to play into the Talia. Good step forward there from Setup, this early lane, very important. I think later into the game, Setup, I actually think should go towards a Banshees and a Seraphs and just play towards ulting into the enemy and looking for a big play. That could be something for him. He could play for the outrange onto the melees as well. But I think they have enough damage. We'll see exactly what they can do with this. Is the early lane initially going okay for the Talia? Lane swap comes through, unscouted. I mean, both these champions not good in a lane swap. So the stun comes in and the hop's back into.
Gets the shield, but that's about it. We'll be okay for now. The hook shot, long cooldown early though. Does mean that this duo can keep on trading. Look who else is here. Bin jumps on setup, doesn't quite get the infernal chain tail to pull back.
This is great from Knight. Look at this, because the wave is, I mean, look at the wave control from Knight. Holding the wave here, that is unplayable for the Tilly. You need to push it in. You don't have a support or a top laner coming to help you. I mean, Feather has recalled and gone out onto the map, wants to make sure he's up under the top lane tower to make sure that Hoya can get something. It's the first Taric since 2022 by IG's Shinlu.
CDG back in the day. Slightly different. Of course, that was post the IG team collapse when all of those big players that made their title, made their dream in 2018, kind of long left at that point. There was no Rookie or Shy on that roster anymore. No Baolan and Jackulov and all the rest of the crew.
Feather just sticking around, just making sure that there's no dive coming in on the top side. The more I look at this comp and the more I look at this lane swap, if Aatrox survives through the laning phase, I think BLG are very happy with that one.
Same for the Camille, though.
Yeah, look, Aatrox should not ever really be in a lane swap. He's really not been good at that. You need to make sure that they survive it. There's no dive coming through, and you know, by leaving the Aatrox alone under his turret just against the Kai'Sa, I think Bin's quite happy with that.
The thing is, Camille really wants 2 items and a fair amount of levels to be truly, truly scary. Wants a Ravenous and a Trinity Force, I think, is the build of the minute. You do need both of those to be as threatening as you were.
Wait, who's building the Trinity Force?
Camille. There's Ravenous and then Starax as a consideration.
So yeah, it really depends. As you can see, I mean, Setup's actually doing quite well at dodging out on some of these skill shots, but you can see that Knight is really threatening with the early laning pressure of the Syndra versus the Taliyah. The thing is, he's going to reset on this wave anyway if he wants to. It actually doesn't make that much of a difference. Setup already recalling. We'll see whether he goes towards a tier. He does. Maybe he is going towards that Seraphs. I think he kind of needs to. Really hard to play this game into Aatrox, Wukong jumping onto you. I don't think you can play it with the more bursty build.
Fun little anecdote. Both Beitran and Wei at 27 CS means they probably dropped a mini Krug. That's what tends to happen there. Otherwise, you end up at 28 CS if you get full clear plus scrap.
I think if you're if you're playing these lane swaps in a game like this, he's dodged most of the stuns so far. You see how dangerous it is. You are slightly outranged. It's very hard to play it as the Taliyah. But yeah, you need to be so active on the map as junglers in a lane swap scenario. In a game 5, you do not want to be the jungler, which is not there to cover the lane, which gets tough. You don't want to be that.
Of course, Knight just quietly stacking up those splinters of Wrath, because Syndra is not the lane dominant champion she was when you first played her. Nice shove back, but the damage just isn't there right now. And this Taliyah's gone for a tier. We're likely going towards the Seraphs. Understandable into a big burst comp.
And the big thing is also you don't have a damaging rune. You haven't gone towards the comp yourself. The Dazzle comes in. Nautilus hates playing against melee supports like this.
Oh, the Feather pull is lovely. Feather not enjoying being attacked by his namesake. 1xN at least trades back well enough as there is no Feather pull available off cooldown yet.
Yeah, and the start of that trade looks good for the Nautilus, but this is the problem playing against the Taric. He can also get the healing coming through from the Starlight
attacks, the Starlight Touch,
the Bravado and the Starlight Touch, yes. The more you auto-attack champions, the more attacks you get. Those hooks still deadly, though. 1xN has the HP advantage. 1xN could potentially be a threat here, and we'll see what build he goes towards. It looks like he's going towards the Shiv first, so it's not necessarily going to be the Essence Reaver going later on into the Shadow Flame as third item.
And considering you've got double AP mid jungle, I think if you overload with the Kai'Sa, things like Banshee's Veil and Merc Treads
I understand that.
Really
However,
not quite enough.
One more spell would have done it. Setup flash forced out. He'll also miss a little bit of the next wave as well. He might even need to ult back to lane. Knight losing his own flash might be something which TT can pounce on, but Knight Syndra really starting to flex the muscles. Lucky for Setup to not get away with dying that. Knight Syndra's come to play.
Yishin needs to be very wary as found way. Here comes the rest of Thunder Talk. 3v3 currently. Camille roaming on in. Everyone else going to be a little later, of course. Setup has got the
Watch out for the Nautilus Look. Watch out for the Nautilus Look. It's only level 3 on the hook, but if it hits the right target, it's big.
Dazzle afterwards. It's a Weaver's Wall after. Hook shot after. Looking to dive on the backline. Hex take ultimate one's away. Big scan of the weak bites. I'm on trying to get on after. Safety will surely fall as 1xN autos him down and when it Acanthian reigns. It pours.
That was such a big Bins now on the backline. Dodged that on the hook. Does use his ultimate. But I don't think they're going to get the grubs afterwards. BLG, they don't pick a great fight there. And honestly, the big game changer there is Beitran landing a 4-man Q midway through the fight. Put BLG on the retreat. Setup uses ult to run out of base too. I think BLG really overlooked that.
Every flash blown. Every flash blown now for BLG. They have none to work with after that play.
Give you a little tip, Sam. I've got it on a timer so it'll disappear by itself, actually.
Nice.
Because I think that's more convenient. A little red, yellow ink on that. Don't necessarily want that staining up the screen for too long. BLG give up the 3 grubs. Beichuan ahead of the game. He's still got his flash. If he had his ult there, that would have been a team wipe. Oh, the things that could have happened. BLG playing from behind. That's not necessarily worked out well for them this series.
Oh no. Well, 2 games they just won. It was a good start from Alkanon. It was great play on the Twitch, great play on the Jinx, backed up by an Elise game that popped off, by a Lulu that was scary.
Also, really like to see, well, I mean, look good in terms of the trading there. Down in CS in this game. Down in CS, it looked good in that trade. Really has been balanced out by the fact that, as replay comes up, balanced out by the fact that the solo lanes are getting CS advantages. Level 3 Nautilus still has a hook. Look here, though. Talia, Camille, such big follow-up. 4-man Q from the Lilia, who already had some Conqueror stacks in there. So much damage. It doesn't even have the ult, but just the damage early on. So ridiculously high. TT, Beichuan, fantastic series from that jungler. Look, we've run over this story a lot, but if you're just tuning in for Game 5, Beichuan didn't impress me in previous years. Last year was good. We went on to AP junglers. Lilia was one of those. But it really has been a difficult career for him at points in the LPL. Hook lands, Tarek Dazzle comes through, here comes Way with the ult.
Look to Cyclone here, on still at level 5. They're going to try to get a massive lilting lullaby though! Goes to sleep and goodbye Monkey King. Elk going low, teleports flying. Way needs to be afraid. There's the killer instinct to the other side of Wukong. Up into the air goes Elk. Try to stay alive. Featherpull is good. Knight now looking for the kill. Force of will, not enough.
The BLG once again misjudged. I wonder whether Elk could have pulled out that ult earlier to get a kill back. Chooses to hold on to it, and BLG now starting 0-3. One of those feats of strength brought out by TT.
Every kill's on Ishin as well. We're asking this story about who is going to be the next great LDL or LPL carry from the LDL leave, and 1xN Yishin trying to be the contenders for it. Game 5 against BLG, a team that has not lost a best of 5 in the LPL in literal years. You've got the early goal. Yeah. You've got the potential to blow up these people before things like a Tariq Al-Khtams.
There's a lot at stake here, folks. Knight has not lost in a best of 5 in the LPL since 2022. BLG have not lost since Knight has been on the roster. They haven't lost since 2023. It's a good counter engage coming through, but sadly the Q timing just doesn't work out well for BLG. Everyone gets the dust on them. 1xN splits the fight again. I wonder whether Elk could have pulled his ult a little earlier. Uses it on the hook. Feather, not the best ult direction from Elk either. Doesn't get all of the feathers back. I think Elk really misplays that situation the more I look at it.
Could have maybe at least got one there, getting away with no kills.
And now
back.
the problem is, and it doesn't get better. It gets really hot now. Kraken Slayer built up for 1xN. 3 kills, 1.2k gold up. Elk drifting behind, and this game for BLG is about whether the Syndra and the Xayah can survive long enough to turn a fight around. With the gold going over to the Kai'Sa, which can just absolutely mash you in the backline, I don't know if that happens.
And you've got 4 damage carries. If it gets later on, you hit this point where even if you get 1 kill, TT have got multiple threats, and now at this point, it feels like you're going to have to throw the kitchen sink to get the Kai'Sa, and if you go 1 for 1, that's not going to be enough.
And I wonder whether this game is going to end up like games 1 and 2 for BLG, where actually, you know, Way misjudges a couple of plays. On has now been caught out a lot. Elk maybe misplays there. Maybe it is just the solo lane is needing to pull out something special from Knight and Bin. Knight, of course, has his flashback now. Maybe he can make something work with that, but it's so hard to position as that Syndra. BLG needs some solo lane magic to really make the most of this game, which didn't work in game 1 and 2.
Grub set number 2 going to be full contested. Bin teleports in for it. Hoya still has his Syndra. Roaming from the top lane, did get the wave shoved up. Initial grub secured by Beichuan. Again, Lilia very fast at taking these. Hoya. How far to build? You want to force? Very is the answer. Setup gets out. Cosmic Radiance armed. Not going to be necessarily saving that many lives though. And there's the hook afterwards. It's a huge hook. And On goes down. Way goes down. Weaver's Wall, lilting lullaby, and Bin has got nowhere to run. Yeah, you're a world end. The only one that's ending is BLG's win streak, it feels.
BLG are not prepared for the fight, and the combo is not well timed. The dazzle doesn't work with the knockup. The ult comes in after the damage comes through, and BLG fall apart around Grubs 2. TT, we thought they might have just fallen off. They didn't have the compositions. They ran out of champions in this fearless draft. Game 5, they are proving us wrong. But watch this. Way and On have had a bad series. The dazzle does not connect and it's not well timed. Goes through the minefield, and after the ult comes through, what's there? You know, no damage is blocked. Wei dies. It's a poorly coordinated fight from the jungle and support of BLG players who've got a spotlight on them, who, for not necessarily performing at the level you need to be on for a team like BLG, and now the team fight is just falling apart.
Everywhere you look, it's blue down the middle. Massive lead for this Kai'Sa, who's about to jump onto On again, maybe.
On the other side, though, you know, I'm aware that many people, again, focus on BLG. For TT, this is a team which have very rarely even made playoffs. They've locked playoffs. If they win this game, they go first in their bloody group, and they would beat a team which has not been beaten in the LPL the entirety of last year. You know, you have to wait until 2023 summer. All that time ago when they lost to LNG in that lower bracket finals. BLG, they are really coming up against stiff opposition. Knight, deathless so far, fairly strong, but also just playing from a game where you're behind a Syndra. Syndra does not like playing from behind against this. The Camille flanks, the Taliyah ults, the Lilia bowling balls. You have to pay attention to so much. It is a hard game for Knight to play. Has the Ludens, but he has to do so much with it.
And if incidental poke from a Lilia and a Taliyah can start to force key summoners, key abilities like a Cosmic Radiance, like in that last fight, earned them nothing, mitigated no real damage, then it gets very, very hard for BLG, because then the Kai'Sa can follow in seconds.
It's a little scary there, because TT was split. Knight has won many a game 5 in LPL with the Syndra. If you remember back to top esports versus JDG in the era of 2020 and 2022, Knight had one of those crazy game 5 7-10 splits. QE through the wall, saved his team a game. Can he channel the? It's not even nearly the same stage though, is it? This is a regular season. It's a group stage. Bin down in XP. He might just be dead here.
Hogsec ultimatum out of the range of the turret. The Infernal Chains don't proc. Another Q is pretty good healing. A Q3 is good. Conqueror stacked. Does not get it.
Hoya puts his enemy top laner in the bin. Hoya has neutralized Bin for so much of this series, and in this one, he just bloody solo kills him. Bin on the Aatrox. It's not been a pick which has come out often in the LPL, and this time it's the Camille which comes out on top. In such dire straits now are BLG. Where does their win condition come from? They are behind in all roles.
That's a first pick, Camille. Delivers here, finds the angle, level 10 to level 9, the hook shot lands. Precision protocol 2.
Yeah, the big thing about Camille, you go in with your Q2 and you use it after the hook shot. Get your Q next back. Been very, very close to winning this all the same. If he ends up getting a little bit more XP, gets level 10, he was so freaking close to it too. You know what? If he'd killed the cannon minion, I think he gets level 10 and he kills him. It's so close. So rare to Bin misplay or get outplayed in situations like that. Such an incredible laner from BLG. I don't think BLG expected anything near this level of opposition today. And you wouldn't blame them. I thought that BLG would drop maybe one game, because TT are good enough to do that maybe, but BLG would still have to be sleeping.
Because it's not, how do I put this? It's not silly decision-making on the whole that's cost BLG a lot of these early games. It has been 1v1 moments. It's been the fact that ThunderTalk have matched hands and come out on top. And now, 3 early games, and the 3 early games have felt pretty decisive. Just early games in general, frankly. Games 3 and 4 earned BLG their way back into this series, got them to the game 5. You began to feel like ThunderTalk's mojo in this series, and shout out to Munchables out there somewhere, begun to dwindle. BLG's class, BLG's tenure and experience.
Oh, Bin feels so in danger that he even pops this ult early. It's a good timing. Is he going to dodge the bowling ball? He is. That's good timing. If he leaves that later, he dies. Very rarely do you actually see... Hang on, he's just going to get a trade here. He's going to get some decent damage, in fact. He might have stayed too far now. Oh, Bin. He did the hard work. Is he going to die here? He might just do.
Oh, my days.
He misjudges it. The first part, all that hard work was done well for them.
That's
But Bin doesn't even use his flash. Aatrox from behind is not a champion. 0 and 3. This was the risk of picking this. Didn't get the individual lane versus the Camille. Got through the lane swap, but then just ends up being outplayed by Hoya. Yes, Knight gets gold on the other side, but it feels like Knight is waiting for a moment to leverage his strength. I don't think Knight is going to be able to determine this game. TT can force plays away from him. I don't think this Syndra is enough to 1v9.
And Syndra is great at picking out a single target and annihilating them. There are 4 threats this game. And you can only realistically scatter one. Yes, you can do your ult into E. You can get those big moments, but it is not an easy game to do that.
especially when a lot of that damage from BLG is so far behind. Normally you'd expect, you know, Aatrox and Wukong to be able to clean up one. They're 0 and 5 combined. Normally you'd expect the Xayah to do something. 2,000 gold behind as well, going in towards 2 items for 1xN, who's going to have, you know, so much power very, very shortly. BLG, what have you done to yourself? TT, what have you done to BLG? Let's phrase it that way.
BLG, named after lightning, named after a railgun, seem to be misfiring today. They hadn't lost a game yet this year until this series, and we've already had the conversation about the record they were coming in with, and they look mighty mortal today.
Is this the biggest upset? Says Icavile in chat. Oh yeah, it would be. BLG, we just assumed they'd be first. I mean,
oh yeah.
Like, I don't believe that BLG will be beaten in the LPL until I see Bin and Knight lose in a best of 5, because they are so good at just winning games. Like, it doesn't matter if you put them behind, they are so good mechanical players, they're so good at assessing a game state to say, well, I can just win through side lane, we can cross map here, we can make a big flank turnaround here. That hasn't worked today. TT have played fast, they played confidently, they have shut down the cross map, and they've also thrown hands. Like Bloodly, they've thrown hands with BLG of all teams.
They've thrown heavyweight hands. That's not some untrained boxer. That is some heavyweight stuff.
I'm not sure TT have ever finished above 10th in the LPL. Like, this is insane. This would be, you know, they used to. I can't remember. They were DMO, I think, was their previous org. I forget the lineage of TT in the slot which came in. But you know, I've wanted to believe in this team before. 1xN now 4-0 and 3, a star 80 carry, waiting to be potentially. Well, he's already most of the way there, I think, actually. What a feather in the bonnet that would be to say, hey, I beat BLG after they came off of World Finals. I beat them for the first time that Knight's joined the roster. I beat Knight for the first time that he's been beaten in a best of 5 since 2022. Ridiculous.
I'm looking at this as well, and I'm saying, this is after being on the verge of reverse sweeping. There are some stats about Game 5 win rates when you're on the verge of reverse sweep, and they are not pretty, folks.
Yeah, it's the broom breaking is what happens. The sweep dealt with. Herald, 6 grubs, ults over the wall there.
Keeps on away, actually. Can theoretically be problematic. Nice shove. Forces Elk to cleanse. Rough stuff. Bechuan Chong Tong gonna jump on him. Flashes away himself with a lilting lullaby. Back is a disaster.
There's just not enough damage. Not enough damage. The Riftmaker shove comes through. Knight no ult now as well. Yeah, Bechuan's cut down a little bit, but he can heal off of jungle camps. Knight finds a bit of a pick, but Wei being so far behind means it leads to nothing.
3 levels. 50 CS. Another hook flash away from Feather to prevent the dazzle, and Setab put on in the dirt.
What a series of plays from TT. BLG think they can find the pick, but they just can't. They don't have the damage. They're not used to playing with this amount of a gold deficit. They're down 7,500 gold versus Thundertalk of all teams.
I remember last year. I remember going, you know what? I really like TT. I think they might be this year's OMG. From after 2023 when OMG kind of came in and we really loved how they played and they looked like a top team with some flaws, but really characterful play. And then TT last year underwhelmed versus that expectation. They weren't that great. There were moments. We had that conversation about UCal crying when they made players and crying when they got knocked out. And this is another level above. Bechuan gets jumped on and just gets out.
Look, this is a good play from Knight. You know, you can just put that chunk in there. The fact that Wei goes in and doesn't have an escape plan is the bigger problem here. You know, I look at this game and I say, well, the platform has fallen apart again. Wei and On have been dealt handily with by TT. Feather and Bechuan are having incredible series, as is 1xN, as is Setup. And while I think Knight actually walks away from this doing well on an individual level, how could you play from this deficit? He has done before at points, but in this series, it has not been enough. He does not have the agency to win this. They're bush baiting now. Atakan is up. Bin's on a side lane. He appears out of the brush now because TT don't fall for the bait. That could have been something if they could catch someone out. Bechuan's on the other side of the map, but they don't see him. TT happy to just take resources from the whole map. BLG, the more they stay clumped up in a brush, the worse it is. Atakan is being started.
He's not there. Does have Hex Gates.
I don't think TT will lose a 4v5. If they go up towards this and they teleport Hoya in, I think they're fine.
Splits them away from the Atakan. They don't know where Lilia is right now. She is not here, and that makes this rush an unbalanced fight. How quickly can she get here? Hook forward from Feather isn't fantastic. Down to 5,000 HP. Resets.
Have they stayed too long now? Atakan now started up by TT. BLG were tanking the Atakan. That gives them a lot of HP. Missing further. Very close to hitting that bin. TPing in, but he will be spotted. What do they go for? Here's the fight.
Cosmic Radiance comes on through on dive before it arms. They lose a member. Atakan down to half HP. Bin trading up with Hoya does not win it out as the Dark Inflate does nothing. Feathers will claim out the Nautilus, but still dangerous. Wei cannot get bait when it goes golden. Has earned enough gold to buy time. Might still fall. Does get one with him. Gets the Atakan too. And BLG try the flip. It was weighted against them in game 5. Their luck runs dry. In this case, the house always wins. And this is Thunder Talk, who are winning this casino roulette.
It is a cloudy, cloudy sky today in Shanghai, and with it brings thunder. Thunder Talk Gaming may just well have won the fight, which puts BLG into the lower bracket and seed 2 out of Group C in our regular season for Split 1. What a performance from them. They get the Atakan, and they get such a dominant early game to put BLG to the sword. This isn't even a bad fight from BLG, but he messes up the dazzle. He flashes forward, and he misses it. The Cosmic Radiance afterwards does have no value. Elk gets hit by a swirl seed while he has ult and flash. How does that happen in the clutch fight of the game? Knight ends up getting his ult. Zonya's as well. The stun's not bad, and Knight puts out good damage, but it's just not enough. Too many mistakes from too many members over too many games have put BLG here, and Baytron in particular has massively outplayed Billy Gaming.
Yeah. Managed to hookshot across the feathers to not get root and get the Q2. And then Beichuan speed
Incredible
up,
series.
Dream Dust burn, and
guys,
insane.
TT have never been relevant on a grand scale of things in the LPL. They have reached playoffs twice, maybe, but they've never been a top-tier organization. These players have never been top-tier players, really, have they? Well, this might be the start of something special. Maybe BLG didn't take them seriously. I think by Game 5 they were. They better bloody have been at this point. TT, this is your moment. How many opportunities do you get to take down one of the real all-time greats, especially within their era of dominance, as BLG have had over the last year for themselves? Enjoy it, soak it up, enjoy the League of Legends. Sure, TTR.
Beichuan is 4,000 gold ahead of Wei. He is a flame horizon in the jungle ahead of Wei. He is 3 completed items to 1.5. He is 5 levels up in a professional game in Game 5.
Oh, wait. He has been dealt with. He has been put into the dirt time and time again. Game 1 started with Wei being put to 0 and 8 on Zyra. Game 5 has started with him going 0 and 4 on Wukong. He had a good Nocturne game. Not every member has had every player rather on BLG has had at least one game, which has been good. But for a best of 5, you've got to do more than that. Oh man, we'll take a breath. What's spawning next? Atakan's run out. Baron spawning in the next few seconds. Dragon spawning in the next few seconds. BLG are 12,000 gold behind. There is a Zonya. It's a flash forward.
It's only on to the Taric, but I think it might just be enough anyway. Oh my days!
He's just gone. On is off. Knight flashes away. Bin comes into the play, but he doesn't have the HP.
Wei tried to get, there was an angle, but he's hooked out of his drone! Death charge onto Knight in the backline! Action flies in! The Knight, the King is slain! BLG is dead! Long live the King! Long live Thunder Talk! They have walked as far as they can walk, and it is all over. BLG's grave.
6 grubs and so many dead. No gods, no kings, and no knights as well. Kill an elk while you're at it. It's hunting season. TT, take the series.
1xN marks the spot. Beichuan will celebrate as well. Thunder Talk destroy BLG, break the reverse sweep, and for the first time since 2023, Billy Gaming fall in a best of 5 to Thunder Talk of all teams.
TT, welcome to the upper bracket. What a series. If you did not know about this team, you better know them now. Knights win streak in the LPL in best of 5s ended for the first time since 2022 when they lost to JDG in that Game 5 finals. TT, the little underdogs that could. What a series from them.
Welcome back, folks. Hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. Reverse sweep denied, Thunder Talk deliver, and BLG there are going to be some very uncomfortable conversations after that series.
That there are. Incredible series from TT. BLG, I think they took this series a little bit for granted. As my DMs start to explode because I rated Wei really highly last year as well. Oh, God. Oh.
I mean, Wei today, I was kind of there with you. Today, he was poor. He was very poor. Beishwan ruined his day. It was not close. Folks, he was the better jungler across everything.
Folks, if you have enjoyed this series, please connect with us in the LPL community, on our channels here, in our Discords, on our social media as well. It would mean so much to hear your thoughts, your excitement about these series, because we're so excited too, and we want to share that with you. My name is Nymaera, this is Initialise. We are brothers, and we have covered the LPL from our bedroom here, when there have been no one else covering the games, because there is no official broadcast for the last few years. Mecha Fanboy just gifted 100 subs to the channel. Godspeed, you beautiful man. If you're watching on Onivia as well, we are helping bring some live coverage here as well as the stream is restreamed there. We really appreciate Onivia giving us this chance as well. If you enjoy the LPL, stand up. Now is the time to show your excitements for this league. For teams like TT, which like you can be one of the select few which knows about TT before the world does. You could have been here. You could be here celebrating players like Beichuan, like 1xN, maybe as they find a new lease on life. I did not expect this. I've followed them. I've enjoyed this team for years, but this is such a great crowning moment for them to say, fuck yeah, we've got something more in us. And we can say that because it's our own co-stream.
The size of their brass fucking balls to go into a game 5, draft like that, and play like that, they ended the game 20-1. There was literally a 5-level lead in the jungle at the end of that game. Like, that is despicable. Despicable levels of leads.
And I am so happy for... I mean, player of the series for me goes to Beichuan.
Completely.
And this is a player who 2 years ago I thought should lose his job because he was not playing well enough for the team that he was on. I cannot be more happy to see the development of this player prove me wrong. I thought that he capped out and he went further. 1xN, I thought this guy could be something special, but I didn't know if he was going to be the player on a team he needed to. How many players have gone from a bottom table team to a top table team and not managed to succeed? I think of so many players. Xiaohao never quite managed to do it. We waited for so long for Cream and Shanks. Were they ever going to do it? 1xN and Leave for me are the next crop of LPL superstar AD carries. What a special series and what a special day to have shared with all of you as well over on Nymaera on Twitch and YouTube, and of course Onivia over there as well. This is Initialise.
Hello.
It's been such a pleasure to cast with you as well. My brother, you don't get to hear siblings cast anywhere else in the League of Legends scene. Oh my god. And happy Valentine's to you all as well. Spread the love around.
Some romance in League of Legends, I tell you. Isn't that a romance? That's and I mean that in the epic sense of the word. That is a full old school literary romance. There were trials and tribulations.
This is the kind of series you just had to be there for. And if you were here, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us so much.
That is a 10k difference.
I'm sadly on the wrong scene for it.
Sorry about that. That makes some sense.
There we go. There you go. That one. Yeah, that's quite a lot. That.
Oh my days.
And repeat after me. Jungle Diff. Wei had maybe one of his worst series that I've seen from him ever at this point.
Man.
This guy has had a lot of eyes onto him, and I don't want to be needlessly harsh. I do think that BLG prepared poorly. I think this is a team fault. You lose as a team as you win as a team. There are some considerations you can give. Say, well, actually, you know, Bin and Knight, they actually played individually quite well, but normally we expect Bin and Knight to be playing quote-unquote individually well, carrying a game when it's uncarryable like these ones.
Yeah.
They've done that for so long. This is ridiculous that they couldn't do it against Thunder Talk. The fact that the Thunder Talk stopped them from carrying the games is such an incredible performance by them.
I mean, and then you start looking at plays like this where how on earth did they get away with getting no kills over the multi-man sleep from Beichuan on the counter engage? It is really difficult to see that, because obviously after this, you should end up with 3-0 on this Kai'Sa, and you've also got a Lilia that's getting fed, that's getting ahead of the Wukong, and you start to have to realize you can't just wait for the Kai'Sa, not just rely on it. There's enough other threats that is tricky, and then this was the play where it really, really broke. The Cosmic Radiance and the Cyclone get nothing. The re-engage has no way to be stopped afterwards, and you lose 2 members, you lose your set of grubs, and BLG burn nearly every ability they had, every summoner they had, and just lose 3 for none. It takes them a long, long time to even get a single kill in this game.
Absolutely ridiculous. BLG now has a 4-year streak of losing their first series during or immediately after Chinese New Year. You're kidding me. Wait, did BLG lose a best of 5 series in
I don't think it was best of 5 that one.
That was their first series, yeah. Yeah, not best of 5. That's insane. I cannot believe what we've just witnessed. I cannot believe it.
I'm a little shell-shocked still.
What an incredible series. I am shell-shocked. I am absolutely shell-shocked. What the hell? That's insane.
That's insane. It genuinely is.
Folks, there isn't much more left to be said, folks. We are going to be resting our voices after that. We'll wait for the MVP. You going to stream today, Sam?
I am going to do a very chill stream.
Sam is going to go stream himself, so if you are here, if you're here on Twitch, we'll raid over to that. If you've joined us on my YouTube or on Onivia's as well, thank you so much for joining us. We'll end the stream there for YouTube, and we'll see you next time, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be back tomorrow, and yeah, we might have an issue with Sunday's game. Our availability might be a bit balked for that, but we will be here at least for that one. And then, of course, we'll be back for playoffs after that as well. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you're on YouTube, we'll see you next time. And if you're on, well, I say on my YouTube, Onivia's still going to be here. Man, crazy. Holy moly. What do you do after a series like that?
Nymaera again with just some gold.
The worst thing is the poor teams playing BLG in the lower bracket. Oh, they better be angry. They better be pissed as hell. They better be pissed as hell. Beitron MVP, you lapped that right up, buddy. What an incredible series from Beitron. What an incredible series from him. I can't believe that Hoya